everybody, it's us.
We're sitting here eating cheese crackers.
I know.
Yeah.
Munching on shit. At least we're not too close to the microphone, so it'll be like...
They're called Munchables was the brand.
Munchies. Wasn't that a horror movie in the 1980s? I feel like in the 1980s they had Ghoulies and Munchies and that's probably about it.
Got them from Dollar General store.
Hobgoblin. Yeah, we kind of get most things from Dollar General because it's right there.
It's right there.
I mean, you know, they don't have everything, but they have most things that you would kind of need. Although last time we went though, they didn't have a lot of cookie selection. No,
the trucks aren't coming.
Yeah, so it's kind of like hit or miss. Like sometimes they have shit and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You can usually find.
Well, evidently there's like supply chain problems.
Well, yeah. So they don't restock some shit. But I don't know.
They normally would.
I still found some granola bars and some decent coffee and shit like that. So I was happy. Got some Drano.
Let's see who's here. They're all starting to fucking pile in. As soon as we start streaming, everybody wants to show up. They don't want to wait.
Well, yeah.
They don't want to wait. They just fucking want us to start streaming, and then they come in.
I understand that.
Oracle's in. How you doing, Oracle? Maniac's in. All right. Fucking Maniac says he could see Nick Cave in fucking New York.
Yeah, he messaged me. I just saw that message probably half an hour ago, and I was just like, God damn it. I'm still mad that I never got to see him. That sucks.
Yeah. I went down to the biker bar today.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down there.
Went to the biker bar.
I almost got into an argument about motorcycles, but I fucking let it go.
Oh, I haven't heard this story yet. He was telling me before, he was telling me about the jukebox.
Yeah.
And how it's like controlled with the phone app now.
The jukebox was controlling my mind. But before that shit was happening, a friend of mine pulled up on a fucking Ducati Multistrada. That's a fucking almost $15,000 motorcycle. One of these dudes on a fucking Harley says, "Oh, that old piece of shit." And I went, "Wait a minute, hold on. A Ducati's a piece of shit? A Ducati is a piece of shit?" And I knew the dude pulling up. And he wanted to start backing down a little bit. And so, if his bike's a piece of shit, is my bike a piece of shit? Because, you know, I got a couple of Buells. I was like, "How many bikes do you have?" And it turns out he's got one. All right. And like, look, man, that motherfucker pulled up in the Ducati Multistrada. He's got a Harley at his house. Okay? And then all of a sudden they wanted to fucking like back up. Oh, well, that's not what I meant. No, that's exactly what you meant. They got dudes with one bike, and it's a Harley, calling other motherfuckers that their bike's a piece of shit.
Well, I kind of feel
I want to start fighting over this, you know what I mean? I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. He's got more than one bike, okay? You're thinking along stereotypes, you know? He's got more than one bike, and he knows more about motorcycles than you. You only got one bike, and he's got fucking three, okay? Don't say that bike is a piece of shit. It's worth twice what your Harley's worth. You know, but, you know, whatever.
Well, that's the thing, though. I kind of feel like...
It's like middle school. It's like high school.
That's what I was going to say. It's just like, you know, don't get in fights about fucking... That's like... Right. Yeah, that's like child shit. But also... why do you even like want like don't even comment like on other people's shit? I don't understand like why. Like, I'm sorry, did nobody ask for your opinion, did they? I don't remember anyone asking.
And he's trying to be all,
so keep your fucking mouth shut.
He's trying to be all hard ass fucking Harley biker, and you know what I mean? And I'm looking at his fucking doughboy ass, and I'd fuck him up. You know what I mean? But and then I'm trying to check myself. You know, I'm injecting weird shit. Fucking kind of makes me aggressive. Like, why am I beating one motherfucker's ass behind another motherfucker's ass's bike? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
well, I'm glad
I'm defending the honor of another man's motorcycle.
I'm glad that you had that moment of clarity.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm getting ready to fight a guy over another guy's motorcycle.
Because can you imagine the epic eye roll that would have ensued on my part?
Yeah, if
I had got a phone call and you were in jail.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even somebody insulting your bike, which would still be stupid. But it was just kind of like some that's not even like related to you.
Right.
And it's like you don't even have a dog in that fight.
Right, no.
And then you just like got your ass kicked, or you kicked someone else's ass over it.
That dude's ass.
More likely.
No, they kicked that dude's ass.
You'd like knocked his teeth out.
Wait,
and he's like suing you and shit, and then I'm just kind of like...
I'm not dumb. I don't fight another dude unless I can win.
You know, I didn't have children for a reason. Okay, I don't need need that kind of shit. I'm just saying. Don't ever fucking call me.
Shit on check.
If you
too much money to pay.
If you did that kind of shit, don't call me.
No.
Call somebody that cares.
It would have just been. It just would have been a simple battery. I'd be out in a week anyway. Simple battery. I'd be out in about a week. And that's a week's worth of me not spending any of my money. So it's okay.
That's a whole week worth of me telling Pookie what a dummy her dad is.
Yeah. Just sleeping up there in Central Lockout. Sleeping up there with fucking Han Solo and Greedo and shit from fucking Mos Eisley Spaceport.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I had to fucking talk to my friend Saad up in Saudi Arabia. I'm like, man, I almost beat a motherfucker's ass over somebody else's motorcycle.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, I had to check myself.
Well, like I said, I'm glad that you at least realized that. That you're not still, like, that you didn't come home, like, still mad about it.
I got free drinks behind it, though.
So it was a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, I got free drinks.
That's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah.
But like I said, I really don't understand.
Checking another motherfucker behind somebody
I really don't understand this compulsion. It's not everybody, but a lot of people have this weird compulsion to, like, share their opinions with others, like, about something that's, like, nothing to do with them. And I'm like... Nobody asked you.
Right.
It's like, so why is your opinion relevant in this situation?
No, Harley Davidsons are great. The new ones, they're fucking fantastic. They make a lot of torque, a lot of good street power, very little trouble on the motor, real good gas economy. It's not the only game in town, though. It's not the only kind of motorcycle you can have. I mean, some dudes, that's all they want to ride. But there are other guys that want more than that. I mean, what's wrong with dirt bikes? You wouldn't have a dirt bike? You wouldn't have a Harley and a dirt bike? You wouldn't have a Harley, a dirt bike, and a sport bike? Or a Harley, a dirt bike, a sport bike, and a fucking Street Fighter? You know, I don't understand this. Well, I can only have one motorcycle type. That's not me. I like a little bit of everything. I'm getting ready to build a fucking Harley. I didn't tell you about that. I'm thinking about it. I got an inn with a club that has a bunch of parts.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah, up here.
Well, yeah, you've been like talking about doing that because you had that one you had that one that you were working on that
never finished
that you didn't finish it.
And I was telling them, look, man, I got this RD350. It's a rolling chassis. I got the motor too. And I was supposed to finish it, but I never really got around to it. And he's hemming and hawing like he might take it. He's got a bunch of fucking parts in a trailer to make a rolling chassis. He's got motors too. He wants $1,300 for it was $1,300 for a motor and a transmission. So we're gonna see what he can do for me. If I get a Harley Davidson, I'm gonna build it. You know, and it's not gonna be a trailer queen. I'd rather have that bitch look like a dirt bike, like something out of a fucking Mad Max movie. I would like a Harley kind of like fucking Daryl's fucking Triumph from fucking The Walking Dead, just real basic. You know. With dirt tires on it, something that could go off road if it has to. You know, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
Harleys are country, if you ask me. That's some country redneck shit. So it should have off road capabilities.
Well, it's funny because I guess back in the old days, when bikers were still scary.
Yeah.
You know, Harleys were seen as like, ooh, it was like this badass kind of thing. But honestly, growing up in Daytona, we had Bike Week and all that kind of stuff. I grew to associate Harleys with like middle-aged dudes or older dudes that were going through their second childhoods.
Yeah.
And had just like, you know, dumped their first wife and were either single or had like a much younger wife. And so they decided they were going to, like, buy a leather jacket and some leather chaps. And
that's not all of them, though.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that's a lot of the people that did. Yeah, a lot of people that did come to this up. I know they're not all like that, obviously, because I saw some actual, like, real.
You're right.
But you know what I mean? It's just kind of like it got overtaken by posers.
Yeah.
You know, it happens in every subculture.
No, the dude hooking me up's the real thing. And fucking, he kind of invited me over to their little clubhouse. He's like, but you can't take any videos over there. I said, I'm going to put you on the show. I want to put him on the show.
Can't take any videos?
Yeah, his name is Crash. Crash. Crash is his name. He's about 10 years older than me. He's got a big old
Why can't I have a cool nickname like
Crash.
Yeah. I don't know what my cool nickname would be, but I always wished I had one.
Crash and his girlfriend. And he's like,
Crash.
He's like fucking...
There was like actually 1920s or 1930s cereal that had a character named Crash Corrigan. He was a boxer or wrestler or something. And then he also had superpowers, maybe? I don't know. I saw someone on Mystery Science Theater.
So everybody's showing up now. Maniac says, shit, I had a BSA when I was 16. I remember a BSA.
I even kind of remember those.
Yeah. It's a British bike.
Yeah.
British small arms.
I remember those. Well, like I said, I lived in the UK for a while, and I was into British stuff. So
it was kind of like an Enfield.
Yeah.
They were good. They were slow though. They were bikes from other era. 60s, 50s, and 60s.
Camp Guy said, I never had a motorcycle. My mom was super afraid of them. I did ride my son's Honda 50 and 70 both. Yeah, buying a vehicle from a guy named Crash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? That sounds like...
Well, I didn't know it, man. I was talking to him for about an hour, and I thought his name was Trash. I thought he said Trash. But then his girlfriend goes, no, it's Crash,
like
not
Escape
Trash.
from the Bronx.
Yeah. I said, oh, okay. I thought his name was Crash. I thought his name was Trash. Yeah.
Or Escape 2000 or whatever the fuck the real name
I got a picture.
Movie is.
I got a picture of him. I'm going to show you.
Does he look like a Crash?
Yeah, you're going to see.
I have a picture in my head. We'll see.
Yeah.
Gramthars Hammer said you'd have some great stories to tell about jail life. Cold food, drunks yelling at the walls, dudes whacking off in front of others.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting.
That's Crash. Yeah. Yeah. Here's Crash's bike. Yeah. That's one of his bikes. Yeah.
No need for me too said I knocked myself out off a dirt bike doing a jump as a teen, lost a whole day, don't ride anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a bit like for a long time like Tom was trying to teach me to ride and I rode on the back of it a few times, but like I said, I don't even really like driving a car. So motorcycle probably not. It's just too much, man. I just feel like I'm just gonna go flying through fucking space and smash my head like a pumpkin on the fucking ground. No thanks. No thanks. Not really how I want to go.
There's Crash's bike. Try to see if I can get one of his girlfriends.
One of his girlfriends? How many he got?
No, a picture of his girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like taking pictures. Wait, that's not his girlfriend.
No, that's Crash. That's Crash.
I'm not judging. I'm just asking. Again, see it's nothing to do with me. I'm not judging other people's shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could be walking down the street dressed in a fucking clown costume and.
He was funny, man.
Or the big fucking feather boas, and I'll just be like,
that dude's hilarious.
Whatever. I'm sure you have a reason for that, so I'm just like not gonna get involved. That's nothing to do with me.
So who's in here? Who's here today?
Everybody.
Everybody's here?
Look at the fucking sun coming in the goddamn window.
I know, man.
Man.
It's like some shit from fucking...
Well, it's daylight savings time now, so it's like not dark, even though it's like past 6 o'clock. I hate it. I hate spring, and I hate summer. Yeah. I'm just going to have to like hibernate until fall comes back. I always get... It's really weird. I know some people get like depressed in fall and winter, but I get depressed when spring comes. I'm just kind of like, ugh. I don't even like all the, you go in the stores and there's like all the Easter shit and like all the beach shit. And I'm just like, oh, god damn it. When is this shit gonna go away? I don't know. It bums me out. I don't like it. Hey, our friend David Parker is here. Hello, you two. Hey there, David. What's going on? So this is Friday night. Yeah. So you'll probably be going to Mannequins later. Although, weren't they? I think they were doing something at iBar tonight, or Barbarella rather.
Who?
I think it's like an industrial night.
Yeah, we're not going to Mannequins.
Well, no, I don't think so. No. Well, I mean, we started this later.
Yeah.
But tomorrow night...
What the hell was that?
It's the wind.
Wind? Shit.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like this fucking... I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just like the angle that this room is at, but there's really like the slightest wind outside of there, and it sounds like the fucking... Yeah, it's like creepy, man. It sounds like a fucking tornado out there.
It sounded like a fucking... Wolves fucking howling. What the fuck is that?
It's werewolves.
Well, that's
what it
the
is.
Corner of the house, I guess. So it's just coming around the corner of the house.
I guess that's what it is. Because I don't think... Well, it's not like I spend a lot of time in the other rooms necessarily, but... I don't know. It's really, really loud. You were telling me about the jukebox there.
Yeah.
which I'm sure like most jukeboxes are like this now, but you control it through an app on your phone, right?
Yeah, it's on the app, and you can talk to the jukebox. You pay through your fucking, right through your ATM card.
Yeah.
And it gives you bonuses. See.
Yeah, because it wants you to keep buying songs.
Right. So you see, it's like request another song, and we'll give you a free credit. But each song is usually 2 credits. Unless it's a shitty song, it might be 1. But they got everything on there. Metric. But they got everything on there, man.
Oh, okay. So you can play whatever you want.
Pretty much.
I mean, so it's not like the old days where like the old jukeboxes where they just had like a limited amount.
No, it's online.
So if you went in one, the last time I saw an actual jukebox was in. Do you remember when Pizza Hut used to be like a big sit-down restaurant? Mm-hmm. This was a long time ago, like in the 80s. Yeah. They used to have a jukebox, and I used to get super excited because I was just a kid. And I used to get super excited. We'd get a bunch of pizzas, get a pitcher of Mountain Dew, because we're white trash like that. And my mom and dad would give me like a couple quarters, and I could go play some fucking... I'd usually play like Duran Duran or something, if it was in there. But because we grew up in Daytona, mostly it was like rednecky country shit. So, but there was some good shit in there too.
Well, here it is. This is the app. It knew what saloon I was in. And then there's even like what the most it knew what the most popular songs were and who played that.
What are they?
Okay.
What are the most popular
Oasis
songs?
Saloons. Okay, you said this. Okay, the hot ones are the staff picks. The hot ones at the OSA, the hot songs.
Meaning this is the ones that most people played.
Which is Jimmy Buffett.
Oh God.
Leonard Skinner.
Yeah.
The Simple Man.
That's what I
Midland Drinking Problem. Meatloaf, Paradise
by the Dashboard Light, sure.
This is biker music here.
Yeah.
Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Good Lord.
Yeah. That's definitely, yeah.
Isn't anybody sick of that song yet?
Fat Bottom Girls.
Okay, nice.
Morgan Wallen, Whiskey Glasses. Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon. J.J. Gray and Mofro, whoever that is.
Must be a country thing.
Yeah. Jamie Johnson, High Cost of Living, Little Big Town, Black Pumas, Merle Haggard, New Breed and Jesse Howard, Gnarls Barkley. This is a lot of fucking country.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Wheeler Walker, Fuck You Bitch. That's the name of the fucking song.
Nice, I like that.
Yeah, Walker Hayes. So I was fucking saying fuck that shit. Okay, this is what I was playing. I was playing Billy Idol. I played Bitter Taste. Motorhead, Iron Horse, Born to Lose. I was playing some British biker music. Judas Priest. I played Sinner. Let me see. Oh look, I can see what they're playing right now.
Holy shit!
I can see what they're playing right now.
What's on right now? Leonard Skinner.
Alan Jackson.
Oh, that's country.
Okay, yeah.
And you want me to go hang out at this place?
Well, you can play what you want. I played Motorhead.
They don't want me to play what I want.
Trust me. Actually,
the
the girls fucking liked what I was playing. Especially when I started getting into fucking new wave.
Again, I don't think they want me to play
Motorhead, Another Perfect Day, Judas Priest, Bloodstone, White Zombie, Thunder Kiss 65, Motorhead, Sympathy for the Devil, Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, Judas Priest, Victim of Changes, White Zombie, I Am Legend, Chris Isaac, Wicked Game, I played that.
Nice.
Billy Idol, Flesh for Fantasy, Deep Purple, Highway Star, I played that. Motorhead's version of Heroes, their cover of Heroes.
Oh,
really good.
Nice, okay.
I played Alicia Keys, Another Way to Die. That was fucking the...
okay, yeah, the theme from the Bond movie, yeah.
Yeah, from the Bond movie, okay. I played Rolling Stones, Painted Black, Motorhead, Ace of Spades, Judas Priest, Green Manalishi, I played that. Blondie, Atomic, I played that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I played... Okay, they started liking this, girls. I played Golden Earring. I played 2 Golden Earring songs. Radar of Love and Twilight Zone. They liked that. And they liked Heart of Glass. And then I played a couple Jimi Hendrix songs. Are You Experienced and Machine Gun. Iron Maiden, Drifter. Played that. Played Godsmacked, whatever. Chris Cornell, Know My Name. Another fucking James Bond fucking
song. There you go. That's a good song, actually.
Some Motorhead song called Dead Men Tell No Tales off the Bomber album. Judas Priest, Devil's Child. Played The Cure, Boys Don't Cry. They liked that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they were starting to play Duran Duran.
Okay.
The girls were playing Duran Duran.
All right, maybe I can get along with the girls then.
Yeah, the girls aren't into the country music too much. They want to hear Duran Duran and Depeche Mode and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm down with Motorhead and shit like that.
Yeah.
I
like rock.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that country shit though.
Yeah.
Especially like that new country.
Yeah.
I don't mind like old country. Like I actually kind of like.
Yeah.
Like really old, like Hank Williams and Johnny Cash and stuff like that. I like that, but all that new country that kind of came out, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
No country fucks go in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the bikers though.
I kind of feel like bikers are more into
rock.
like some of them like rock or like southern rock. A lot of them like hard rock stuff like that. Like old like classic rock, but not necessarily country.
The most country a lot of those bikers will go would be like Leonard Skinner. That's going to be about as country as they get, from what I've been seeing here. They like rock music. They'll play AC/DC.
Yeah, see, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sick of it because, like I said, everywhere I worked, they always played classic rock station.
Yeah.
So, you would hear
But they'll
the same
also
songs
do
over
some
and over.
shit like play fucking Bob Seger, though, too.
And see, Tom will not abide.
I fucking hate that shit.
Bob Seger.
I start fucking checking out when Bob Seger comes on.
Although Bob Seger did that song from Beverly Hills Cop too.
Yeah.
That was him.
I like that one though.
I totally forgot. But yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I see what everybody's saying.
Do you know one time, I don't know why it occurred to me to do this. Did I mention this on the show before? You know that Bob Seger song, Old Time Rock and Roll?
Yeah.
I rewrote all of the lyrics, except they were about Pookie. What? And about how she used to... Do you remember back in the old days when we had the shelves in the bedroom that had like all the DVDs on it? And remember, if you weren't feeding her fast enough or giving her treats, she'd get up there and like start pulling the movies out and throwing them?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I rewrote Old Time Rock and Roll, except it was about that.
Yeah.
And I still have the lyrics somewhere. They were actually pretty fucking funny, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Pookie is fun. Matter of fact, I go into my man cave and I'll find Blu-rays on the floor.
Yeah.
So she's pulling them out in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You get mad in the middle of the night, aren't you?
Yeah, she gets frustrated.
Yeah.
And she just like goes in there and just like
pulling shit out. Yeah.
Yeah. And she flings them.
Yeah.
We've seen her do it.
Yeah.
She does it to my books too. Although I've rearranged everything nowadays, so she hasn't really been doing it. She still scratches on the spines.
Yeah.
Sometimes. But I knew she did that, so I put like the shittier books on the bottom shelf. So it's like if she scratches the spines, it's not that big a deal. All my really old ones. But yeah. But it's back when it was over there. She used to like pull the shit out all the time. If you weren't paying attention to her, because she knows we'd yell at her.
Yeah.
And like come over there and stop her. So
Hugo's talking about the Johnny B. Good cover by Motorhead. I remember that one. That's pretty good too.
Oh yeah. They actually did. They did quite a few covers, I thought.
Motorhead was good. Yeah, they did a lot of covers. Lemmy and Motorhead were good. They were... He denied being metal, but come on, man. Fucking Motorhead is metal. It's rock and roll, too, but... Good band. Good band.
I kind of feel like Motorhead are one of those bands that, like, everybody kind of likes them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're one of those bands that are kind of, like, just universally... It's like,
There's a lot of elements in it that is cross-genre.
Right.
I mean,
so people that are into like any kind of music, it's just kind of like I said about Johnny Cash. Like even people that aren't into country music, everybody likes Johnny Cash. Come on, everybody.
Motorhead had a Western flavor to it.
Yeah,
it was kind of like metal, but it was also kind of like psychedelic, depending on what album it was. And then they do covers, but they were good. I would say it was kind of like especially early on. It had biker themes to it. So it was kind of like British biker music, but not rocker music. Some of you guys don't know what a rocker is, but it was kind of like fake biker music, in a way.
John Gora says they were on The Young Ones. I remember that episode. They did Ace of Spades. Yeah. What episode was that, though? They didn't make that many. They only made like 11 or 12 episodes. I used to have them all on tape, but I can't remember which one Motorhead
Here's
was
the funny thing about fucking Lemmy. Lemmy Kilmister, the singer from Motorhead, he was kind of like the brains behind it. He did a whole fucking career with really good rock music and had some fantastic albums. But more than half of his wealth actually came from one song. And it was kind of like the residuals from a song he wrote for Ozzy Osbourne called Mama, I'm Coming Home. Remember that one?
Yep.
Lemmy wrote that song.
Yeah.
And the the residuals from that song fucking actually made him most of his money. More than half of the money from all those other albums that he wrote. Ridiculous when you think about it.
I mean,
because this is kind of a generic song, but that song made him a lot of money.
Yeah, he probably didn't cry about it. He's just kind of like, oh well.
No. Lemmy wrote that shit.
That paid for my fucking.
It's kind of a Motorhead
like
song.
That.
It's a Motorhead song with that Ozzy singing.
John Smith said, that was the Bambi episode. That's right, when they go on University Challenge. Actually, honestly, they were all good, but I think Bambi was probably my favorite one.
Yeah.
But Nasty was good too. That had the Damned on it. But that was when they rented they rented a VCR and they rented a Video Nasty.
Yeah.
And then there was a vampire in their bathroom. So
Lemmy was a good man. I mean, he was kind of shy. Wrote good music. His friend fucking Phil Taylor, also known as Filthy Animal Taylor, would sit there and fucking drive him and just drive him over stealing his girlfriends and shit. Jenny and I watched the damn show. Remember that when they were on there?
Yeah.
And Phil Taylor was sitting there just ragging on him. Poor fucking Lemmy. So it's funny. But weird thing about Lemmy is, or not weird thing about Lemmy, right? You say it's a good thing about Lemmy, is that he had a son and he didn't know it. He found out later that he had a son, and it was some girl that they were hanging out. The band was hanging out with for a while, and he had a son with her, and later on he got to know the guy. Once he was, older. He was I think he was in his late 20s when he met his son. The son was in his late 20s. And it was funny because Lemmy was towards the end of his life at that time. And he'd become friends with his son. And he said, all this stuff that I built, all this fucking music that I wrote is really nothing, He's like he goes, this is the best thing I ever did. And he's fucking pointing at this guy, which kind of fucking was touching when you think about it.
A lot of people say that about their kids.
He says, making this guy was the best thing I ever did. Yeah. And he didn't know his son until later.
Yeah. I wonder if he regretted that.
What's that?
Not knowing about it earlier.
Wasn't his choice.
It probably happened a lot. The thing about it is that, a lot of times, even if you have some, fling with some dude and then, you don't find out you're pregnant until, weeks and weeks later, and you might not even talk to that dude anymore. Yeah. And then you're just kind of like,
the girl didn't tell him, evidently.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't happen.
She was one of those girls, I think, that just wanted to have a fucking kid from a rock star that she was... that she was a fan of. I think it was like that.
Yeah, it could be. Although sometimes too, it's like if you just had a one night stand or something like that, you're just like, well, I don't want to bother the person.
No, it wasn't a one night thing. Fucking.
Oh, okay. See, no, I'm just saying, in general.
It wasn't a one night thing. Based on what I remember from what Lemmy said, he knew who she was. She was around in the scene for a long time.
Okay.
He didn't know that she had gotten pregnant. He didn't know that she got pregnant from him though. And then later on, when he was grown, he found out that was his son.
Yeah.
And and he said that was the best thing he ever did. And it was funny because they were like friends.
Yeah.
They were talking about. Lemmy was big into World War II and World War I weapons and airplanes and tanks and guns and history. He was big into early 1900s or 20th century warfare stuff, and so was his son. I guess it's genetic. They were big into that shit.
Yeah, interests do tend, not always, but people tend to be interested in the same kind of things. It's they're.
Matter of fact, I think Lemmy actually bought a fucking a tank, a World War II tank.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
if you
I think he had a Stug 3. He either had it or rented one because he was riding around on one. He was driving one around.
Allie asked, did Pookie finish all of her tuna sticks? Because Allie was the one that sent that big box.
She's only halfway through them.
Yeah, well, because I ordered some too, and then, like, earlier, and then they came. So we have, like, a whole drawer full of them. Yeah. She does try to get all of them, though. She tries to. She's been eating, like, 2 or 3 of them a day. We're trying to ration them.
She'll ask for them even when she was not going to eat them all.
Yeah.
So I have to shut her off. And last night, it must have been a fucking 1 or 2 in the morning. I heard something. I woke up. I had my earphones in, and she's there by the side of the bed, standing in front. Yeah, because I keep them in my dresser. She's standing in front of the dresser, and she fucking gets up and smacks the dresser. Which is like, open that shit up. That's where they are. And I'm like, no. And she's like,
Yeah, she does this thing. She's like,
I said, no.
And her little butt wiggles.
She got mad and walked away.
Then she runs out the room.
Yeah, gets pissed off and runs. Fuck you. It was too late. There's a certain
I didn't
time.
know she started doing that in the middle of the night.
Yeah, she tried. Yeah, she tried in the middle of the night, like 2 o'clock.
Because she's usually we're usually like on a schedule. Like I said, like we'll be like 7, 8 o'clock at night. Everyone's kind of like, finished work for the day, and then we're kind of like settling in, like watch a movie or whatever. And then as soon as she knows that as soon as mommy and daddy are both in the room like watching something, then it's time to come in and ask for one. So she'll like toddle into the room, and then she sits over there by the nightstand where the drawer is, and then she'll just stare. Yeah. And if you don't look at her, she'll go, ah, like, hey, or she'll trill, and then you turn around and you're like, oh, okay, and then you give her one. And then we told her you have to hold it. Yeah. You can't just put it on the ground. You have to hold it, and then she'll lick it for a while. So you have to, like, be ready to, like, commit. And, like, sit there and like, hold it for her to, like, lick it, and then she'll chew on it. And then there's, like, it gets down to a little piece because you don't want to hold it like that because she'll, like, bite your fingers. And then, like, you drop it on the floor, and then she gets all pissed off. Like, what the you ruined it. Yeah. You ruined it.
John Smith says fucking they asked Lemmy if he was a Nazi for wearing all that memorabilia, and he says if the Israeli army had cooler stuff, I'd be collecting that. Well, another thing that fucking Lemmy fucking dated black porn stars. That was another thing. His girlfriend was Mocha, and he had that German tag, and he had a bunch of German stuff, World War I and World War II, and he's like, they're asking me if I'm a Nazi. And it's like, oh, if I'm a Nazi, I'm the only Nazi that's fucking into black girls. He was just like cool looking stuff. That's all it was. And the Germans had real cool looking stuff. Everybody agrees on that.
Yeah, they did. It's a shame that they
had real cool,
monstrous in other ways, but yeah.
Well, they spent the money.
They did have cool.
They had real cool looking stuff.
They understood branding.
Yeah,
for sure. Jason says, hey foodies, what are your favorite brands of peanut butter?
Well, here in the United States, most of the peanut butter brands are about the same.
Yeah, I never really honestly, I never really noticed that much of a difference between. Oh, you know what? Here's something peanut butter adjacent. You had bought a long time ago that mix of like peanut butter and jelly in the same jar.
Goober grape.
The Goober grape, yeah. Which, like you said, when you were a kid, that was like terrible. They hadn't figured out how to like get the textures right for both things, like in one jar. Yeah. But you had it the other day, and we just kind of like whipped up a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because we didn't feel like you didn't feel like making anything. Yeah. And that was actually pretty decent.
It was great.
So I guess they figured out whatever issues they had back in the old days.
Smucker's Goober grape. It's got stripes. It's fucking peanut butter and grape jelly in stripes.
I mean, we have regular peanut butters here.
Right. But
we just had that from, I don't even remember when we got that. That was a long time
ago. And, I kept it, and I'm halfway through the jar. That shit was fucking good. So then I went down to, got halfway through that, and I went over here to Dollar General store, and they had their own store brand of it. They came in a plastic jar, which would have been more like something we would have carried in the Army, because it's not, because it's not a glass jar. It's plastic is not breakable, The Smucker's was in a glass jar. We couldn't have carried that in the Army. So but I haven't gotten onto the fucking Dollar General stuff yet. I'm hoping it tastes the same. If it tastes the same, then that means that if you were backpacking, you don't have to carry 2 jars. You can carry 1 jar. See?
Efficient.
It's efficient.
Honestly, if you toast the bread and put a bunch of butter on it, then put That on it is probably it'll probably taste fine.
You can't spread it with a fucking knife though. You need because you can't get enough of it up. It's got to be a spoon. You get your big spoon, and you go around and you get it all there and you spread it out that way. It's good, real good. Yeah, there were 2 different flavors.
Wait, what was peanut butter? Peanut butter and strawberry?
Peanut butter and strawberry. Or
oh,
peanut
okay,
butter,
that might be good actually.
1 or 2.
That might be good actually.
Grape or strawberry?
Because honestly, I mean, strawberry jam is really good too.
Yeah,
like,
it's good. I like grape.
With peanut butter. I do too, but they're both good.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I'm just gonna have jam on toast, I'd rather have strawberry. But
yeah.
You know.
Okay, so how long have we been streaming?
41 minutes.
Okay, now it's about the time to start fucking. Everybody's here. 20.
Well, start doing what? This is a Sidetrack show.
That's right. We're just saying.
Strawdog78 said, "Remember that guy that built a homemade tank and went on a rampage in a small town?" Yeah,
yeah, we did.
They made a documentary about that guy called Tread.
Yeah.
Was it just called Tread or Treads?
I think so. We did.
It might be on Netflix. Yeah. So we did actually talk about. I don't know if we did like a regular show, but we talked about that documentary. Yeah. So we talked about that case.
Yeah.
But yeah, that guy was kind of a lame.
Right.
Alex says, I once met a lady who said her name was Moni, and that after meeting Billy Idol, he wrote the song about her. LOL. Shh, I don't think she realized he remade it. Yeah, that's a cover.
Yeah, it's a cover.
So
it's not true.
And he actually named it after Mony, or whoever wrote it.
Yeah.
Named it after, they were looking out their window in New York, and it was, what was it? Mutual of Omaha of New York, or something like that. It was like an acronym. And they said, oh, that'd be a good name for a song. That's how the story goes anyway. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, what I was saying that this is Friday. It's an open lines type Friday. So if you guys have any questions on anything, any cases that we did in the past, any kind of paranormal or unsolved mysteries, you can go ahead and drop them down in the comment section. We'll talk about it. But other than that, we will just sit here and fucking bullshit and drink.
That's what's fun. That's what we like to do.
Yeah.
It's Friday night. Jason says, we call it jam in the UK. Well, there's a difference, though, between... I mean, I think most people know that jelly in the United States, because in the UK, it's Giallo.
Right.
Wait a minute.
No. That's not what it means.
No. In the UK,
right,
what they call jelly is what we call Jello.
Right.
Okay?
This is gelatin.
Like Jello, the dessert.
Right.
But over here, jelly and jam are similar, but they're not the same. Jelly is more fruit juice
turned into
pectin,
yeah,
and made into whereas jam is more like actual preserves or like fruit smushed up.
You're right.
But yeah, jelly is more like because I made it in home ec before.
It's like.
It's grape juice and pectin and one other thing. Cream of tartar, I want to say.
Jelly is like jelly is like preserves or jam. It's like that. Just that it doesn't have whole fruit in it. It's just the juice of the fruit turned into that. But it has nothing to do with Jello. Jello is gelatin. That's actually, I think it's fucking coming from horse hooves, right? Or cow hooves?
It does. I don't know if it does anymore.
It did at one
time. But it used to. Right. Yeah, they made it out of hooves.
Right. And that has to be served cold, and it's usually like something you'd make aspic out of, or if it'd be fruit flavored and have fucking whipped cream on it. Or, it's totally different.
Suspend some pineapples in that bitch. You know.
Jelly's a lot better than Jello. A lot better.
I remember, what they, one thing that was all the rage in the 70s and early 80s, I feel like, and my mom and grandma used to make it, was this Jello cake, but you didn't make it into the Jello, because Jello comes in a little box and it's powder, right? And then you mix it with water and you have to refrigerate it, because it Jello's out. But there was this cake that you made, and it was lemon, I want to say, and then you injected either lemon Jello, liquid form, or green Jello, and you injected it down into the cake, and then you baked it. So then when you cooked it, it had these kind of stripes of green or yellow Jello in there.
Our girl Tila just showed up. What's up, T?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Jelly is good for your nails. Yeah, because like I said, it's made of hooves. I don't know if they make it from hooves anymore.
Yeah.
But that's what it was made of. That's why it was such a big deal. Because, you know, in case people wonder, like, in mid-century, like, why the fuck were they suspending everything in Giallo, for Christ's sake?
Yeah, jam is thicker, and it has actual fruit pulp in it.
Yeah.
It's got fruit in it.
Jelly is just, like, jelly does too, but it's just the juice.
It's just juice, yeah.
It's juice and, like, pectin, so it's like a waxy...
You can take grape juice and turn that into jelly. You can take apple juice and turn that into jelly.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have any fruit fiber in it at all.
Right.
Okay. T says they just rewatched The Tenet last night. Haven't seen it in a long time. Movie so good. Yeah, it's a fucking freaky ass flick.
Goddamn, I love that movie.
Real freaky.
I mean, there's so many...
Weird ass psychodrama.
The first time that I saw that movie, like when he found that hole in the wall and then like he was digging around in there and then like found a fucking tooth in there, I was like, oh.
Goes into the bathroom.
No.
Goes into the bathroom and sees himself in the other building.
Oh, that freaked me out so bad. Shit like that, like, I don't know why, but, like, that whole doppelganger thing, if I see that, because David Lynch does it a lot. And it's like, if I see that in a movie, that just, like, wigs me right the fuck out. And I don't know why. I'm still trying to, like,
We recommended that movie. We did a show on it and recommended
a long time ago.
And then had a comment in the bottom of the video that we did and says, oh, well, fucking, this movie is the fucking biggest waste of time. Thank you for fucking wasting 2 hours of my life. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a fucking weird-ass movie, man. I guess it maybe didn't translate across generations. I don't know, but...
Well, the thing about it... See,
Roman Polanski, who the motherfucker's a perv, all right? That motherfucker's a perv.
Yeah, no one's defending Roman Polanski.
But that movie was weird, man.
But I do love that movie. Yeah. I mean, he made some fucking great-ass movies.
Yeah.
I mean, even though he's kind of a shit. But he made some awesome movies. Well, that's the thing. That's why... See, that's another thing I don't understand. Like, I'm not necessarily, like, recommending the movie. I'm just saying we like that movie, so we were talking about it.
Creepy flick.
And I don't understand, like, if you took our advice and watched it, or you know, got interested and watched it and then you don't like it, like, don't fucking blame me for that shit. I didn't make the movie. Piss off.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Camp Guy says...
What are you yelling at me for?
Camp Guy says we have about 60 jars of jelly canned from 2 summers of gathering muscadines, grapes, and blackberries. We'll never have to buy it in the grocery the rest of your life. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you could just take fucking fruit juice and make a lot of shit jelly.
Yeah.
One that I want to do is something my grandmother used to make, something called apple butter. I gotta figure out how to make that.
Yeah. Honestly, I like pretty much apple anything. Like apple fritters. Ooh, we should make some apple fritters.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Now they're in there fighting over Billy Idol, that his best was Dancing with Myself. Another guy says, no, Eyes Without a Face. Now, actually, look, I'm fucking grew up with Billy Idol, saw him live. Billy Idol's best album was fucking Whiplash Smile. Which is not really one of his most famous ones, but fucking World's Forgotten Boy was a fucking good song. That whole album was really good. It was almost metal. It was the one that had Don't Need a Gun on it. Even though that's a good song, but it's not one of his best. All the B-side stuff that was on Whiplash Smile was really good. I think that was his best album.
Well, you know, I don't really know enough about it because I haven't heard all of his stuff. But Oracle says the Stripe It Rich cake. That's exactly what it was. I can't believe you remember what that was called. Yeah, that was like all the fucking rage. And anytime that you went to like a dinner party, like in the 70s or 80s, or you went to like a potluck and somebody was bringing desserts, inevitably someone would bring that with like the stripes of Giallo. Camp Guy points out, when you cook a whole chicken, you will get a lot of Giallo out of the drippings, skim the fat, and gelatin is left. Yeah, you can do that. Same with ham and beef. Yeah, so you can make, and so that's why people think it's weird that it's like, why was every motherfucker like suspending shit in Giallo in the 1950s and onward? That's because it's a variation of aspic, which was made from, you know, kind of like gelatin to fat from like meat and stuff, and they would suspend stuff in that, and it was like really, really hard to make and really time consuming. So the fact that now you could make it really quickly, like instant, was a big deal. So everybody felt super fancy and rich, because before that, aspic was something that only rich people had, because it was really time consuming to make. When you had to make everything from scratch, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't have all these like convenience foods.
Yeah.
John Gora says Bitter Moon with Peter Coyote was cool. Shit, I hadn't thought about that movie in a long time. I remember seeing that several times back in the old days, and that was really good. Strawdog78 says David Lynch got his creepy doppelganger thing from Bava's Kill Baby Kill. Yeah. Honestly, I have Kill Baby Kill on DVD somewhere, and I need to... I think it's in the other room. I need to review that one of these days. So, I'm so behind on movies, you guys. I'm trying to, like, catch up. I'm so behind. And I got a message today. It's like, are you going to do Jack's Back with James Spader? And I was like, holy shit, that's, like, really weird, because I actually was going to do that, like, a couple months ago, and then, like, it got knocked off the schedule, so now I'm going to have to do it in April sometime, because I told him I would do it next month. It's free anyway.
Tita's going on about Billy Idol. That's the album that you need to go... That was his best album. Whiplash Smile. You want to check that one out. It was... It was just a... It was kind of a harder album. It still had a pop kind of vibe to it, but it was slicker, more metallic sounding. You just have to listen to it to understand what I'm talking about. I liked it better.
Jason says applesauce and roast pork with stuffing.
Yeah.
Honestly, apple and pork is like a beautiful combination.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things when I was in the UK was to get a pork and apple pasty. Yeah. Oh, those were so good. God damn, those were good. But yeah, I got those a lot of times.
Look at the way Billy used to look. That was 1986 or 7, I think. Look at that shirt. Remember that shirt, Jenny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew a couple people that had that shirt.
The shit was goth as shit. Yeah.
That was very of
rock.
the time. Yeah,
Very
that was very
rock.
Of the time. Like you could remember, like I knew there were some models in propaganda that were wearing that
shirt
that had those like blades on them like that.
Daggers.
Yeah, and like there's pants that had that on it. Yeah, that was very of the moment.
Yeah.
Camp Guy says I like the novelty Halloween cake that's like a kitty litter box with the cake inside and the melted Tootsie Rolls. Yeah, that's the litter box cake. And it's funny because I think I brought that up on some other show, and you didn't believe me that was like a real thing.
What's that?
The litter box cake.
Yeah.
You haven't seen the litter box cake? It's a cake, but you put like on the top, you put like this crumbly kind of stuff, so it looks like litter. It looks like sand, and then you melt Tootsie Rolls and like put them in there like little cat turds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for Halloween.
T goes, man, he looks so young on that album cover. Look, man. Get that Whiplash Smile album and listen to that. It'll make a lot more sense. Because he was really coming into his own at that time. But it was after White Wedding and Rebel Yell and all that. He was probably late 20s. It was just... He was becoming a young man in rock, living out in California. And he was part punk rock, part metal, part goth. It had a death rock kind of a vibe to it. Steve Stevens, who is guitarist, was just fucking at the top of his game. That was just a great album. It was not a commercial great, but artistically it was a great album. That was his best album. One of his best albums. All of his albums were good. He didn't put out anything inferior. They were all good. It took him a long time to put out an album. He wasn't one of these guys that would put out an album every year. It might take 5 or 6 years for him to put out an album. His contract didn't force him to put out a bunch of shit, because that'll kill you too, making too many goddamn albums. All right, so all of his stuff is good, but that Whiplash Smile album was that was his best album, if you ask me, artistically.
Jason says, would you guys review films by specific actors or directors, like a series of reviews? I feel like we've done that a little bit. Oracle says, yeah, like the Burt Reynolds series we've been doing, which we didn't like actually mean to do that. We did like a mini Burt Reynolds series and like a mini Charles Bronson series just because we watched one and then we're like, oh, let's watch this other one. But I've thought about doing that. I actually wanted to do like a series of David Lynch because I think all I've done is Mulholland Drive, and maybe Lost Highway. But I kind of wanted to do like a whole series of that. I wanted to do a whole Dario Argento one. I have reviewed some Dario Argento movies. We did Suspiria. I did Phenomena. I just recorded a review for Trauma from 1993. And I think I did Opera as well, like a little while ago. But I kind of wanted to do like all his movies at some point. I think we did Deep Red too, didn't we not? I think we did Deep Red also. But yeah.
Mr. Aeneas says Billy Idol was the first choice for the T-1000 in Terminator 2. I think he had his motorcycle accident around that time, which prevented him from doing it.
How awesome would that have been?
Pretty good. It'd have been pretty good.
I mean, that movie would have been better if that fucking kid wasn't in it.
Yeah, and had Billy Idol in it instead.
And had Billy Idol in it.
Yeah.
They could still have a kid in it, just not an annoying 90s kid.
Right.
Because I kind of feel like that was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Tila says Mother of Tears. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to rewatch that because I remember seeing it. I didn't see it in the theater because it didn't play over here, or it didn't play in the city where I was. And I bought it on DVD as soon as it came out because I was like, the third one in the Three Mothers trilogy, hooray, it's like taken so long. And I remember watching it and being like, what the fuck? I really didn't like it. But I haven't watched it since then. So I don't know. I'd have to like watch it again to see because I kind of feel like it's weird because, and I just recorded a review today. It's not going up until April 2nd, I think. But I recorded a review for Trauma, which came out in 1993, and I saw that movie like a fuck ton of times, like back in the 90s, but I hadn't like watched it in a long time. And then Shudder put it up, and I watched it, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of remember this movie. It's not great, but because a lot of his stuff after Opera wasn't so fantastic, but there was a lot of stuff in it that I liked. I remember really not liking Mother of Tears, but that might have been because I was expecting it to be like Suspiria and Inferno, and I was really pissed that it wasn't. Yeah. So I will eventually get around to doing it, though, because I want to rewatch it, because I remember hating it. I didn't hate it, but I just didn't love it.
I forgot to ask Tila something. Tila, did you said she put it on her list. Did you listen to Bananarama? All right, that's the first thing. Did you listen to Bananarama? And then, did you see Golden Child? And fucking, what was the other one? The fucking Vampire in Brooklyn. Because that was your homework.
We reviewed that, didn't we?
We didn't do Vampire in Brooklyn.
I thought we did.
No, I don't think we did. We need to see. We mentioned it, but I don't think we did a show on it. We got to do a show on Vampire in Brooklyn.
I thought we did a matinee on that. I'll have to look back and see. We've done like so many movies, I can't even remember like what ones we've done.
We did Blackula 1 and 2.
Yeah, I remember that. We did them both on the same show, actually. Yeah. That was a long time ago.
Vampire in Brooklyn actually was almost kind of like a Blackula spinoff. There was a lot in common with that. And I know there's a bunch of movies that Eddie needs to fucking finish up. He needs to finish up Beverly Hills Cop. He needs to finish up fucking I think he ought to do a part 2 of fucking Vampire in Brooklyn, if you ask me. Oh, or do a part 3 of fucking Blackula. Imagine if Eddie Murphy did Blackula. Part 3.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah. I think it'd be really good.
I could see it.
I'd just see him. I think he'd make a good Mama Waldy. He'd have to really become super gravitas. But his age, he's older now. You know? And fucking, what's his name? What's that actor's name who did Mama Waldy? Shit.
William.
Yeah, that dude. He's in all fucking. I mean, that guy was he was a heavy. You know what I mean? He'd really have to get his fucking gravitas going. But I could see, on the back of Vampire in Brooklyn, I could see Eddie Murphy doing Mama Waldy at his age now.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it'd be good. I wouldn't mind him. I wouldn't mind to see fucking Eddie Murphy revisit the fucking Golden Child. Imagine that. I mean, that'd be really reaching. You'd really have to fucking write a badass script.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where they could go with
that same character come back and do something.
You could do it. I mean, it wouldn't be that.
Anything's possible.
Yeah.
If you have good writing, anything is possible.
Tila said, yeah, I listened to Bananarama's Cruel Summer and Venus. I really like Cruel Summer a lot. I added it on my playlist. Yeah, Venus is a cover, though.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Venus is a cover.
Tila says if Morgan Freeman was younger, he could do a good Blackula. Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Let me. Oh wait, I saw someone else. She also said both Suspirias are great. Yeah, I agree. Mother of Tears was most disappointing. Like I said, I remember being like really bummed out that it wasn't like the other ones, and it seemed to not have that much like continuity with it, and that kind of like made me angry.
Yeah.
Lars Ulrich recommends Belle de Jour, which I've seen like several times, and that is a fantastic movie. I think I feel like I have that on DVD somewhere. Maybe it's I don't know. I have like piles of DVDs and I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure I have that someplace.
Taylor, when you get a chance, go see Bananarama's fucking Robert De Niro's Waiting. That's another good video. There's a video to that. That's a good song. This is old school girl band shit. British new wave girl band. I mean, that was fucking almost on par with fucking Menudo.
Let's not do that. I mean, Menudo were not really. I never got into Menudo.
What made Bananarama legit is that they actually did their own little dance steps and they wrote their own little songs, and they had some people help them out later on, but they were kind of self-made in the early days. They were just 3 British girls from nowhere really in England and came up with a little band. Now, the one girl, Siobhan Fahey, her sister was the girl from the Dexy's Midnight Runners Come On Eileen video. That's Siobhan's little sister.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
I don't know if you've ever seen that video, but Dexy's Midnight Runners had a real famous song called Come On Eileen, and it was kind of a little Irish jig, and they got this fucking Randy motherfucker trying to get laid off this little blonde in her fucking coveralls. Well, that little blonde is Siobhan Fahey's sister, little sister from Bananarama. Siobhan is a little shorter blonde in Bananarama. She was also, that same girl later on ended up being in a band called Shakespeare's Sister, which is a real good band. They're still around to this day, actually. I think they live out in L.A. They just came out with a new album a couple years back, where it was funny because like in the video they had drag queens impersonating them. It was kind of funny. They were fighting their own drag queens. But I liked all those bands. Yeah, it's called Come On Eileen. Yeah. Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear. Yeah, you'll know the song.
I thought everybody knew Come On.
Everybody, she's like, it's called Come On. You know the name of that song. If you go over right now, open another window, and just fucking go, Come On, Eileen. That song's got a fucking like 30 million views. All right, that song's been around forever. You'll probably recognize it. But that girl in that video is Siobhan Fahey's little sister.
John Smith said the song Come On Eileen made life hell for any girl called Eileen.
You're going to try to come on her.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, it's the same. I mean, because my name is Jenny, and in the 80s, everybody's like, oh, is your phone number 8675309?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I haven't heard that one before. Holy shit, I've had that one, like, recently. I was buying some food the other day, and they said what my name was so they could call my name when my food was ready.
Yes, it has violin in it.
And they asked me that.
She's listening to it now. Yeah, it has violin in it. And it's talking about...
That's a fiddle.
Come on, Johnny Ray. What is it? Something around... Did a million hearts in mono. Yeah, it's talking about fucking... I don't remember all the lyrics.
Yeah.
Just talking about...
Obviously.
Talking about Johnny Ray was singing to our parents, and now he's gone, and now it's a new time, and we got...
Johnny Ray was that singer from the 50s.
Yeah.
That had the the hearing aid. That's where Morrissey got the idea back in the 80s to put the hearing aid in from Johnny Ray.
The idea is that our parents' time is over. This is singing from the point of view of the 80s. Our parents' time up here in the honky motherland is over. Let's get the fuck out of here, all right? Let's fucking move to fucking London. That's what they're talking about.
In our overalls.
Let's leave. We're leaving Ireland and we're going to London. Yes. Yeah.
John Goris brings up Romeo Void. Yeah, I remember them. They did that Might Like You Better If You Slept Together song.
Yeah.
Never Say Never is the name of that. Which still gets played at Independent Bar / Barbarella pretty much every Saturday. Or every other Saturday, probably. But yeah, they still play that. Let's say John Smith said, I thought Shakespeare's sister broke up because they couldn't stand each other. Maybe.
No, they're back together.
Are they?
Yeah, they might have broken up, but they're back together. They just put out a new album not even a year ago.
Huh.
It's good.
Yeah, Tila says, LOL, yes, they all got overalls on in the video.
Yeah. It's a country song. It's like up in Ireland and shit. Fucking in the country. They got coveralls and they don't have no fucking socks on and...
Some of them don't have shirts on.
They don't have shirts
overalls
on.
either. We just have overalls. It's all one piece, you know.
That horny motherfucker's trying to fucking knock that girl up right in the middle of the street. And she's like, nah, get the fuck away from me, you hairy, curly-haired bitch. Yeah. Strawdog
78, remember the song Mickey? I was into that song. That came out, what, like 81?
Oh, he's talking about, what's her name?
Tony Basil.
Yeah, and Tony Basil is like close to fucking 80, and she's fucking cute as shit.
Well, that was like her one... Well, she was a choreographer.
Right.
She actually like choreographed like a lot of videos and movies and shit like that in the 80s. So that kind of like one-off was her... That was her big like one-hit wonder. But that wasn't really her actual job. She just kind of like...
Tony Basil and her dad was fucking... Oh, what's his name? And fucking he was... what was that guy's name? He was from... what was that guy's name? Tony Curtis, right? Wasn't that her dad?
Oh, was it?
I think it might have been her dad.
I'd have to look that up. I'm not entirely sure.
I think it might have been her dad. I'm not sure.
I don't want to.
But yeah, she's like 70-something, and she's fucking one of these girls that fucking stayed on top of her hormone regimens, and she looks great. I'm gonna tell you, fucking, she can dance like crazy too. Let me see if I can get a video.
Well, yeah, that was like her whole, like I said, she was a dancer and choreographer. Yeah. More than she was a pop star. That, like I said, that was just kind of like a one-off. And I remember in the 80s, every fucking cheerleading squad in America had a routine to that fucking song.
During that Mickey song, she was in her 40s. A lot of people don't realize that
she was
old then.
Because, like I said, she'd had a career prior to that.
Yeah.
Before she was a pop star. She like had other shit going on.
That's Tony at 73. Okay.
Look at her go.
Girl's no joke. 73. All right. You said, well, it's not a big deal. She's fucking 73. A lot of people at 73 are in the fucking old folks' home. They can barely walk. All right. And she's still got a cute face. Good.
John Smith said, I remember seeing her being interviewed about that song and saying she'd made only around $2,500 out of it because she did not write it or the music.
Yeah, probably right.
That sucks.
She got famous off of it, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony Curtis, that's Jamie Lee Curtis's...
okay, yeah.
So that's probably what you were thinking.
That's who I was thinking of. I thought her dad was famous. I
don't know. Well, you have a computer right there.
I have a computer right here.
You can look it up.
I thought Tony Basil's dad was famous. Hold on, let me see.
She should make a movie with Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
I would watch it, not gonna lie. Man, I should go get another drink.
I'll get you one.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Let me see.
But you have to look up if her dad's someone famous.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's see Tony when she was a kid. Back in the 60s. All right. So we're already talking about fantastic genetics. Okay. I mean, she was cute. All right. Let's see what she looked like at 73. In her 70s. Still cute. You know, for 70s.
That's a pretty fantastic hat,
yeah.
I have to say.
Yeah. And,
John Smith says she's also one of the girls in the LSD New Orleans graveyard scene in Easy Rider.
And that was her at 40s. In her 40s.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I just remember everybody doing that.
Right.
Everybody doing a cheerleading.
I thought her dad was famous, but let me see.
Well, like I said, you probably have to go to a Wikipedia page or something like that.
No, she wasn't. Okay, I got her fucking confused with somebody else.
I mean, it's not like a lot of people don't have like famous parents.
Right. I thought she had famous parents.
Nope.
Good.
But I just remember her being like a choreographer, like a dancer and a choreographer.
Yeah.
That was like her main thing.
Yeah.
And then she was kind of like, because I kind of feel like in the 80s, there was like a lot of one-hit wonder type situations, which maybe there was in the 90s and shit too. I don't know. I don't follow it as much. But some of that was kind of manufactured, I guess. It was somebody that wasn't really a pop star, and they were just kind of like fronting for some other shit.
But, T, if you don't know who that is, go look at fucking Tony Basil Mickey. You'll immediately recognize that song, probably. Mickey.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that song's like fucking ubiquitous. And was it covered? I feel like maybe somebody covered it. I don't know. Maybe they did. I feel like somebody covered like every single fucking one-hit wonder song from the fucking 80s. You know, A Starry Night did a cover of Voices Carry, that Till Tuesday song. It's actually pretty fantastic. It's funny because Michael, the lead singer, who is only like in his early 30s, so he said that that either the other band members or their label had said, oh, you need to cover like an 80s song, and they recommended that he do Voices Carry, and he didn't know that song. And so it was kind of funny that he was just kind of like, I don't know if I want to do that one or not. It's like, I don't even know that song. It's just like really funny. It's like, you guys are so fucking young. Holy crap. Well, I mean, he is. Like, some of the others aren't. But yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, Mr. 88 points out Paula Abdul was a prolific choreographer before she was a pop star. Yeah, same thing.
I gotta go downstairs and get the water. I forgot to bring the water up.
Oh, we don't have any water?
No, I filled it up, but I didn't bring it up.
Oh. Well, you were taking a bunch of garbage and shit down too at the same time. John Gore says, speaking of Easy Rider Graveyard Girls, Karen Black is great in the druggy film Born to Win. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen that. I need to see more Karen Black stuff, honestly. I've seen a lot of stuff with her in it. She was in a fuck ton of stuff, but I think I've said before, but one of my favorite things of hers that she was in was, I mean, other than the obvious ones like Burnt Offerings and stuff and Trilogy of Terror, was a movie called what was it called? The Strange Possession of Mrs. Oliver. I think it was a TV movie, and I think it's free on YouTube, or at least it was like when I watched it, which was a while back, but I don't know. I really dug that one, and she was in that too. Yeah, Paula used to choreograph Janet Jackson. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. If you're in there and you could dance, like I said, I kind of feel like in the 80s and 90s, that was kind of like a big thing if you could do like these dance moves and shit like that. Yeah, Tila said, I only know Karen Black from Burnt Offerings and that troll doll running after him with a spear. Yeah, so Trilogy of Terror and Burnt Offerings. I mean, those were... Well, she was in the Rob Zombie... she was in House of a Thousand Corpses, too. And she was in a shit ton of stuff, Karen Black was.
Yeah, my dad loved that woman.
Well, we've said that before.
Yeah.
There's something kind of sexy about her. She's kind of funny looking, but like in a hot sort of way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Strange Possession of Mrs. Oliver. I saw that just randomly on YouTube one day, just because she was in it. I was like, ooh, Karen Black is in it. So I watched it, and I was like, wow, that was really good. It was like a really weird... And it was like a really weird thriller that like I totally did, like took a bunch of twists that I totally did not see coming. I think it was late 70s. I want to say it was 78, 77, 78, something like that. But yeah, it's really good. I really liked it a lot. Tila says, I need to rewatch House of a Thousand Corpses. I remember being good, though I'm not a zombie fan. Yeah, I saw it in the theater, and I remember really liking it. But I haven't seen it in a long time. I think it's on Tubi for free. It might be. I just remember... Well, I remember that one being kind of fun. Like, kind of fucked up, but also, like, fun. I feel like Devil's Rejects and Three from Hell, I think they kind of got to a point where they were still good, but he was just getting like more and more mean-spirited, or he was just kind of like getting to a point where, let's see how fucked up I can make this. Whereas the first one still was kind of fun. You know what I mean? The other ones were not really all that fun. They were just kind of like fucked up. She says she kind of liked Lords of Salem. You know, I haven't watched Lords of Salem yet.
Well, that's one of the newer ones. I haven't seen
I mean, it's fairly new. But I don't know. I kept hearing like mixed reviews about it, and I said, oh, I'll get around to it one of these days, but I just haven't yet. I like Rob Zombie, sort of. Like, I like his movies, sort of. I have to be in the mood for him. I like his music a lot, but I don't know. And like I said, I really got mad at him after that whole like Halloween debacle.
Debacle.
I was.
Well, he did it in the way he did it.
It just made me so angry. Yeah. Look, I know. I'm not like questioning his horror credentials. I know he's into horror shit. I just really wish that. I don't know. It just. I kind of feel like sometimes you get to a point where it's just a little too edgelordy for me. Yeah. That's all. It's just too. I don't know.
T's saying that she doesn't mind saying it, but 70s and 80s music was actually kind of like the best. The thing with the 70s and 80s music is that it had a certain amount of personality to it. It was kind of like a little bit more intimate in a certain way. It was like they were talking to you when they were singing. They're kind of private moments and private thoughts. It was kind of like music from that era was made to be listened to amongst friends. It didn't seem to be written for mass market. It wasn't commercial. A lot of it. Some of it was, but a lot of it wasn't. And a lot of the great songs from the time, like for instance, like, fucking Come On Eileen. That's a song that's kind of sung between friends in a way and they're talking about things that outsiders wouldn't understand. You have to know the background of the song to know what they're talking about.
Well, one of the best things I think about a lot of the new wave kind of stuff that came out and why people still remember those songs fondly when they maybe don't remember some of the more mainstream like pop songs from the 80s as much is because when you had new wave, that was like came in the wake of punk where everything was opened up. So you could like make a song out of like any genre. You could cross genres. You could do whatever you wanted. Yeah. It was just like this big explosion of creativity. So the fact that you could have a #1 charting song that was essentially like an Irish reel, alongside like some other kind of like crazy ass, you know what I mean? Then you had like people that were a little more underground, like Klaus Nomi, that's just like, oh, I'm doing new wave, but also opera. Yeah. You know what I mean? So
alongside Buffalo Girls.
Right, so it's
rap.
Right, so you could kind of do like whatever you would. It's like there were no restrictions as to like genre. Everybody was just like mixing shit, and it was fucking crazy.
But it was all very personalized. The music was real personalized.
Yeah. So I kind of feel like there was a lot more, at least like oral, AUARL, not ORAL, diversity. Yeah. In the sense that you had like a lot of cross-genre type of stuff getting to the top of the charts just because it was like super catchy or whatever. Right. Which I don't know. I don't know how still because I don't know anything about charts nowadays or even if that's still a thing.
I don't think.
I don't even think it's a thing anymore.
No.
So does anyone care?
It was just that era, music was our social media. Yeah. It was kind of like a meme that would go. So these songs were kind of like memes that would go viral. They were meant to be. It was one person talking to a couple of other people. It was like reading somebody else's mail, but you could relate to it because people in general are the same, and they have a lot of the same things. Okay, in the example of fucking Come On Eileen, the basic message is it's a guy saying to some young girl who might be a little too young for him, actually, saying that the shit that our parents listened to is long gone. All right? This is a fucking tired old town.
So let me in your panties.
We're getting out of here. All right? Me and you are going to get out of here. We're going to move to the big city in London, and I'm going to hit. You know what I mean? And that's... Just the way it's written though it was very sentimental, you know.
One of my favorite things about the 80s was that you could write like a really happy sounding catchy pop song that was about like death and destruction and nuclear war. Yeah, and everybody would be like, like you had like 99 Red Balloons
and
Enola Gay,
yeah,
or songs like that. Which if you just listen to, it, you're like, woo, it's a cool pop song. Do 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 do.
Yeah, it's about nuclear war.
But it's about like an atomic bomb. So it's like I just love the subversiveness of that. Mr. 88 said 80s music was not so genre decisive. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
You could hear Motley Crue and Cyndi Lauper consecutively on the same station and everyone would be happy. Yeah, pretty much. Now, I do remember when I was in junior high, there was a pretty clear divide between people that liked metal, Motley Crue, that type of stuff, and people that liked new wave. Duran, Psychedelic Furs, whatever. Yeah. And they didn't usually hang out. I did have a friend that was a metalhead, but she used to constantly shit on me for liking new wave. And I used to constantly shit on her for liking metal. Yeah. So she used to make fun of my satin Duran jacket. This was junior high, so I was like pretty young. This was like the 80s. And so there was kind of like a divide.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really into all the hair metal and stuff like that. I just thought that was like mainstream and lame. I liked more like experimental shit or, like I said, like shit like Depeche Mode and stuff like that, or like the Smiths or the Cure or whatever. I liked stuff like that. So if you were into stuff like that, at least where I grew up in Daytona Beach, you were kind of like seen as faggy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because all the manly people were into Motley Crue, because clearly that's much more manly.
Yeah. Now, Tina's talking about the difference between old rap and new rap. Old rap was kind of better because it was homemade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like a lot of the older shit. I don't really like the newer shit as much, but
no. As rap became a commercial property, all right, and people who are not from the rap fucking community started getting there to fucking write that music for them. And it became a commercial property. Basically, let's be honest. You had white dudes in there writing this shit for these black dudes. It was fake. It was corporate. But the old stuff, like NWA and fucking Public Enemy, you could go back to fucking even some of the shit that was happening in the late 70s. What was the name of this fucking band? Oh, shit. Oh, man, I forgot the name of that dude's name. It wasn't Fab Five Freddy. Fucking, but he was a DJ. But you can go, and that was their music. They wrote it. And they wrote a lot of that shit from fucking their house.
Well, yeah, it was like grassroots kind of. That's why it was cool.
That's what made it legitimate. They were talking about people that they knew. And things that they knew about. And, fucking during the time that I was listening to Skinny Puppy and fucking goth music, like some of the goth music like Sisters of Mercy, that's around the time Public Enemy came out, and we were listening to that too, and we didn't really differentiate too much between rap and industrial. To us, they sounded alike. It was just Public Enemy was kind of like the black version of industrial.
Yeah, it was just like a slight cultural difference, but it was like the same spirit same idea. Anyway.
And that was up in the Detroit scene. I was living in Detroit also around that time, and the Detroit house scene was kind of like where techno and some of the rap was coming from, but it was happening in one spot. It hadn't diverged yet. Detroit was a fucking good scene in the late 80s, early 90s. Interesting.
Well, if you listen to a lot of industrial music, like from like the Wax Trax era, there's a lot of like hip hop influence in there. Yeah. Like there was a lot of crossover, and nobody really thought about it because it was all like underground kind of at that time.
I was listening to Skinny Puppy, and a friend of mine says, "Dude, you got to fucking get this album. Get this album." And I'm looking at it. It's called Public Enemy. Yo, Bum Rush the Show. And I bought that album. I fucking loved it. It had my Uzi Weighs a Ton on it. And fucking 98 Oldsmobile. Rob, get up, get down. My Uzi Weighs a Ton. Fucking all that shit. And all that shit, it fit right in with Skinny Puppy and a lot of the industrial that was happening. There wasn't that big of a difference. It was just back in those days, to me, it was just black dudes doing industrial. That's how we looked at it.
Yeah, like I said, it was similar spirit. And it was all kind of like DIY.
Yeah.
You know.
Homemade shit.
Sure.
It had personality to it. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. And that was gangster rap. Wasn't a big difference between industrial. It was just a...
Yeah, you didn't really see... Like, in the late 80s and early 90s, you didn't really see a lot of different...
No.
I mean, at least where I was, and I'm sure at least where you were, you didn't see a lot of differentiation between people that were into punk or industrial or indie or anything like that and people that were into hip-hop. It was all kind of like underground. There was a lot of crossover between the shit. We'd go to each other's shows. It wasn't really... Nobody really like thought
even
that much
early
about it.
NWA wasn't that different than industrials. The first thing that I noticed that appeared that it sounded different, and I would say kind of commercial. And at that time, I said, well, wait a minute, this is something a little bit different. So I remembered LL Cool J showed up.
Yeah, that was very commercial.
It was very refined sounding, and I was like,
yeah, that was kind of like
that's not that cool.
The suburban,
right,
with all the rough edges smoothed out.
It's like they kind of cleaned it up and tried to sell it to a mass market.
That's exactly what they do. I mean, they did the same thing with punk. They do the same thing with anything that's like a big grassroots. Like,
LL Cool J wasn't bad. It's just that wasn't that. And then a couple years later, you had Vanilla Ice, which didn't sound that much different than LL Cool J.
Yeah.
And Vanilla Ice was like, come on.
Can you imagine the audacity of somebody calling themselves Vanilla Ice?
What are we doing here?
That's fucking crazy to think about now. Yes, that actually happened.
It did happen.
In real life.
It did happen.
And he made a movie called Cool as Ice.
Oh, shit.
Please watch it. It is so cringe. Actually, don't watch it on its own. They have a Riff Tracks version. That's free on Tubi, and it's much funnier. But... even when I was watching on Riff Tracks, I was just kind of like, I was like cringing with like fucking embarrassment. Like I was just like, everyone involved in this production, I'm feeling like shame for them across the miles and across the years. Right. And it was just, it's terrible.
Now some of that rap from fucking NWA and Public Enemy. Some of it went into even cooler regions. There were two bands that I'm thinking of off the top of my head that I really liked. One of them ended up being famous. The other one was forgotten. The other one that I really ended up liking was Cypress Hill. I thought fucking Cypress Hill
are good, actually.
It was fucking very good. It was like cholo goth rap. Cholo goth fucking gangster rap. I fucking liked Cypress Hill. And another one was called New Kingdom. And most people don't know what New Kingdom is. But it's out there. You can see it for free on YouTube. New Kingdom was Southwest desert rap. Black dudes in the desert doing Mad Max shit. Talking about going south to the border. Talking about Jimi Hendrix on a poster with a horse in a holster. You'll understand it when you hear it. Imagine if rap was Southwest.
It's funny because you don't really see much of that angle.
No. It was...
Well, at least for sure you didn't back then.
Artistically, if you ask me, fucking New Kingdom was a huge success. Not commercially, though. Commercially, it didn't sell. But just go on YouTube and go look for New Kingdom. The name of the album was Mexico or Bust, I think is what it was called. I think it was called Mexico or Bust. Badass album.
Yeah.
Yeah. Black dudes in the desert.
Black dudes
in the desert.
That sounds
with
like
guns. And old cars and barely making it.
Okay, for a while it was like a cool movie title, but now it's too long.
No, Black dudes in the desert with guns.
John Gora said, I got called the F word in junior high for liking Talking Heads. Yeah, so your junior high was probably like my junior high. Yeah. If you were into new wave, if you were into the shit that was on MTV, like, because I was into like Duran Duran, Modern English, Psychedelic Furs, Talking Heads. I was into all that kind of stuff. Depeche Mode. If you liked that, then you were
Okay.
G-A-Y.
Straw Dog says, I remember Tom recommended New Kingdom. Paradise Don't Come Cheap. That's the name of the album. Mexicore Bust is on that album. It's called Paradise Don't Come Cheap. Listen to that album. He says he still listens to that shit today. It's got harmonica, rap with harmonica, out in the desert. Talking about Jimi Hendrix and doing weird shit out in the desert. Just trying to survive. Mad Max style. It's a great album.
Tila says one of my favorite rappers is female, Missy Elliott. Yeah, she's fucking great.
Is Vanilla Ice a good actor, as Tila says? No.
No.
No. No.
No. Honestly, didn't he have a reality show a few years ago? I kind of feel like I heard about this, where he was like flipping houses. Am I completely crazy? I don't know where I got that information from. But yeah, but seriously, if get drunk one night and don't watch Cool as Ice by itself. Watch the Riff Tracks version. It's funnier. But
the Riff Tracks version is a lot better.
Is a lot better. Don't just like watch it by itself, because it is, oh my god, it is. Honestly, I've seen a lot of cringy shit.
They should have never let that white boy rap.
I've seen a lot of cringy shit in my life. They also should have never let him dress himself.
Yeah.
Because that shit is out of control.
Yeah.
That was out of control.
He tried to apologize and go down a different path, but it was too late. It was too late.
You can't
repair yourself.
I mean, everybody knows who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
You can't be that famous and to be like, my bad.
My bad. I'm not Vanilla Ice. I'm this other guy.
I'm not really that dorky.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all seen that. We see you. I'm sorry.
It's like, you know what I mean? About fucking talking heads and burning down the house. Yes, this is David Byrne.
Yeah.
And
I really like talking
heads, the dude's a genius. Okay, he's a genius. There is nothing everything the Talking Heads did was gold. Artistically, just
Road to Nowhere is my favorite, actually.
Those dudes could do no wrong. But let me back up a little bit. David Byrne, that singer, is fucking insufferable. He's evidently just insufferable. You can't even stand to be around that dude in real life.
Well, some people are like that.
He's fucking great.
Some people that are like really, really cool and awesome. Yeah. I've heard that about Lou Reed also.
You just can't be around it.
That you can't like hang out, but that's okay. No. I don't have to hang out with them. I just have to listen to their music. Their music's awesome, so I don't have to hang out with them. It's cool. Somebody talks about Living Colour. Oh yeah, Living Colour were fucking great.
They were good, yeah.
I saw them on the first Lollapalooza in 1991 in Atlanta. They were fantastic.
Tila probably knew who that is. Living Colour was a fucking black metal progressive band. They were prog metal. They were really good. Artistically good, good lyrics. And metal was not a black genre. But they tried to break through into that, which they kind of did. White guys liked it. Black dudes didn't like it. It was way ahead of its time. But they were good. Although when it came to black metal or punk type bands, I'm gonna have to fucking hand that shit to Bad Brains.
I mean, Bad Brains are.
Bad Brains was the fucking best.
Bad Brains are amazing.
Yeah. Bad Brains. Fishbone good too.
Oh yeah, I like Fishbone. Fishbone like a good party band.
Yeah. Fishbone was
they're like super fun. They're super fun.
Yeah, Fishbone was kind of like a punk rock reggae band kind of. Yeah, isn't that a good way to describe them?
Yeah.
Kind of punk rock reggae. They're good. Yeah, Fishbone.
Yeah, I always had a lot of fun. So every party you ever went to back then had fucking Fishbone on.
Well, I wouldn't say they were reggae, were they?
They had reggae elements.
Yeah.
But a lot of things did back then. Shit, even some goth music back in the early 80s had some reggae.
Yeah. Bad Brains were fucking legitimate. They had fucking street cred. You know what I mean? They had a lot of albums. They had a fucking hardcore fan base. They were recording the singer recorded a song from a jail cell over the phone. That's how he's singing the song because he couldn't make it. So they're singing the song through the phone.
Here, just call him. He'll just sing.
Yeah, singing it. It'll be fine. Yeah. They were good. Bad Brains. Real good.
Tila said I added Riff Tracks Cool as Ice on my watch list.
Oh, shit.
I watched it because I said, I gotta see this. Shit. I gotta see this. So I watched it like a few months ago, and it's just like...
She got the Riff Track version?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's on Tubi. It's on Tubi for free. There's a lot of Riff Tracks on there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Mystery Science Theater episodes on there, too.
That bitch is unwatchable if it's on its own. You have to watch it with Riff Tracks with that
even with Riff Tracks, like them making jokes about it, even then I was like squirming.
It make your skin crawl. That's how fucking uncomfortable you will be watching.
I was just very, very embarrassed for everyone involved.
Yeah.
I'm not like that with all bad movies. You know what I mean? Because in a way, like, I have a lot of affection for bad movies.
Yeah.
I think that, especially if you want to make movies, I think watching bad movies is actually more helpful and instructive than watching good ones. You should still watch good ones. I'm not saying that. Yeah. But I'm just saying that you should watch bad ones, too. Because sometimes I think that teaches you more than watching good ones. Because you're like, okay, well, I know that I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but Cool as Ice is its own. I can't even describe how fucking embarrassed I was for everyone when I was watching this movie. All I could think of when I was watching the movie was like how afterward, did everyone's parents like watch this and they were like all proud of it and shit, and then like a few years later everyone's like like for like pretending they weren't in it. I was like, I had so many questions. I was just like, and the outfits that he wore in that, like the jacket and the fucking all the spandex.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was a big thing? Yeah. Like in the 90s, like all that fucking day glow like spandex.
Yeah.
Holy terrible. Shit! What was that about? God, I hated the 90s.
Yeah.
I really hated the 90s. I did. And I was young then.
Yeah.
Like I said, I graduated from high school in 1990. After about 1992, I think I was like self-aware enough to be like, yeah, I think I'm checking out of this decade. I don't like how this is going.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. I didn't like it. In retrospect, there's some good stuff from then, but when I was living through it, I was just kind of like, I don't like the way shit's going. Entertainment mostly. I just didn't like the way it was going. I didn't like the trends in the 90s. I hated it. And now, like, looking back on it, because now there's like 90s nostalgia, and I'm like, now I hate it even more. Because I'm like,
Straw Dogs. I'm glad you liked New Kingdom. I introduced that to a couple people. They still listen to it too. It was a good band, and I think they only had 2 albums.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tila, check out New Kingdom. Paradise Don't Come Cheap. That's the name of that album. You'll like it. It's good. Southwest Rap. Mad Max style. Out in the desert with guns and cars. And acid.
And cactuses and lizards.
And listening to Jimi Hendrix.
All right.
When you were a kid. He's talking about listening to Jimi Hendrix when he was a kid. Yeah.
Kevin Donovan says, I think the drinks are kicking in. Oh, you think?
Oh, of course.
Well, I mean, you know.
This way it is.
It's Friday. This is how we do.
Yeah.
No, Tila says, it says that Ice is a motorcycle riding bad boy in the movie. You'll see.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
It's so bad. Honestly, I would rather sit through Manos, Hands of Fate, or Birdemic, Shock and Terror, or whatever the fuck that movie is called. I would rather sit through that 100 times than watch Cool as Ice again. I said it and I meant it.
T, that was the beginning of the end for rap for me. That was the direction rap was going. Y'all are too young to remember it. You weren't there for it. That was
it was awful.
That was the direction rap went. It went mainstream, corporate, and fucking cheesy as fuck. And I was like, nah, I can't be a part of this. You know what I mean? They ended up saving it later, but not for me. Not for me. It was too late.
I mean,
they saved it for younger generations. But I was like, no.
Yeah, that didn't live through that shit. That we were like, were like traumatized for life.
Yeah. Yeah, we're like, oh.
Stardog78. Oh, thank you for pointing this out. Almost forgot Vanilla Ice was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go Ninja.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
God damn it.
Here's the thing.
He did flip houses. Okay, so I didn't just make that up. Tila said it.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to fucking talk shit about Vanilla Ice because as a dude, he was innocent. They were making him do this. All right? And they made him do this. This shit is all artificial. This shit was all corporate artificial bullshit. Okay? But it in my mind, it destroyed rap. This is a time. Thank you very much for the fucking super chats that we didn't get today. If y'all want
Ooh,
to
that was passive aggressive.
Like some passive aggressive shit. If y'all want to send a super chat to Jenny, now would be about time. We're getting drunk.
Mr. 88 says, Jen, would you rather sit through Noah's Shark because there really is such a movie? Is there? Because now I need to see that. Noah's Shark. Oh my God, I'm on that.
No, I know.
Is that a real movie?
Noah's
It better
Shark.
be.
Noah
If it's
had
not, I might
sharks?
make it.
Damn.
Oh my God, I'm writing the whole movie in my head.
John's
like right
got
now.
the shit right. Fucking Vanilla Ice was an MK Ultra project. Yeah, he was. He was. I think he was.
That explains a lot,
That
actually.
destroyed a lot of shit in my mind.
That explains a lot.
I was there at the right age and fucking the correct level of development to understand what was happening. You had a bunch of corporate motherfuckers inside the media, white dudes, probably some Jewish dudes, going, hey, you know, this rap product would be fucking great in the mainstream. So let's kind of clean it up and turn it into something that white people will buy. That's what they were doing.
But still
And I
make
could
it
tell
kind
what
of
they were
like
doing.
edgy.
Yeah, we're gonna make it edgy. We're gonna make it black. We're gonna make it black but white at the same time.
'Cause you remember
kind of
that-
like we did with Elvis. Remember what happened with Elvis?
Yeah.
And then we'll sell it to them, and we'll make all kinds of money. Yeah.
Do you remember the one scene in Cool as Ice, which I think was maybe
terrible.
the cringiest of all, and that's saying a lot, where he goes into this place, it's like a bar, it's like a bar, right? But it's like a yuppie bar.
Yes.
And everyone is like scandalized
Yeah.
by his very existence.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's there with his brand new jacket with all the words painted on it and all their Dayglow spandex.
Yeah.
And everyone is just, all the yuppies are just kind of like, oh my God, this is just a blah, 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 blah. What is all this business? And I'm just like, oh my God. I'm just like, even back in the 90s, this would not have happened this way.
Yeah.
Which is why it was very, very cringy.
Right.
Even at the time, it was cringy.
And I'm not. Look, don't take it wrong. I'm not being anti-white or anti-Semitic or whatever. Okay, fucking it has anything to do. It's just that fucking white dudes and Jewish dudes were the ones that had all the fucking power in the old fucking music industry. They were the ones that decided what product were going to be sold. They just were, and they would get their hands on black product and turn it into something that they could sell. DJ Maniac, he fucking knows what he talked about it too. Now, I think he got it wrong with Elvis. I don't think that's exactly what the deal with Elvis was. That was going to happen. Rock and roll was going to happen anyway. All right? Whites, people in the 50s fucking love rock and roll. The young people. That was going to happen. It just transcended ethnic boundaries. Not rap. Rap was black. All right? That was forced into the white audience. It just was. I was there during the time. Now, they liked it, but that took effort. I don't think rock did. Rock just gravitated towards that. Because there wasn't a big difference between rock and blues and a bunch of other stuff. It wasn't a quantum leap. Rap was a quantum leap. Remember?
Yeah.
How different it sounded?
Yeah.
It was a quantum leap. And it had to have some kind of backing for it to go mainstream.
Well, somebody pointed out earlier that it's like, Midwest Outlaw 420 says Vanilla Ice was the gateway to rap for white folk before Eminem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's,
That's what it was.
I mean, it's sad that needed to be there, but that was kind of why. And then you had kind of like nice sounding, I don't even want to call it hip hop, but you had kind of like fucking Will Smith.
We also had trip hop too. Remember trip hop?
Yeah.
What was the name of those dudes? Oh shit. It was like hip hop, but it was psychedelic sounding. Oh shit, I'm trying to remember the name of the dudes. Oh man, it was two guys. Do you remember those two guys? They had a music video.
Two guys that had a video.
They were young. They had a music video, and they're sitting on a damn porch. They're sitting on a porch outside of fucking like a brownstone kind of apartment.
On a porch outside.
They had a video. What was that fucking name of that band?
It's not ringing a bell at the moment.
Oh, man,
like I said, a lot of the 90s,
they
I
were
was
really
just
good.
kind of like, man, fuck this bullshit.
They were really good. I want to say Bill Biv DeVoe. It wasn't them. It was shit.
Number one in the charts?
Yeah, no,
Bell,
it
Biv
was.
DeVoe.
And
I don't know. I
was listening to those guys. And said, oh man, that sounds fucking great. But that never went anywhere. It was something that was pushed before that time. Rap was really just Public Enemy and NWA. That's what it was. Gangster rap.
Well, they had to make it less dangerous.
They had to make it less dangerous. They had to whiteify it.
Yeah, and therefore more palatable to a audience.
Which is ridiculous because you had fucking Skinny Puppy, it was hard as fuck. That was kind of like the white version of fucking Public Enemy.
Like a lot of
and that shit never went mainstream.
You're kind of like Midwestern, suburban white people weren't listening to that kind of stuff. Right. That was a little off their radar.
White industrial went mainstream basically with 9 Inch Nails. That's when it went mainstream. Fucking Trent Reznor.
Big time.
Which he just kind of turned it more towards rock, which you could sell it that way. And I didn't really like it that much. I was like, that's kind of watered down sounding.
It was kind of. Well, the thing about it, it's weird because, some of you guys might remember too, because we were there when this happened. When the first 9 Inch Nails album came out, Pretty Hate Machine, I had it someone pirated it for me because it was the early 90s. It was 1990 or 1991, and I was broke as shit. I think it was 1990. And so someone pirated it for me, and I actually quite liked it. But it wasn't it wasn't a huge thing. And then I remember I went to St. Petersburg, and I saw Peter Murphy in 1990 when Deep had just come out. Yeah. And that was kind of his biggest album at the time. So I went to the Mahaffey Theater in St. Petersburg, and I saw Peter Murphy. 9 Inch Nails opened for him. And Pretty Hate Machine had just come out. I had it because I had a friend that had it, and he copied it for me. Because, like I said, I was too broke to buy it. And they played, and the whole theater just sat there and looked at them. Nobody, knew who they were at this point. The album hadn't really, proliferated to any great degree. So it's just funny. I knew who they were because I'd heard the pirated album. And I was just kind of oh, okay, cool. I was in the front row. And, but everyone was just kind of oh, okay. Where's Peter Murphy? You know what I mean? So it's, really, really funny to me that, 9 Inch Nails got, so fucking huge later. Because I saw them when, everyone was just kind of okay, can you, hurry up so Peter Murphy can come on now? But, yeah, that was, 1990.
They're in there trying to give me, asking me, is it De La Soul or whatever? They come up with all these different... No, it's not them. It was two dudes.
Oh, yeah, I remember them.
It was two young guys. It was a very positive sounding kind of rap, but it was also kind of ambient from what I remember of it. Man, I'm trying to remember the name of those dudes.
Judd Mouse says maybe Digable Planets. I remember them too. Milli Vanilli.
No, it wasn't that. Milli Vanilli.
Oh, that whole scandal about
that shit came out.
These kids today.
Yeah. Fucking rapping to the damn fucking record.
Girl, you know it's true.
Yeah.
Girl, you know it's true. Girl,
yeah. I'll tell you what though, those songs were great.
Some of y'all might know what I'm talking about.
Those Milli
The record skipped.
Yeah. Okay, if y'all know what we're talking about, they had a band called Milli Vanilli. It was these two good-looking black dudes. They were in shorts, weren't they? Weren't they in shorts?
Everybody had fucking Dayglow spandex shorts back and white. Yeah. What the fuck was that about?
Stupid little fucking hats and shit.
You had you had white spandex shorts, and then you had kind of a form-fitting shirt, and then a blazer.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that about?
Yeah, but they were good-looking dudes, they were good-looking dudes, and they would be doing synchronized dancing, and they had a fucking good songs "Girl, you know it's true." I don't remember all the fucking lyrics.
I don't either.
I remember the songs being very catchy and very good quality music. But, it was all too good to be true. Those bitches were fucking models. They were just lip syncing to music written and sung by some fat dudes. It was actually some fat dudes.
Well, yeah, because they were kind of this is an awesome song.
Braids, long braids.
But the producers were probably no one wants to see y'all's fat asses parading around on MTV.
Let's get some two pretty motherfuckers
so
up
let's
there
get
dancing.
some hot dudes.
Yeah, up there dancing.
At which point the fat guys were kind of yeah,
put them up there.
That's our song though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's how fake it was back in the 90s.
And then, like I said, they got caught because it was, I don't remember.
Record was skipping.
Was it the MTV? It was some live show. And this is how fucking lo-fi the shit was. They didn't have, digital shit. They were playing, a record.
On a record.
like behind the fucking stage, and the record started to skip.
Yeah.
And they were trying to like play it off. Oh my god, so funny. I still remember when that happened. Midwest Outlaw 420 says, y'all talk about Nine Inch Nails, but what about Throbbing Gristle? I actually really like Throbbing Gristle.
Tila goes, oh my god, I just watched a bit of the video. Milli Vanilli's truly 80s. It wasn't 80s. It was 90s.
That was, well, yeah.
It was 90s.
No, well, wait. I think that was late 80s or early 90s.
No, 90s.
When was it? It was 89. I thought it was 89.
No, I think it was 92, right? 91, 92?
Now I can't remember. It's all blurring together.
Very late 80s or early 90s, yeah. But no, they were fucking...
Blame It on the Rain. That was the other one.
Blame It on the Rain. It's falling. And
that's the only part of the song that I remember, seriously.
For the time, the music was great for pop music. That was, you know what I mean? That shit was fucking selling like hotcakes. And the way the dudes looked, they were the right look for the right time. They were these fucking handsome black dudes. They looked like twins. With fucking long braids and fucking... I remember the black clothing and the fucking hats, and I thought they were wearing shorts and shit. The girls fucking loved them. My fucking ex-girlfriend, Mary Lynn, she fucking loved them. You know that girl from fucking 24? Marilyn Rice Cup? Yeah. She loved Milli Vanilli.
Ooh, it's all coming out.
She fucking loved Milli Vanilli.
She's famous now.
That's right. She would have fucking just given out the ass like fucking... sideways for that shit.
I was too cool to like Milli Vanilli.
She fucking loved Milli Vanilli.
I did not like
and fucking... Turned out they were fake.
Yeah.
Turned out they were fake. It was actually some fat dudes fucking singing that music. Which, had they just had the fat dudes up there singing, it would have worked out fucking better, I think.
Yeah, why didn't they just do that? It's like...
It was a commercial product.
Well, yeah. It's nobody wants to see fat people sing, even though that's actually their song,
right? And
they actually sang it.
That was the problem. The problem was that you had a very narrow bandwidth from the media. You only had a few channels on fucking cable television, and the competition was tough. So everyone had to be a perfect product, or at least that's what the corporations thought. I never thought that, but the people that controlled those television channels thought that. Which
is dumb, because if they'd have just like opened it up and let the shit fly, like nowadays it's like you can be ugly, you can be fat, it doesn't matter. Well, like, are you fucking talented? Can you sing? Can you like do some shit? Are you interesting? Okay, I'll watch it.
Well, when you went back to the early 80s with the British New Wave and just the New Wave music that came, a lot of the really cool shit was done by ugly people.
Sure.
Just that you didn't know it because it was just on the radio.
Look at Shane fucking McGowan from the Pogues, for Christ's sake.
Oh, yeah.
That dude looks like a fucking truck backed up into his face. He was like a drunk. He had like his teeth were all falling out. And he's just, he was constantly drunk.
And then they had that little...
But they were a great fucking...
They had that little fat Mexican girl fucking singing that song back in the 80s. It was fucking badass.
Romeo Void. That's what somebody was talking about.
Yeah. What was the name of that song?
Never Say Never.
Yeah, Never Say Never. Yeah. Tila, go look at Never Say Never. What's it, Romeo Void?
Romeo Void, yeah.
Romeo Void. Never Say Never. It's a great song. Classic. And it's got this little fucking 4'11", 250-pound little fat Mexican girl singing that song, and it sounds great. It sounds great.
That's a great
that bitch, that song fucking sold anyway. It didn't matter.
They still play it now.
Yeah, it didn't matter that she's a little fat girl. That actually kind of added to it. Never say never. Fucking it didn't matter. It's only the corporate suits thought that it mattered, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I don't think it's entirely dumb that they thought that, because being like hot and perfect and stuff like that, that helps. I'm not saying. But I don't think they should have gone so far as to like fucking fake it.
No, yeah, don't fake it. Because if you got a good song, don't fake it. Let the fat
just let the fat
ugly people hit it.
I mean, sell it like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just let them be them.
You have to modify your sales pitch.
Sure.
To fit that product. Yeah. That's how I would have done it.
I mean, that just seems really dumb. We're just going to get like these other people that can't sing.
Right.
To
impersonate these other people.
For these people that we think are not worthy to be on camera. That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. honestly, a lot of people bitch about nowadays, but I would rather see the actual people that were actually singing. I don't care what they look like.
Yeah.
If you got a good voice and you got a thing going on, whatever it is, and you're working it, then it's fine. You don't have to look like a model. No one cares about that.
Yeah.
Just give me some good entertainment. You don't have to look a particular way. But, yeah, New Kids on the Block, somebody brought up.
That's been a long time.
Yeah, I remember that. Somebody said, too, let's see, Rodney Marsh says, I'm not entirely sure what this question means. Were people tight with the electricity and gas in the 80s, or is it just my dad?
What are you talking about?
Like, tight as in...
Stingy with electricity?
Stingy with electricity and gas?
What country are you in?
In the 80s? I don't really remember that. I was a kid in the 80s, too. I was born in 1972. You were born in 1969.
We didn't really have gas where I was.
Yeah, we didn't either.
Everything was electricity.
I didn't have gas. Everything was electric. It was just kind of like... But I don't know. I did know some people that were weird about electricity. Like, turn the lights off. Or I had an uncle... This is fucked up. I had an uncle. I'm not saying what his name is. But he would make you... Like, if you just peed, you weren't allowed to flush. Yeah. Because it was, like, wasting water. So I hated staying over at their house because I was just kind of like, oh, my God, that's so gross. But... But I didn't, and also this was the same dude that would like drive several miles to like save like 10 cents on a product at a different grocery store.
Graham says that me and Graham came up together. New Kids on the Block once sang at a bowling alley Tom played video games at in Trenton. True. I didn't know about that.
Did they really?
Yeah, probably true.
Did you like not notice?
Probably the bowling alley out in front of fucking Trenton High.
Were you there at the same time?
No, not at the same time. And then so here's probably what he's talking about. Tila says that Tila said something about... No, that was Mr. 88. She goes, what about Sid Vicious? He's one of the most famous punk rockers ever, and his role in the Sex Pistols was completely fake and image-driven. There's some... No, actually not 100% true.
He couldn't play all that well.
He couldn't play that well. He isn't on the record. If you go on YouTube and go watch, there's a good Sex Pistols live show on YouTube. And it's not... It's in the United States. I don't think it's Texas, though. He is playing. And it's a great show. He could play, but not at the time of the recording of the album. He learned to play a bit after.
Like, he played a bit on it, and they were like, no.
Right.
So they, like, wiped him off and, like, put another guy on there.
The bass lines on Nevermind the Bollocks are very simple. You could teach me those bass lines, and I could do them.
Well, I learned to play those when I was a teenager, so they're not super hard.
Right. He could play a little bit. He could put on a show. That's what he was up there to do. He was up there to put on a show. And if you see him live on YouTube, on that show, he puts on a good show. He's good. You could hear him play.
Yeah. He's not a great musician, obviously. But he was just there to be like... He was an entertainer, yeah. Sure. He was there to do crazy shit.
Yeah. And another thing that's kind of not accurate, John Lydon, also known as Johnny Rotten, he will go on about how much America hated them when they would throw things at them, and it's bullshit.
Right. I mean, it's probably dependent on where it was.
It's obvious that when you look at that show, it's obvious that the people that have paid money to see them know who they are. They know what punk rock culture is. Yeah, they're throwing things, but they're not throwing anything that'll hurt you. It's not like they're throwing cans of Campbell's soup. They're throwing pieces of paper, and girls are throwing their phone numbers at John.
Well, I kind of feel like there was a culture of punks being like throwing or like spitting on people. Right. That was kind of like...
They are spitting on each other, but look at the video. It's cute girls up front flirting with the band. They're spitting on each other. They'd be swapping spit anyway. They're trying to fuck. These people would be fucking each other in normal. They are having fun. It is taking place in the punk rock spirit of things, but they're making a big deal out of this. But they're definitely enjoying the band. They know the songs. You can hear them singing. No one is trying to really undermine or stop the band from playing. So I'm watching it and going, no, these are fans. watching this. They're just doing it in the punk rock way. Be a judge for yourself. It's right there on YouTube. You'll see.
Well, so, yeah, and like I said, a lot of it is part of the myth making.
It's myth making.
Sure.
All this stuff about they tried to kill us.
Well, one of the things about punk was that they were trying to be very contrary.
Yeah.
So it's like they didn't want to be acceptable. They didn't want to be. I mean, they wanted to like offend people. So that was kind of like their whole thing. Yeah. If they just went somewhere and everybody loved them and kissed their asses, then that wouldn't really be what they were about. You know. What I mean?
From what I saw in that show, the people that were in the audience paid to see him knew who they were.
I would think you're not going to get. I kind of feel like you'd have to be a really hardcore troll to pay to go see a band that you hated,
right?
Just so you could heckle them,
right?
That seems a little.
That's not what. Yeah,
extreme.
What I saw I saw fans. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of musicians and people and shit like that I hate, but I would never dream of paying money to go see them just so I could yell at them.
It was a show that had I been there, I would have enjoyed it, and I would have considered everybody else as having enjoyed the punk rock band. And
we're enjoying the punk rock.
We're enjoying the punk rock band. And
we're enjoying the punk rock.
Sid put on a great show, and he did play, and people enjoyed him, and he was acting fucking a fool, and that was his job. So I would have been satisfied.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he had a little bit. Maybe this is extreme, but he did have the little bit of the court jester kind of thing to it, where he's just like everybody's gonna show up and see what crazy shit. Right. Was he gonna break a bottle and like scratch himself like Iggy Pop used to do? Yeah, like and scratch shit into his chest and whatnot.
They got a full show on YouTube. Go ahead and be a judge for yourself. To me, I've seen a lot of shows like that, and that's fans.
Yeah.
In Boston, that's the way it was. We would see fucking Sheer Terror or something like that, or the other punk rock bands are like that. So no, that was fans, and they had a good show, and everybody liked them, and they all put on a good show. All this stuff about, you know what I mean, oh well, they wanted to kill us in Texas, and they're throwing things. That's John Lydon myth making. You know, no, they had fans.
That might have been somewhere other than at their shows. But
not at the shows. At the shows, those people paid to see them. Right. They knew exactly who they were.
You would think.
Yeah.
Unless
they knew the lyrics, I could hear them singing.
Yeah, unless they just turned up and played it and nobody knew what they were doing.
I could hear this. I could hear the audience fucking singing the lyrics. They knew who they were.
John Gora says people loved Janis Joplin and she was pretty homely. Yeah. Janis Joplin is fucking amazing. I love Janis Joplin.
There's some, you know what though? Let's be honest. Janis Joplin there was something kind of sexy about her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Was
you don't have to be look like a model to be sexy. It's two different things.
She was kind of like this dirty hippie kind of chick that you might want to fuck.
Yeah,
that's what she was.
That's what I mean. She had like a real kind of like vibe about her.
Yeah.
That was kind of like, and she was like fucking amazing. Like
my understanding, she was bisexual. You weren't safe around her if you were a pretty girl either. Evidently, she was. That's what I'd heard.
All right.
Yeah, she liked girls, but she liked guys too. But evidently, she liked girls.
That's cool. Yeah, yeah, I like Janis Joplin a lot. Yeah. It's funny. I was just thinking of that Leonard Cohen song.
Yeah.
Chelsea Hotel No. 2.
Yeah.
Which is actually it's about her, although it doesn't bring her up by name, but it is actually about her.
Yeah.
And he says in that song that one of the things she said to him was, I think the lyric is, "We are ugly, but we have the music."
Yeah, yeah.
Because, I mean, Leonard Cohen, I think is rather handsome, but I guess he was kind of like a little bit of a kind of thing too, because he wasn't like classically good looking. So there was that whole thing where we're not good looking, but we're good musicians, so there's that. Let me see. Let's see. John Smith says, "Yep, nowadays Johnny Rotten's a property developer and married to a German media heiress."
Yeah.
Tila says New Kids on the Block is touring this summer.
Lars saying that Iron Maiden in the early days was like punk. It was better. Yeah. The Paul Di'Anno Iron Maiden for the first two albums. That's actually my favorite Iron Maiden. Although I liked Bruce Dickinson. The Peace of Mind album, Power Slave, fucking Number of the Beast. They were good too. But there was just something about Paul Di'Anno. It was like you said, it was a little bit more punk rock. It was a little more street. It had a kind of a hot, searing kind of sound to it. The Iron Maiden and fucking Killers album, I think, were like on a spontaneous level, were better albums. Technically, they weren't, but fucking emotionally, they were the better albums.
Midwest Outlaw 420 says, would still bang Janis Joplin, LOL.
Yeah.
I probably would too. Not gonna lie. John Gora said, Gigi Allen would spray diarrhea at his fans. Yes, he would. So, you know.
I was friends with one of Gigi Allen's friends. And,
I'm not into the poop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, his name was Tyrone. It was fucking the only white dude I ever known named Tyrone, but his name was Ty. He was friends with the Dead Boys, too. He's from Boston. And
I love the Dead Boys.
Yeah, he was friends with the Dead Boys. I think he was in the Dead Boys for a little while. But I never quite sorted that out. He was in some other bands. Met him at the Rathskeller. That's gone now. That was in Boston. The punk rock bar. Sex Pistols played there, actually. But he said Gigi was good before he got famous, but when he was trying. And then he got famous for being an ass, and he would focus just on that. He would fuck up his own shows so he didn't have to perform, and was going to jail. He would just try to make a name for himself by going to jail, and that saved him the fucking trouble of having to perform. And Ty was kind of mad at Gigi, and then Gigi got killed in jail for that stupid shit.
See, that's what I kind of feel like, because there's a lot of that shit going around too now that everybody's like, you know, trying to make money like online and whatnot. And so everybody's kind of like, well, I'm just going to do like really dumb shit.
Right.
Like to make money, which it might work, but
not for long.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's going to be like old hat like a few weeks from now when everybody moves on to something else. So it's just kind of like, I don't know how sustainable that model is, and I'm just like not really, I wouldn't have any fun doing that anyway. I don't enjoy being gross. I don't enjoy being an asshole. I don't.
Ty said that Gigi got lazy, that he could make a name for himself just by getting in trouble.
I mean, I could see how that thought process would come about. It's like, look, I do all this work, like, you know, I write songs, I perform, I do this and that, but it's like all anybody cares about is like me pooping and like throwing it on them, and everybody thinks that's awesome, and I get all the press for that, so why don't I just do that?
Do that, right.
Instead of like working and doing this other shit. I get it. I do.
Yeah.
But like I said, I just feel like that's not really sustainable, and you're just really like kind of digging yourself into a pit that you're never going to be able to get out of.
It was another time.
Sure.
It was a time before social media, so you had to compete to be mentioned on television for just a few seconds to get fame.
Yeah.
And that was better than doing whole shows. But now that you have YouTube, it's a totally different game. You couldn't do that now. You have to produce product. You have to make your own fans. There is no mainstream to be mentioned in anymore. So you know what I mean?
And the thing about it is that, and we've talked about this before, because it's like, yes, there is kind of a thing about, oh my God, this person did this like stupid or crazy thing on TikTok and they got like 4 bajillion views and they made all this money out of it. But it's like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like, I don't know. It almost seems like cheating, or it seems like kind of cheap, and it's not sustainable.
He knows Gigi Allen, and most people know Gigi Allen because he was mentioned on Geraldo. Okay. So
it's like, look at this, like, extreme-ass motherfucker.
You got Geraldo
throwing poop on people.
You got Geraldo dictating who's famous.
Right.
Okay. That would never happen today.
No. No one cares about Geraldo.
No, nobody cares about Geraldo.
Is he still alive, even?
He's around. He's on Fox News.
Oh. So he might as well be dead.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah. Next Dimension Media says, just watched a couple of scenes from Cold as Ice on YouTube after you talked about it earlier. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot more weed to get through that.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Cold as... Okay, look.
It is the cringiest movie I've ever watched, and that's saying something.
Me and Jenny watched Cold as Ice laying up on our bed.
On Rip Tracks.
Drunk, on Rip Tracks.
We watched the Rip Tracks.
Yeah, we're drinking tequila and shit. Fucking go, what the fuck? I got the damn starry fucking...
The galaxy on the ceiling.
And shit.
Yeah, we have a galaxy light thing up the ceiling.
It looks like a nightclub in there.
It's
you know
nice.
What I mean? And I'm going, that's what you had. You watch those old movies under the influence of fucking pretty lights in your room and fucking alcohol. Going, what the fuck? And you don't want to watch anything like that alone. You'd probably get depressed.
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah.
I mean, so honestly, okay, so I'm going to say, like I said, I'm a fan of bad movies. And I love riff tracks. I love Mystery Science Theater, but there's a particular kind of bad movie, of which Cool as Ice is one, that just makes me kind of sad. That movie made me kind of sad. Like, some bad movies are just so unapologetically terrible that I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm just having fun with this. That movie, I couldn't really have fun with it because my brain kept going to like, oh my God, everybody in this must be so embarrassed now. And like their parents must be so embarrassed. And it's like,
their parents.
Oh my God. Yeah. And it's just kind of like, so I just had these fucking like, I had shame for the people in the movie. And so I couldn't like relax and like laugh at it because I just felt so bad.
Okay, look, I gotta
you know what I mean? I just felt so bad for the people in the movie. So I was just like, oh my God, I'm just
Tila's in there saying that she's obsessed with Sting and the Set Them Free fucking song. Okay, look. Set them free, set them free, free, set them free. If you love someone, if you love somebody. Yeah. Look, Sting was the shit, okay? And motherfucker's a damn musical genius, all right? But he is insufferable. That is an insufferable fucking prick.
Well, again.
Okay? That's a motherfucker that wants to sit in a loaded position like that and talk about spirituality and fuck not only your wife, but your daughter. That's what you're talking about right there. That motherfucker dirty.
Oh, he totally would.
That motherfucker's trying to fuck your wife and your daughter behind some magical, mystical bullshit, okay? He's a fucking
tantric, bitch.
He's a bitch, all right? He's a bitch. He's a bitch. He's a punk, and he's a whore. All fucking wrapped up. Fuck that bitch.
He's gonna fuck your daughter for like 5 hours.
Yeah, in a tantric position. He's gonna be in a lotus position like that. He's not even gonna move. It's just his lingam. The lingam. Like that. His lingam. He's gonna do some Indian shit. You know, like he's just gonna will it to like come up in there like that. You know, that's what he's gonna do.
And she's gonna like go to like another dimension, and it's gonna be like
another dimension, and then they're gonna be all fucking mystical fucking sexuality. That motherfucker's insufferable. Don't let that motherfucker around anybody you know.
But his music's awesome though.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Actually, when he went solo, that was actually a pretty good album. T, if you like that, you want to go back to The Police. That's where he was really good.
Synchronicity was the first album that I bought with my own money.
Yeah.
Like, I was 11 when it came out. I had albums before that, but other people had bought them for me. That was the first one that I went.
The Ghost in the Machine album was good.
And I love that.
Zenyatta, what was that? Zenyatta, what was the name of it?
Zenyatta
Mobata.
Something.
The album.
I'll remember it in a second.
He was British, okay, and he kind of came from a punk rock background. And punk rockers in England didn't listen to what was in the damn jukebox because they couldn't stand fucking prog rock. They're not going to be listening to Alan Parsons Project and fucking Pink Floyd. They didn't listen to that. They listened to reggae. So they put a lot of reggae in their music because that's what punk rockers listening to. Even though he was kind of like... The Police was fucking prog rock for punk rock. That'd be kind of a way to describe it.
Although I think they were very reggae influenced.
Well, yeah, their version of progressivism was to put fucking reggae in it. It was very reggae, very fucking rock.
It was very edgy to mix your shit with reggae back in the old days because that was black music.
And if you like that shit, you gotta see that fucking movie that he was in about when he plays that fucking demon.
Brimstone and Treacle. Sting was honestly, I'm not gonna shit on Sting. I actually liked a lot of the movies that he was in.
I wouldn't be fucking with him and calling him all kinds of bitches and whores if he wasn't respectable. It's because he's respectable.
I mean, I know he was in Dune and everybody knows about him and the panties and everything.
Right.
But he was in like other movies. He was in Brimstone and Treacle. He was fucking great in that.
Yeah.
I honestly, maybe this is a guilty pleasure, I'm not sure, loved him as Victor Frankenstein in The Bride.
Yeah, he was good in that one.
I'm kind of into that movie.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I saw it a bunch of times back on cable, and I'm just like...
I was a kid.
I kind of love that movie. With Jennifer Beals.
I was a kid watching Sting do his thing. Motherfucker was hot. Okay?
He was.
Women were my little fucking 12-year-old ass just couldn't... I was just like, God damn, I wish I could do with that.
You can't compete.
Couldn't compete. He's a handsome guy, very talented. Very up in his own booty. Okay,
That's okay. His music's good. I don't gotta listen to him talk. You know what I mean? And honestly, that's kind of how I feel about a lot of... Because a lot of musicians that I like, not a lot of them, but some of the musicians that I like that have gone maybe off the deep end sometimes and in their weird views and stuff. But I'm just kind of like, you know what? I don't have to listen to you talk. Just don't talk. Yeah. Just let me listen to your music and shut up. Yeah. So
I will give him
then I will be happy.
I will give him this. He's not as bad as Bono.
That's true.
Bono was fucking worse.
Hardly anybody's bad as Bono. And I mean, Bono has a gigantic ego.
Yeah. And I like Bono. I like his the early U2 albums. Fucking War and Boy. Those 2 albums are fucking great.
I liked U2 up until the Joshua Tree. The Joshua Tree was a great album.
That was his last good album.
I was kind of like...
Well, actually, fucking Octone Baby was good. I liked Octone Baby.
Was it? I didn't love it. I liked it. I didn't love it.
I liked it.
I didn't love it.
It was more modern. It was not like the other albums, but it was good too. It was good. Octone Baby was good. But you know what? What ruined fucking U2 was Bono. Couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut. If I didn't know who Bono was, I'd have continued maybe fucking listening to YouTube music. But he just talking too much. Let me make another album. Or another album. I'm gonna make her an album. I'll make her a drink.
Thank you. Yeah, go in the other room and make me an album. And then play it for me. We'll see if it's good. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. Because, man, I don't know. You guys know. As much as I, loved the Smiths back in the old days, and then, lately, Morrissey has really, again, kind of gone off the deep end, and it makes me kind of sad. And honestly, it pisses me off because now I love Morrissey's solo stuff, but now I can't listen to it without thinking about what a fucking chode he's become. So it really kind of, taints everything. I can still listen to the Smiths without too much trouble. But a lot of his solo stuff, I just can't listen to it anymore without thinking, God damn it, what the fuck happened to you, man? But the thing, that's the thing. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't want to be one of... It's still a person. It's like they have opinions. They have every right to spout them, just like everyone else does, just because they're famous. But sometimes, if I like their music, I just kind of wish they would, shut up and, not talk. and just do their music and be happy with that. Tila says, what's the best bad movie ever? Now, are we talking about, bad movie as in, really bad movie, or bad movie as in, deliberately bad movie? I don't know. Because I kind of feel like maybe me and Tom will probably say The Velocipaster. Because, I mean, that was certainly the most enjoyable bad movie that I've seen lately. But they knew it was a bad movie. There's 2 tiers of bad movies. You have a bad movie where the movie makers were intending to make a good movie, but something went terribly, terribly awry. And then you have the kind of thing where people were intending to make a bad movie, like on purpose. And those don't usually turn out all that well unless you really know what you're doing. It's an art form. Yeah. And like I said, that's why we like Velocipaster so much, because that's a bad movie, and they knew they were making a bad movie, but they didn't fuck it up. Yeah. It's not too self-aware to be... it's still, earnest enough that it's still, entertaining, but still self-aware enough that you can still... You know what I mean? So, they they knew what they were doing. It's a hard balance to strike.
So T goes back and starts looking at all the police stuff, looking at fucking... Don't stand so close to me.
I love that song, actually.
Yeah. Synchronicity 2. Yeah. That whole album, Synchronicity, is fucking good. Fucking Miss Gradenko's on it. There's just all kinds of good...
I still love that album.
The Police didn't have any bad albums.
I don't think they did. Zenyatta Mandata was the name of that. I knew I would remember.
Zenyatta Mandata. They didn't have any bad albums. Ghost in the Machine, another good one.
That was also very good.
Yeah. Saying he was a cutie. Yeah. They all kind of were. It was just a trio. It was 3 dudes. They were looking good. Sting was kind of like the front man. He had a look about himself, a fucking great sound. His voice was good. They were all very talented. Andy Summers, and what was the other guy's name?
Stuart Copeland.
Stuart Copeland, that's right.
Stuart Copeland has actually done a lot of film scores. If you look into his shit, a shit ton of film scores.
You're not talking about lightweights. These are legendary dudes. You know what I mean? So they were just some of the best that Britain had to offer at that time. And I would call them, they were part of the British New Wave. Real good.
Holy shit, damn, what? Pokey. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Although,
Walking on the Moon, that's a great song.
Walking on the Moon.
Yeah, that's a great song.
Yeah.
Tila brought that up.
Yeah. Walking on the Moon. I hope my leg don't break. Walking on the moon. Yeah, all that shit.
I love it. Yeah, I love the Police, honestly.
Another good one, T, was from that same era. Was Duran Duran. Duran Duran were really good. They didn't have any bad albums. Their last...
All their albums in the 80s were
in
good.
the 80s. Big Thing wasn't that good. That was their first album that was kind of...
Big Thing was the last one of theirs that I bought.
Yeah.
That I liked a couple songs on it, but after that I felt like, well, I'm not going to buy any of their shit anymore.
Right. But then another album came out after that had that was better. Remember that? It had...
Well, they did the Wedding album that I think was all covers.
Yeah.
Which was odd.
What was the Aqua Green album that came out after Big Thing, though? It has all kinds of hits on it.
Shit, man. Fuck. I can't remember. The album that had Come Undone on it was good, too, because I love that song. But honestly, when you talk about Duran Duran, I'm mostly into their 80s shit, and I like... Yeah. I like them, and I like Arcadia, too. They only did one album.
Yeah, Arcadia was like a...
So Red the Rose.
Yeah, Arcadia was...
That was like prog rock. That came out in 85.
It was a Duran Duran project album. It had half a Duran Duran on it.
Yeah, 3 of them were on there.
It had the fucking...
But then it had like the dude, it had, what's his ass from that prog rock band, from Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Was it Emerson?
Power Station, are you going to talk about?
No. Oh. Like, Power Station was John and Andy Taylor and Robert Palmer. No, I'm talking about Arcadia. So Red the Rose had Keith Emerson. I think it was Keith Emerson. Yeah. Played with them. They had David Bowie on there. They had Grace Jones on there. But it was very prog rocky. But I was into it. I liked it.
Go on there and go look at Arcadia Re-Election Day. It's a video.
It's just called Election.
Election Day. I thought it's not called Re-Election Day?
No,
it's called
Election Day.
Okay. Because he's saying Re-Election Day.
I know, but the song is called Election Day. Trust me, it's called Election Day.
Election Day. You'll fucking like it.
Honestly, all the songs on there are good. I liked Missing is probably my favorite, but Lady Ice is good.
Yeah, and on that album...
Goodbye is Forever.
Yeah.
You know.
On that album was the girl from fucking Vamp.
Yeah, it just said Grace Jones.
Grace Jones is on that album.
Yeah, she sings.
She's on El Diablo.
Yeah, El Diablo also a great song. That's a great. I love that album. I still have like a bunch of songs from it on my phone. John Goris points out Duran Duran had a really scary music video to Night Boat. Oh my god, I love it.
Nightboat's a good song.
Yeah, I love Night Boat. That was from their first album from 1981.
Yeah.
Probably one of my favorite. Honestly, I like every song on that album, but. Yeah, that video was like super creepy. Yeah. I honestly like all of the videos from that. Yeah. So they did Planet Earth, they did Careless Memories. I think they did one more video off that.
See, Tila likes fucking Save a Prayer and fucking Rio and all that.
Oh my god, yeah.
Then you'll like.
I mean, Rio's a great fucking.
You'll like Arcadia. Go look at fucking Election Day. You'll like that, and El Diablo. That whole album.
I don't think they did a video for El Diablo because I don't think that was a single. No. I was trying to think, like, Election Day was a single. Yeah. Goodbye is Forever. Yeah, that was a single. Yeah. Did they do another single from that?
I don't know.
Shit, I can't remember.
See, there was a year there where Duran Duran broke up into two bands.
Yeah, 85.
It's 85. And it broke up into fucking Arcadia and Power Station.
Which was Simon, Nick, and Roger.
Right.
And others.
Arcadia sounded more like Duran Duran. Power Station,
but a prog rocky Duran Duran.
And darker though, almost dark wave. And then Power Station had Robert Palmer singing on it.
It was more like cock rock.
It had Bang a Gong.
Yeah,
Bang a Gong,
which is a Mark Bolan T-Rex.
Yeah, real good single in it.
Yeah, Bang a Gong, Get It On. Yeah, they that was John and Andy, who were the more rocker guys, and then they had Robert Palmer.
T's watching Arcadia now. Election Day. Yeah, it's good. There's two different election days. There's a long version of it where it's like fucking really long, the video, and then there's kind of like a theatrical release.
The single version is shorter.
The single version is a lot shorter.
They cut a lot out of it.
Yeah, the single version is what you got on the record.
No, the longer version is on the record.
Is it?
Yeah, because I had I have it.
Okay, I had it too.
The single version is the one that was in the video.
Okay.
On the album, you got the longer version, which has the extra stuff with Grace Jones and stuff in it.
Okay, because then there's a third version. There's like an extended version. Where there's
that was the remix. That was the B. That was the B side.
Okay.
Of the single, because I had that as well.
Yeah.
So that was like the dance remix.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
They did that a lot back then, because like I said, back in the 80s, I was a big like Duran Duran collector. So whenever they would put a single out, they used to do these things called 12-inch singles. Because some of you guys are old enough to probably remember, which was like a record size, but it only had one song, and it was like usually a long dance remix on one side, and then on the other side they usually had like a different mix, like usually a dub version with no lyrics, and then they would have like another song. So I had like a bunch of Arcadia ones, I had a bunch of Duran Duran ones, like I had Union of the Snake, which had like this super long, like fucking 10-minute version of Union of the Snake on it, like a dance remix. And then on the B side, it had like a weird dub version, and then it had like, I think Secret October, which is actually one of my favorite Duran Duran songs still to this day. It was just a B side. It was just a throwaway, and that's such a great song.
Around that period, with Arcadia and Duran Duran, the main thrust of the idea was glamour, and kind of like a dirty glamour. Because when you listen to what they're talking about hookers and blow and fucking college students who turn tricks. It's fucking all that. A lot of that shit is what they're talking about in those songs. You have to fucking understand. You have to pay attention to the lyrics. Those were bad boys. They were. They kind of had a glamorous image, but when you pay attention to what they're talking about, it's very decadent. Decadent motherfuckers.
But I think that's kind of
that's what made them cool.
Yeah, that was
James
like
Bond.
what their part of their appeal was.
Yeah, they were very much like something out of James Bond.
You had to think too that somebody like Duran Duran, you have to think that it's like it would have been like really hard to do what they did in the 80s, because usually there was a clear distinction between people that were into like new wave or punk rock that were kind of like more, they liked like, they didn't like all the glamour shit because that was like mainstream 80s shit. So Duran Duran, who were kind of mainstream, and all their videos were like super glamorous, and like we were going to these like fabulous locations like Montserrat and stuff, and we're like filming these fantastic videos that look like an Indiana Jones movie. But they still somehow, like, we're all on a yacht, drinking margaritas or whatever, and it's like somehow they were still cool though.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, normally, like punk rockers, like people that were into like post-punk or whatever would hate that.
Right.
Because it was, but they were still good.
Yeah, the backstory to all that is the dudes from Duran Duran, Susie's, and the Sex Pistols, and Billy Idol, and all the people from the British New Wave kind of came from the same background. Came out of the same group of clubs. Yeah. They were ghetto. All right.
Yeah. I mean, Duran Duran came from, they were from Birmingham.
Yeah.
And they hung out at Steve Strange from Visage.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of clubs, so they hung out there.
Jenny
they hung out at clubs like
his mom.
Yeah, I met his mom actually.
Yeah.
But in Wales.
Yeah.
But because my ex mother-in-law was friends with Steve Strange's mom, which is bizarre. It's random, but it's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they kind of came up from, they were all like art school kids. And they were all very working class, and it was just kind of like a whole scene. They hung out at the same clubs.
Yeah.
And there was kind of a whole thing where the punk rockers were kind of like, we're just like,
we're poor kids.
We're pinning our clothes together. But they were like, well, no, they're aspirational.
Right.
So they're like, we want to look fabulous. We want to look like fantastic. Which, like I said, you can see like how that happened a little bit. So they were more like got into like the new romantic thing, which also spawned like, again, Visage, Spandau Ballet, bands like that. So they're like, we just want to like fake it till we make it.
Yeah, which they did. Duran Duran did.
They did.
These are poor guys, they had the proper genetics. They were all good-looking guys. They could all play instruments. They were good musicians. They had a good company behind them to help them polish all these songs that they wrote. And a lot of money got pumped into Duran Duran, and they just became a fucking blockbuster. You know what I mean? They were an unstoppable force.
I still love Duran Duran. I mean, those are still those are great songs.
They were like the Beatles of the 80s.
They're still great songs. Sorry.
But these are poor kids,
Yeah.
And when they do a video, They don't want to fucking look like poor kids. Their videos got yachts and exotic locations and it's
hot chicks in bikinis.
Yeah, it's like something out of a fucking James
We're all
Bond
on vacation
video,
together,
and living the high life. And that's what way they did it, and it fucking worked. I remember I was a kid when that was coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's awesome! Oh yeah, that's so exciting!" You know what I mean? And they're in James Bond movies and shit. You know, with fucking.
I mean, I kind of feel like
Kill,
that was more like '82. That was more like when Rio came out, because like when their first album came out, like '81, which is their more new wavy one.
Yeah.
Which actually, I'm really a big fan of their first album. The videos from that are a lot more low rent.
Yeah.
But I will say that Duran Duran had a very good sense, or their handlers or whoever, they had a very good sense of like branding. It's like we're all gonna we're doing a theme. We're all doing like a military theme, or we're doing whatever, or we're doing a new romantic thing. So everyone's gonna look like that. Yeah, everyone's got to look good together.
Yeah,
and we're just like selling it.
And Grace Jones jumped in this same fucking thing too with fucking the View to a Kill era. Remember
that was 85. So that was I think that was the last single that they put out as a 5-piece before they split off into 2.
You had Duran Duran. They were gonna do the movie theme to James Bond, A View to a Kill. That had Grace Jones in it as fucking Christopher Walken's fucking sidekick. Fucking Christopher Walken was the bad guy in it. His fucking right-hand man was fucking Grace Jones, and she was kind of like an assassin. And she ended up in the View to a Kill video. And then you notice that, Grace, I think, ended up she was making her own stuff at that time. But then about a year or so later, or what was it, 2 years later, she ended up in Duran Duran or Arcadia albums.
Yeah. So that was the same year.
Same year. Okay, same year.
Because that album came out the same year.
Same year then.
That was 85. So 85. The Rose came out in 85. Right. And yeah, she sang
they all knew each other.
She sang on the Arcadia album, on a couple of the songs.
Yeah, at least 2 of them.
I mean, Election Day for sure. Yeah. She sang
she was in Election Day. She was in fucking El Diablo.
Did she sing on El Diablo? Yeah, she might have. I can't remember.
She did all the Spanish overdubbing in the beginning. Wasn't that her?
Oh, it might have been.
Speaking Spanish in the beginning.
Isabella asked about the Stranglers.
I don't know that one.
I really, really like the Stranglers. Golden Brown, probably my favorite song about heroin. Yeah. But they did a lot. Peaches, everybody knows that one. They did a really great cover of All Day and All the Night, the Kinks song. I have like a bunch of Stranglers albums, but yeah, I really, really like the Stranglers. So thank you for bringing that up. John Smith says, been fun, but he has to retire. Okay, good night. I love A View to a Kill because Roger Moore was like 58 in it and everyone just ignored it.
Yeah, I know, it's fucking funny. They didn't just ignore it though, because you had Roger Moore hitting fucking Merv Griffin and doing all the damn talk shows, the evening talk shows. Daytime talk shows too.
Merv Griffin, the elevator killer?
Yeah. And they're like, so you're going to be in a nude, you're like, but, you know what I mean? And how young is the woman going to be co-starring with you?
Is she young enough to be your daughter?
Yeah. And they were razzing him even back then. Yeah. Motherfucker pushing 60. And here's the thing. By today's standards, fucking, he wasn't even a well-preserved 60. You know? It was just of the time. You know, that's the way it was.
Honestly, I don't even remember, like, the movie A View to a Kill. I know I saw it.
It's not that good.
I just mostly remember, like, the super awesome and entertaining, like, Duran Duran video for the theme song. Yeah. Where all the members of Duran Duran are acting like they're spies and they're on the Eiffel Tower. Yeah. And I kind of dig that. But I don't...
Big-ass video cameras flying around.
I know. I love it. I still love that song. That's a great fucking song. Mm-hmm. Easily one of the best James Bond themes. I mean, that song, every time I hear that shit, because they play it at iBar sometimes, and it's like every time I hear that opening fucking shit, I'm just like, fuck
did a good one too, though.
I'll admit the Aha one is good.
Aha did a good fucking...
That's the Living Daylights.
Living Daylights, yeah. And so did Garbage. Remember?
Which one did they do?
Oh shit! What was the name of it? Fucking.
Was it one of the? What's his ass ones?
The World Is Not Enough.
Oh, right.
Because the world is not
Wait,
enough.
Garbage did that?
Yeah, Garbage did that.
Holy shit. I was like, okay, I must have been out of it during that.
Yeah. The world is not enough.
Tila said people looked old back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Right?
They did.
And I don't really know entirely why that was. I don't know if it's just because... Diet, makeup, haircuts, the way they dressed... They weren't like really taking care of themselves, not like I am. Like I say, is I drink a lot.
Yeah, they drank a lot. They weren't. Nowadays, you have a lot of fucking hormone replacement therapies and steroids. So fucking physical fitness. Okay, well you looked at Tony Basil. That's not natural. That's fucking working out, steroids, and hormone replacement. You can keep you pretty youthful looking and feeling good. Without that, you can get pretty fucking heavy looking fucked up. But when you saw Roger Moore at 58, at least he wasn't fat. But he was.
At least he isn't fat.
At least he isn't fat. But
well, if you're thin, you can get away with a lot more than a fat person
right.
can. I will say that. Which it's sad, but it's true. Even
now, looking at Burt Reynolds, watching some of Burt Reynolds' movies when he was getting into his 60s, I suspect he was taking some test. Wouldn't you?
I have no idea.
You couldn't tell? In little fucking whorehouse in Texas, he was walking around. He didn't look 100%. 100% natural.
I'm really not. I'm not paying that much attention to it.
I'm sitting there analyzing. I'm sitting there fucking.
I'm worried about the story and about like, are we singing and dancing? Are there boobies that I can look at? It's like, you know what I mean. Fine. I'm not looking.
Fine.
I'm just saying.
Fine.
That's weird.
I'm looking at him and I'm going. I think he was doing some test. He looked pretty good for his age. Especially for the time.
Tila says, "Aha, is that the group that did Take on Me?" Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a James Bond theme, The Living Daylights.
Living Daylights. Go look at that one. You'll immediately pick it up. Living Daylights. Aha.
Aha were Norwegian.
Yeah.
Yes, Norwegian.
Yeah.
I think they were Norwegian.
They were good.
And some people think that they were just like a one-hit wonder because Take On Me. No, they had a bunch of. Sun Always Shines on TV. That was like a big hit.
Yeah.
And Living Daylights was a big hit. So they had like other big hits too.
Evidently, their B-side stuff was good on those albums. I never had them, but they said that no, the whole album is good.
Well, our friend David, who was here earlier, is a huge Aha fan.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he like knows.
Well, that was the same as Soft Cell. Soft Cell, evidently, all their shit was pretty good on those.
Honestly,
albums.
Soft Cell. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Mark Almond.
Yeah.
His solo shit. It's very. What do I want to say? It's very like lounge.
Soft Cell did "Don't You Want Me."
Yeah. Which was a cover, which a lot of people don't know. That's a cover.
Evidently, everything on those albums is good.
But honestly, Mark Almond, his solo shit is awesome. Also,
he also did fucking "I'll Met With You," right? When that also that was
Modern English.
That was Modern English, yeah. Modern English.
Well, I kind of feel like
they were good too, though. I heard all their shit was good. That whole album.
I told you that.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that not only you. There was girls that I worked with fucking in restaurants and shit.
I bought Modern English when I Melt With You came out in '82. I bought the album, which is called After the Snow. Yeah. I bought it on vinyl. That whole album, I mean, I Melt With You is a great song. I first heard it, I think I heard it in Valley Girl, which, holy shit, we need to do like a fucking review on that, because I love that fucking movie.
Yeah.
Very early Nicolas Cage. But,
Tainted Love, they did that too.
Yeah, they did Tainted Love, and they did Sex Dwarf. No, Don't You Want Me is Human League.
That's right, Human League, that's right. Yeah.
Sex Dwarf.
Sex Dwarf, that's right.
That's another one they did.
I get some of them confused. That's all
yeah, obviously. But Mark Almond, he also had a very extensive solo career. Like I said, he did a lot of kind of lounge kind of stuff. And his voice, I love Mark Almond's voice. And all of the shit that he did, which was very like cabaret, I was so into it.
Yeah.
My favorite song that he did is called I'm Sick of You Tasting of Somebody Else. Please look that up. I love that fucking song so much. It's like on my phone, and I listen to it like all the time.
T, go listen to Living Daylights from Aha. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll instantly go, oh, I think I've heard it. It's an instantly likable song. And it's also instantly recognizable as a James Bond theme song.
Yeah. Let me see. I saw another question that I was going to answer, and then I can't find it. Okay. Oh, Tyler says, that was a time when actors in their 30s looked like they were in their 50s.
Yeah.
Honestly, sometimes I see some like shit from like the 70s and 80s. And sometimes I think that actor is probably like, oh, they got to be like fucking 35 or 40 at least. And then you find out later they were like 28.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, holy crap, that's some like fucking hard living right there. You don't really see that much anymore.
They smoked a lot.
I guess.
They drank a lot. Diet wasn't that good.
I mean, we drink a lot too, but it's like, Jesus Christ.
We're not drinking every day, though.
That's true. We don't drink every day.
They drink every day, I think.
Just a couple times a week.
Yeah.
We drink a lot, but a couple times a week. Tyler Guy says, I Melt With You is my favorite happy-sounding song about nukes. I don't really know if I Melt With You is about nukes.
That's about gay love.
But no, seriously, that whole album, After the Snow, is really, really good. I like every single song on that album. I listened to the shit out of that, like back in the early 80s.
I'll stop the world and melt with you. Okay? You see the difference, and it's getting better every time.
All the time.
All the time.
Every time, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing you and I won't do. This is gay sex we're talking about. I'll stop the world and I'll melt with you.
It could be hetero.
When you're coming, it's just like the world stops. That's what they're talking about.
It could be hetero.
I think it's gay. I think it's gay.
Well, that might be saying more about you than you intend, but...
I've just always thought that.
Okay. I just kind of thought it was, like, universal.
Well, it could be... Well,
that's what I'm saying.
He's writing it as a universality.
Sure.
But I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you would know, wouldn't you? Because you know everything.
Well, yeah.
you know everything that's gay.
It's artistic, so it's gay. If it was straight guys, I'm hitting the booty and I'm hitting the booty.
Yeah, Tila says, I don't get gay with that song. Projection? That's kind of the direction that
I'm hitting the booty.
You read gay things into, like, interesting things that nobody else in the world has read gay things into.
Fuck you, bitches.
Hey.
You see what I'm talking about? Pookie's like, what?
She's laying back there and she just went. She went.
Yeah, they're attacking me. Straight women doing it.
She's like, I don't care.
She's like, I don't know. She's like, it's because you fucked up.
Yeah, that's why.
I ain't worried about you.
Because you fucked up and you said some like weird shit.
I just think.
I never thought that.
I don't think I met with you as gay.
No, I never thought that.
I think it is.
Well, like I said, it's not specific enough.
No, it's not specific enough.
It's not specific
but that was
enough.
what I read into it, looking at him. That's what I figured. Yeah, I saw the video. I was like,
he never read as gay to me though, because like I said, in the '80s, honestly, in the early '80s, you couldn't really tell because
it's hard to tell. But
everyone was kind of like I said, after punk came, everyone was just kind of like, no one gave a shit. So you had everybody just being like, everybody had like super feminine, quote unquote, like hair, makeup, shit like that. So you couldn't really tell who was gay and who wasn't, and no one really gave a crap. Yeah. So I never really read it like that.
Straw Dogs is saying "Living Daylights" is pretty much his favorite James Bond song behind Goldfinger. I know. That's one of the better ones. Although I fucking really liked fucking "You Know My Name." Fucking I like that one from Casino Royale. That's a good one. The Alicia Keys song is also super good. From
I liked all the Daniel Craig songs.
Yeah,
like from the new one.
I didn't like all of them. I liked the first two. Some of them are too slow, too. But that's just whatever.
Tila says, Pookie said you bring it on yourself, Dad.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. But that's what she says. But just because she says it doesn't mean it's true.
Look at her.
You're a cat, and you don't have. Oh, so she rolls over. I point at her and you're a cat. She's like, yeah, I know.
She's on her back. She rolled over.
Yeah,
she's like,
okay.
yes, right. And
she won. I'm not gonna say that. You're a cat.
Look at you, Pookie.
You can't question Daddy.
She's like, oh, I absolutely can.
Look at her face. And she's like, okay, all right. She's like, oh, I do.
Can you see her move?
You can't see it.
Move.
I'm gonna get up to the restroom anyway.
Look at her. You guys can see her, right? Look at her. She's just back there laying like that. Okay, so she rolled over. This is like fucking funny. Stronic78 says, I always thought I melt with you about Burger King. Honestly, I think they used that song in a Burger King promotion in the 2000s, I want to say. It was fairly recently. But Pookie and a cat, she's a spoiled human, 2 years old now. Yeah, she's actually, she is like a spoiled, I treat her like a human child. She will be, I'm trying to think how old she'll be. She'll be 5 this summer. She'll be 5 years old. We've had her since 2017. We got her in the summer of 2017 when she was just a baby. I think she was just 6 weeks old. She was 6 weeks old, I think, when we got her. And I think it was June or July 2017. So she'll be 5 this year. Tyler said, I could have sworn it was confirmed to be about a couple having sex as nuclear war stars. I mean, if you want to read that into it, I'm thinking back to the lyrics. I guess it could be. I don't know. That, to me, it just seems vague enough, that you can, fucking read anything into it. To me, it just, every time I hear it, one, it reminds me because I had that album back then, but it also reminds me of Valley Girl, because that was kind of the big song at the end of Valley Girl when, the Valley Girl, finally, says, fuck it, I'm going with the punk rock guy, and then that song busts out, so there's that. I think that was maybe, I want to say that was the first time I heard it, but I don't think it was. I think I'd seen it on MTV prior to that. And then, because I used to watch, we had MTV, I think I've brought this up before. My dad worked for Cablevision, so we got MTV as soon as it started, because we got cable for free, which was one of the perks of the job. And so we got MTV as soon as it started, August 1981, it came on the air, and we had it. And I was 9 years old, almost 10. And I was glued to that shit, from the second it started. Because back in those days, nobody had really made any video, no older bands really had made any videos. So a lot of the videos that they had, because they needed content to play. So a lot of the bands that they played were these new wave bands that were forward thinking enough to have made videos, or were weird enough that were just kind of well, okay, that's fine. We'll buy that. We need something to show. So you got a really good cross section of a lot of weird new wave and shit like that. There was some old a few older bands that were forward thinking stuff too, but that had made some videos and they showed those. But mostly I remember back in the old days it just being almost all new wave until a year or two later when kind of some of the older bands caught on to the shit and started making videos for the platform. But there was all kind of weird shit on there back in the early days. I was into it. Okay. Where was I? And Tom read gay sex. Yeah. I kind of feel
see, fuck you bitches.
Well, it just does seem very strange that you're reading gay sex into stuff that nobody else hears that in. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Bitches. Okay,
it's a little weird.
No, I'm just saying. To me, it sounded gay.
Do we need to ask something about you, Tom?
Yeah, Tom.
Do you have something that you have to say, or
no, not at all.
Camp Guy was talking about Peter Gabriel had some cool animation in those early. Yeah. I think his album was Big Time. Yeah, that was Although I will say that was a little bit later. Big Time came out in 86.
Yeah.
So that was 5 years after it said. Yeah. But I remember that it was claymation.
Rebecca's saying they didn't get MTV until 87.
Holy shit. Yeah. We had it in August 1981 it started.
And Tyler says, I don't even know what the fuck modern MTV is. You lose brain cells. Yeah. Modern TV.
Well, it was
totally
it
different.
just went reality shows.
Yeah, totally
they don't
different.
show music videos anymore.
I was gonna make an MTV T-shirt to kind of honor fucking Predator 1, like the one Blaine had. Fucking he had that black MTV shirt when the Predator fucking blows. And I was thinking about it. And I was like, oh yeah. And then I realized, you know what? The average motherfucker wouldn't know what the hell I was talking about. They would think that I was talking about modern day MTV. Because modern day MTV.
What does their logo look like now? I don't know.
Modern day MTV's fucking shit.
Is it still on?
It is, I guess.
Well, like I said, it went... Well, just like every other channel, it went reality TV because that's cheaper.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to produce, like, reality shows.
The old MTV that we grew up with was more kind of like VH1. It was nothing but just fucking music videos.
It was all music videos, all the time. And then, like, every now and then they'd have, like, a half hour, an hour where it was, like, a themed show.
Yeah, and you had VJs. They were pretty good. You had J.J. Jackson on there. Remember him?
Martha
Quinn, and you had fucking the British dude, the blonde British dude. I don't remember what his name was.
Who was the dude with the big hair?
And then they would, and that was the very early MTV. And there was something kind of comforting about it. I remember when it first fucking came on. I was in California, Long Beach, California. We had On TV. It was one of the very first cable services. And one of the channels on TV was blank, and and the guide was saying, "Hey man, it's going to be something called MTV. It'll be music television." So I had it. My friend Jimmy and Mike had it, or their parents had it, and fucking they were going, "Man, we gotta be on. It's going to come on in a couple hours." So I run over to fucking Jimmy and Mike's house so we could all see it together. We were probably, I don't know, 10. Maybe a little bit older. 11. What year was that?
81.
81. Okay, so I'd have been a little bit older. I'd have been about 11.
Because, like I said, I was 9, almost 11. 10. Because I would have turned 10 in September.
Around that time. So I went over there to go see it.
No, I would have turned 9 in September.
Yeah,
no, so
I guess I was about 11 or so. I
would have turned 9 that year.
Might have been just coming up on 12. And I remember it. It fucking came on. It was like a little fucking test pattern, and then it went to a fucking with
the astronauts.
Yeah, astronauts and shit. Like, what the fuck?
I remember that.
And then it was like J.J. Jackson. They had this fucking black dude with a fucking fro. He's kind of heavy set black dude. I think it was him that fucking started introducing the channel. We're like, who's this? What the fuck is going on? And then he showed the very first music video we ever saw. It was fucking
Video
the
killed the radio star. The Buggles.
Video killed the radio star. I remember it.
Little joke there.
Video killed the radio star.
First video they ever played.
Video killed the radio star.
I still love that song, not gonna lie.
In my mind or in my... Yeah. I remember that. And we're like, what? And it went on for an hour, it seemed like. And then the fucking VJ came back. It was cool. It was really cool. We're like... But what was funny is that there weren't very many videos.
That's what I was saying. It's that, well, a lot of bands weren't...
Right.
Forward thinking enough to be like, this is a new medium.
Yeah.
So they didn't really have a lot. That's why there was so much. I think that's why New Wave got such a foothold in the early 80s, was because those were the only videos they had to show. Yeah. Like a lot of the bands that were popular, on the radio or whatever, they were older and they hadn't really got into the new video medium, so they didn't have any videos to show anybody. Yeah. So they were just showing videos by like young upstarts. And so I kind of feel like that went a long way toward like pushing the whole new wave thing. And
Tila says, video killed the radio star, ushering in a new era. Yeah. Fucking, I don't know if you've heard it, but you can find it on YouTube. Watch it and listen to it. It was a good song. That was their only good song, though. I don't remember anything else. And I remember.
I don't think they did it. Well, I mean, I'm sure they did other things, but that's
real soon after that. It was like shit, like Falco, and fucking Duran Duran, and.
I mean, Duran Duran were in there from pretty much the beginning, because their first album came out in '81. Yeah. They made videos for several singles off of that album, and MTV played them because I remember seeing them. A lot of the videos that I remember from the first year or two. Yeah. Like all the Duran Duran videos, Planet Earth, Careless Memories. I remember Night Boat. Yeah, Adamant, Goody Two Shoes.
Goody Two Shoes, yeah.
I remember...
Flock of Seagulls, didn't it?
Flock of Seagulls, yeah. I ran. That was 82. Yeah. And then like, what the hell else? I was thinking of something that you made me forget. Like I said, Modern English, I Melt With You, that was 82. Psychedelic Furs, Love My Way, that was 82. So I kind of feel like most of the shit that I remember fondly, because like I said, MTV came on like late in 1981, like late summer. And then, so by the time 82 rolled around, they had like a good like crop of decent like new wave kind of videos. So there was like, so I was like really into that, like from the very beginning.
And then it seemed like real quick you had fucking dun, 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 dun. I was working in a remember that?
Yeah, it's Human League.
Waitress in a cocktail bar. What was the name of that? What was
Human
that?
League.
Human League, yeah. And that came out. That was maybe 91, 81,
no,
82.
That was 82.
82.
That was
82.
82.
Yeah. And that was like a full...
That album was called Dare.
Yeah.
I remember.
And that was kind of... I remember when that first appeared, I was like, man, that was an impressive music video for 82.
Very fancy.
Yeah. It was like, wow, that's almost like a movie. Yeah.
Well, like I said, it was a new medium.
Yeah,
because prior to that, bands had made videos, but they were usually like live performance videos.
Yeah.
Like you did have some from like the late 60s and early 70s, but they were all like kind of like live performance with like psychedelic shit in the background and stuff. Like you had like Jefferson Airplane had made some and shit like that. So we did see them, but once people kind of twigged on to the new medium, they were just kind of like, oh my god, we can make like a 4-minute movie out of the shit. And like Duran Duran were like at the fucking forefront of that.
Yeah.
And that was like Russell Mulcahy, who actually went on to do like direct movies and shit.
I remember.
But he was like directed them like they were movies.
Remember it was 81 or 82 though. Del Bozio from fucking A Missing Persons showed up. And that was fucking just like a bullet right in between your eyes. That was fucking... That band was made for video because you had Del Bozio. If you can fucking look at her, look at The Missing Persons. Go ahead and fucking Google the shit. She was...
Words is my favorite.
Yeah. What are words for when nobody's
But Walking
listening?
in LA is also
Walking
good.
in LA was the first thing that I remember from her. She was kind of
But I
like...
Words. Words is a good song.
She was kind of like Lady Gaga. Just out of the blue.
Yeah, very pre-Lady Gaga.
Yeah. And she was a penthouse pet. So she was fucking hot as fuck. And the whole... I didn't know it at the time, but I've seen interviews with her fucking more recent times. She hated that music. The whole band was kind of an artificial...
Which kind of bums me out, actually. Because I really liked a lot YouTube shit.
Yeah, she hated that music. The whole band was an artificial construct to make a bunch of money through YouTube. Or through... not YouTube.
Yeah,
we're in YouTube.
We didn't have
through,
YouTube
Through
back then.
MTV. But no, The Missing Persons were fucking... The visuality of it, it was almost kind of like this semi-nude chick with fucking solar fucking panels for a mini
like,
skirt.
Yeah,
and fucking
futuristic.
And fucking...
Very sci-fi.
Clear fucking cups over her fucking titties and shit. Fucking white hair out like this and... blue fucking... She was like... Lady Gaga is a copy of that, if you ask me. Del Bozio.
Well, I mean, Lady Gaga like has taken a lot of influence from early 80s new wave, Madonna, obviously.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think like Madonna like ripped off a lot of stuff from like 80s new wave too. So people that were just like kind of 1 or 2 hit wonders.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not shitting on Madonna because honestly, when Madonna first came onto the scene, because she kind of came up as a club kid, and she kind of came up on the club scene, like particularly the gay club scene. She had kind of like a cool look about her. She looked kind of not punk rock, but she looked kind of like alternative, I guess. Yeah, she had a little bit of a punk rock look to her.
Yeah.
So a lot of her like old shit, I kind of like that. And honestly, some of her songs I still like. I still like Into the Groove.
Yeah.
That's a great fucking song.
Rebecca said that she looked like she came out of Blade Runner. Yeah, she did. Tina's saying that woman sounds like a normal looking person in Berkeley. I think she's talking about Del Bozio. You're talking about Missing Persons, right? I would think.
Wait, where are you looking at?
Down at the bottom.
Great makeup. Oh, they're talking about the Thriller.
The Thriller, okay, Thriller
yeah,
video.
They're talking about the Thriller video.
Yeah,
which was directed by John Landis. Actually.
Yeah, okay. Thriller was not the first Michael Jackson video that we saw, though.
First one I saw was Billie Jean.
Billie Jean.
First one I saw was
Billie Jean's not my love.
With the light up sidewalk.
She's just a chair. Who said I am the one?
A chair.
The chair, yeah. Because the chair is not my son. Yeah, that's what I thought he was saying. Chair.
Did you really think he was saying?
Yeah, I thought he was saying
it's like,
chair.
Wait, did somebody convert to a chair? What's going on here?
My son. I was wondering how a motherfucker could be related to a chair. But I was thinking, like, well, shit happens, you know what I mean? You're sitting there trying to...
You were just kind of like, well...
Like, you give birth to a chair. I couldn't understand it.
I hate when that
I was young, you know? Thought it might be possible.
Sure.
Chair. The chair is not my
This is my son, the chair.
Yeah. That was a great video.
I need to make that another fucking shirt.
Boom. Yeah, the chair is not my son.
My son chair. Oh my god, I'm dying.
Yeah.
I'm dying.
It's like this all the time.
I'm thinking of like...
It's like this all the time.
Well, this is what happens. Like, you give me these mental images, and then I can't get past it because now all I'm thinking of is like this hugely pregnant woman and like a chair coming out of her vagina.
That's what I was thinking.
Like this, and like a nice comfortable chair, like maybe a lazy boy, like coming out.
Well, you see, I was white, so you know I'm like fucking. I'm like chair. Chair's
Wait,
not a
chair.
son? Yeah. Okay. All right. The chair's not his son.
I have to say,
the chair wouldn't be my son either. You know what I mean?
I'm not related.
I can understand that. I understand what you're talking about. No, that chair is not his son.
I will go on Jerry Springer
that chair is
and
not
get
his
a
son.
DNA test.
That chair is not his son.
You are not the father of this chair.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I got you back, MJ. That chair is not your son.
You were not related to that chair.
I was just trying. I was young, you know.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say, didn't Beat It come out before Thriller?
Yeah.
I feel like, and I could be remembering this wrong, it was a long time ago. For sure, I saw Billie Jean. That was the first Michael Jackson video I saw. For sure.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I saw Beat It before Thriller. Am I remembering that wrong? Or no? Pretty sure I saw Beat It first.
Yeah, I think maybe. I remember Billie Jean being the first.
Well, I know. Yeah, that was.
Video.
Yeah, that was the. I know that was the first one. I saw.
You don't understand. You don't understand what it was like. You don't understand what it was like back then. You're a little kid. You're watching television. It's color, okay, but it's not. It's fucking not HD, okay. It's cathode ray tube television. You're up in California somewhere, down in Vista, with your Aunt Lois at your Aunt Lois's house, and fucking you're seeing Michael Jackson doing fucking Billie Jean, and it's like in those days it was like a fucking Hollywood production movie. It's like God.
I still like that song.
Yeah, you're like, damn. It was like they did not spend that kind of money in music videos. They only spent that kind of money in movies. So you knew that it had arrived.
Yeah, it's like this shit series.
Had arrived.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. Whoa. And MJ was fucking good, man. He was real good. I grew up listening to him. Now, I never really bought any of his albums because you didn't have to. This shit was on the radio fucking 24/7. You didn't have to buy anything from the dude. The only thing I ever did was I guess it was around 86. I rented that what was that Moonraker? No, what was the name of that fucking video? I'm gonna call that shit Moonwalker.
Moonraker. Moonraker.
I'm gonna call that shit Moonraker.
Was that terrible James Bond movie?
Yeah.
Where Roger Moore took his old ass to the moon. Didn't he?
We had to stop him from killing everybody with a fucking virus, man. All right.
Roger Moore.
Pussy's better when it's floating. Are you gonna float and fucking? Pussy's better when it's floating. You're gonna do some 0G shit like that. That's what he's doing. Okay?
I kind of feel like
that's when you're 68. You need fucking 0G action. You like this? You're ripping that shit around like that. You're like flying. That's what he's doing. So
I feel like that's probably not the case. You're not gonna get like any friction or any kind of like. There's no gravity.
It's all imaginary. It's all imaginary.
Okay.
So it's like a waterbed. It's like a waterbed, but you're floating. Okay. That was the thinking back then. All right.
All right, so, I gotta pee. You're killing me.
I'm not killing you. But anyway, I saw Moonwalker. All right, I rented it. See, she's gotta go take a leak. So I went and saw Moonwalker. I didn't go and see it. I went and rented it, and I brought it back. At the time, I think I was in high school in Brazil at the time, and fucking that VHS tape was kind of like the best thing going of that year. And up until that time. It was kind of like a video album. I think it had 7 or 8 songs on it, maybe a little bit more. And it was kind of, had a story that kind of threaded them all through there together. And I really enjoyed it. And I was into metal at the time. I wasn't into fucking Michael Jackson music. I was just wanted to read it because it was a cultural thing at the time. Everybody else was seeing it. And I was like, well, you know, I did like this song and did like that song. And let's go see what it's about. I'm going to fucking rent it. Rented it. It was great. It was great. You had the claymation stuff. You had stories. You had at the end, fucking MJ shows up as a fucking transformer and blows shit up. You know what I mean? You know about that, did you? About Michael Jackson shows up as a robot.
All right. Wait, okay. Now, was this the one that they showed at Epcot or no? Am I thinking of something else?
They should have showed it at Epcot if they didn't. I don't know. But he shows up. A lot of stuff happened to it. I didn't really... Looking back on it, you know what I mean? Fucking with what happened to him later. Some of that shit's kind of suspicious. You did have some young boys in there. There were some young white boys in the movie. And I'm not sure exactly what the relationships were between this and penises and shit. I don't really fucking know. Okay?
What was the relationship between them and penises?
I don't know. Could have. I don't know.
The penises were over here,
just
hovering about.
White boys over here. Money over here. Parents over here. All happening in California. Because being from California, I don't trust them bitches. Them fucking pimping bitches that they got down there. I don't get it. But, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But I wasn't there, so I'm not going to make any accusations.
Thank you.
I'm not going to make it. It's all alleged.
Don't get us sued.
It's all allegedly.
Don't get us sued.
Now, fucking...
That's why I say allegedly all the time.
It's allegedly. Now, Razor Fist did a whole show on this shit. You can look at his channel. I like Razor Fist. He's good. And he's a metal guy. And he looked into this shit. And he says that he does not believe that fucking anything happened with MJ. He thought MJ was set up. But he did think that maybe MJ was very weird. But he didn't think...
Clearly, he's
very weird. But he didn't think the dude was acting on anything.
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm kind of on the fence about it.
There's a bunch of other shit, and when he fucking tells it, and the history, it could have been that predatory people were setting him up to take his money, knowing that he had some weaknesses.
Maybe.
But there's no evidence that he did anything.
I mean, like I said, it's weird because there's like not a lot. I don't know. It looks bad.
It looked bad.
But there's not a lot of evidence. But honestly, I'm really like, if you're into like conspiracy theories, like people were setting him up, I kind of feel like you need more evidence for that because that's like a little bit more unbelievable.
It's just, look, let me tell you something.
But
let me tell you something.
Oh, he's gonna tell me something.
I'm gonna tell Jenny something.
He's gonna mansplain something.
I'm gonna mansplain some shit.
He's gonna Tomsplain.
I'm gonna Tomsplain some shit.
Tomsplain, TM.
Okay. How old was MJ when all this shit went down in his 30s?
How would I know?
He was like 30-something?
I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing. If I was a single male in my 30s and I had fucking all this damn fame and money, I would not have a house with an amusement park out front of it and a bunch of statues.
Yeah, but you're not him, though.
With statues everywhere, these bronze...
You're Tom.
Bronze statues of all these
You would just have... a bunch of women like laying, and so you could walk on a carpet of titties.
Thank you. There you go.
That's what you would have.
I think most guys would be like that.
I know you.
I would never
carpet
have
of titties.
I would never have a gigantic sprawling fucking compound of fucking amusement parks.
Like I said, that does seem very, very sketch.
Fucking video arcades. And hundreds of bronze statues of little fucking skinny Peter Pan looking little white boys everywhere drinking out of water with their cute little booties up in the air drinking up out of water. It's just no.
Most humans would be like, yeah, that's weird.
No, it's too many little fucking
but
cutie
the thing
white
about,
boys, little fucking... No.
The thing about him was that he had problems.
Yeah.
And that maybe he never progressed beyond childhood.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not coming down on either side of it because I wasn't there. I don't really know how it's like. It looks bad, I'm going to say. I'm going to lean on the side of like it being like, yeah, there's probably some sketchy shit going on because it doesn't look too good. But maybe he was just some weirdo that like didn't really fucking know the difference, you know.
I didn't say this is the funniest ever.
Hugo says, and then Weird Al Yankovic came and stole the show.
Yeah.
And Tila says, I love Weird Al's parody of Bad by MJ. Yeah. It was called Fat, and it was all about food.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm fat. Ham on whole wheat.
Yeah, ham on whole wheat.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have that album somewhere. It's
ham on whole wheat sounds great right about now.
It does, actually.
But the thing is, we're busting on MJ. And there was a lot to bust on MJ, but no, those albums were very good. They're very solid. He was not innovative, I would say. Prince was innovative.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson was not innovative, but he could.
But he was like the best at that.
For a while, Michael Jackson could see what was popular and jump in there and fucking give you a product that would fit into the gestalt and the zeitgeist of the time. He could put on a really good show. Would Michael Jackson have stood the test of time? No. Prince would, but not Michael Jackson. Stop it. That's right. I'm looking at you and you're looking. Don't look guilty. Just don't do it. Okay.
She's like, you can't stop me. I'm
you're right. She swallowed real hard. And look, so you go back to it. Okay. No.
Daddy yells at me and then I just keep on doing it. Nothing happens.
I think Michael Jackson's biggest strength was that he could dance. That was even more than the singing, I think. He could dance.
Well, he was a good performer.
Yeah.
He was a good performer.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna when you talk about black powerhouses, I'm gonna give it to fucking Prince.
I think most people would.
Yeah.
I think most people
Prince could play instruments and he was more innovative and Prince was sexy. There's just nothing really sexy about
Michael Jackson not so much.
No.
Yeah, but Prince was like totally hot.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like everybody, male, female, whatever gender you are, whatever race you are, whatever.
When I was a kid, they had white girls trying to fuck Prince.
That's what I mean.
Okay, they're not trying to fuck Michael Jackson.
Would you like to fuck Prince?
Yeah, they're
sure.
not. Yeah.
Like back in the 80s.
They're not trying to fuck Michael Jackson.
Everybody would say
they're
yes.
trying to fuck Prince.
Right. I mean, if they said no, then people are gonna like check on you.
Well, listen to his lyrics.
Something's the matter.
Listen to the lyrics. Listen to Prince's lyrics and shit, and fucking the way he's saying this shit was sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He was a skinny little dude. He'd fucking get on a damn album cover, fucking semi-nude and shit. Fucking, he'd ride his motorcycle, making movies, and his hair and shit, and his fucking clothes.
Like Purple Rain.
He was cooler than Michael Jackson in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah.
You know.
I mean, to me, like, growing up at the time, it's like Michael Jackson was, like, fine. Like, you understood that was, like, good music.
Yeah.
But
wasn't sexy.
It was, and it was very mainstream.
Yeah.
You understood that Prince was way cooler.
Yeah.
Like, even back in the 80s. So there was that.
Prince had a dirty side.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was, like, it was dirty. So, everybody was like, we're into that.
Right. Tila's agreeing when Prince was innovating.
Tila's also talking about the Jeopardy parody that Weird Al did. That is a song. I don't know if you know the original song that came from.
Yeah.
But it was a song called Jeopardy by Greg Kihn, which was like, I used to really, really dig that song and that video back in the old days. It's like super cheap by today's standards.
You're saying fucking they're trying to hook up with Michael Jackson too. Those are freaky girls. Regular women were trying to hook up with fucking.
Those were freaky girls.
Those are freaky girls. The regular women were trying to fucking hook up with Prince.
Yeah.
Prince had a lot wider appeal. Prince was understandable. You could understand what Prince was about. It's hard to understand what Michael Jackson was about. Maybe some women might be kind of fucking enthralled by that, mystified. But no, there's something kind of not right about Michael Jackson's image. I'm just saying, man. I don't want to make any accusations, but there's just something strange about that.
I mean, the thing about it is that, like, look, I'm a weirdo, and it's like, I've been a weirdo my whole fucking life, but even I was just kind of like...
Prince would be who you'd want to hang out with.
Yeah. I would much rather hang out with Prince if I had to choose. Michael Jackson always seemed like a little weird to me.
Yeah.
He's weird because he's, like, childlike.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I'm not into children, so I don't really want to hang out with children. And he kind of always seemed like that. So, anyway, what I was saying was that...
you don't have to be cool. I can't do that fucking voice, man. Fucking Tila make fun of me if I try to make that voice. That bitch can fucking say.
You already did it, though.
Yeah.
So.
He could sing, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's weird because I appreciate him now more than I did in the 80s, I feel like.
Well, because we were sick of it. We were being bombarded by it.
That's what I mean. I kind of feel like a lot of stuff...
Took that shit for granted.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, during the 80s, like I said, I was listening to fucking Bauhaus and Alien Sex Fiend and like the Smiths and Depeche Mode and shit like that and The Cure. And so, shit that was like on the radio...
Yeah.
Like Prince and stuff, or Madonna, I was just kind of like, meh. I like some of like Madonna's older shit and Prince's older shit. But then like as time went on, I was just kind of like, nope, not having it. But like as I get older...
Yeah, you look at it and you go like, oh, that shit was good, man.
When you hear it, you're like, that was a good fucking song. I didn't like it at the time, but I like it like
well, like I said, we were being bombarded with it.
But yeah, it was ubiquitous. Yeah. So you kind of like got sick of it because it was like on the radio. Like Prince was on the radio all the time.
And everybody knew it.
Everybody knew it. So it was just kind of like, yeah, you kind of got sick of it. But now that like 20, 30, 40 years have gone by and like you don't hear it every day, you can like hear it with fresh ears, I guess. So you can like hear it anew. And it actually is a good song. Honestly, like even some shit that I hated back in the 80s, like fucking shit by like Genesis and shit like that. Like I don't love it, I wouldn't buy it, but if I hear it, I'm like, it's all right.
Yeah. See, T got it right. If you're going on a date with MJ, you're gonna go to Disney and you're gonna watch movies. Go to a date with Prince, you're not gonna come back home. That's right. Now, dildos.
And when you do come home, you're gonna be like your legs are gonna be all fucked up. You're gonna be like walking.
Get a little fuck me bag, and the clothes have been changed already.
Hey, don't even start.
Dildo Swag is saying fucking wasn't Prince kidnapping women? No, dude. He's thinking of fucking Rick James.
Oh, Rick James was maybe,
Rick James was a bad dude. Him and his girlfriend were fucking like kind of kidnapping other women and fucking threatening them with cigarette lighters.
Didn't do that, did he?
No, it was
Rick James did that.
It was Rick James.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows how true that is? Rick James was a bad motherfucker, but he was also pretty cool, and he was a bad drug addict. I mean, it was just kind of hard to understand. I don't know. I would have had fun hanging out with Rick James, I think.
I'm sure you would have.
I've seen. But
Rick, probably you would have got arrested.
I'd have got arrested. I've seen videotapes of Rick James. I'm laughing my ass off. I was like, yeah, I'd have fun with Rick James, but we'd get in a lot of trouble, and he'd probably get on my nerves after a while, because Rick James was one of those motherfuckers that couldn't shut up. He was constantly fucking talking, and he would try to get laid just on the back of him being Rick James. Instead of just fucking being a man and trying to get laid.
Yeah, like, I'm Rick James.
I'm Rick James, bitch. Go ahead and come in this and that.
I mean, there's a reason that became
There's a reason why he was.
There's a reason that became a joke.
Shut the fuck up and just be yourself and get laid. We know you're Rick James. Shut the fuck up.
Get laid naturally.
Just get laid, but on the natural.
Nobody likes the "Do you know who I am?" motherfucker.
Yeah, look, I'm Rick James. I got these albums. Come over and fucking suck my dick because I'm Rick James.
Anybody that says "Do you know who I am?"
No.
automatically is like, yes, and we hate you. So bye.
But he had drug problems. He died. But evidently he did him and his girlfriend kidnapped another girl.
Yeah.
But nobody knows if she might have made a lot of that up.
Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna go that far. I don't know that much about it, so I don't really.
It was all between rockheads. They were all rockheads. I mean, shit happens between crackheads. I think crack was the main factor more than anything else. He got acquitted of that shit, whatever it was.
I mean, that doesn't mean he didn't do it. It's just that there wasn't enough evidence.
Yeah, it was all sketchy. The girl was sketchy too. They just, from what I understand, we might do a show on that. Maybe we got to do a show on that.
We probably should.
Yeah, Rick James.
Some people said we should do a whole show about Michael. We haven't done a Michael Jackson show, have we?
Michael Jackson.
We've talked about it a few times.
Yeah. What's funny is, as old as we are, we need to start talking about people that fucking were around when we were kids, so we can fucking cast that shit in stone to leave behind to future generations, so they can fucking go back and say, what did old motherfuckers think of fucking Michael Jackson? What really happened? Y'all were there. Tell us, because we were there at the time, listening to it in the media,
real time,
in the media in real time, what that was like.
But even now, like, even given this, I mean, now that it's this many years later, I still don't really know. Like I said, I wasn't there, and I hate to jump to conclusions. I don't. It's a bad thing to like get involved in, because it's like I don't want to like fucking jump to his defense because he might have been like a fucking perv.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily want to like cast aspersions on like the kids or the parents that were like accusing him of shit because, you know, you don't want to get into a thing where it's like you're just distrusting.
Schwaggins is in there going, no, she had proof, she had bruises and everything.
But yeah,
that doesn't mean a whole lot. That'd be kind of like fucking kind of the things that happen between fucking Sid Vicious and Nancy. They were fucking punk rockers. They were rough on each other. Even part of being a punk rocker in that culture was to rough a motherfucker up. You know what I mean? And I had punk rock girlfriends that were like that. They'd fucking, it was love to rough you up a little bit. It was kind of like a BDSM type thing. Now with fucking with Rick James and his girlfriend, these are crackheads. They may have been roughing her up. I don't know. Jenny hasn't done a full analysis yet. I just based
I'm
on
not
what
commenting.
Yeah, just based on what I remember, there was a lot of stuff that was up in the air. She probably could have run, but she wasn't running because there was a bunch of crack involved. But weird shit happened back in those days.
Well, weird shit happens.
It happens everywhere.
All the time, always.
Right. This is all between scenesters and famous people. And they're not necessarily super intelligent, you know? They got a lot of money and drug problems and they're famous. And, yeah, they get out of hand. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fucking 100% mean-spirited or that it's 100% non-consensual. I mean, you just have to see what happens. You know what I mean? Fucking, did she try to get away, or did she say, "Yeah, I want to get away, but I really can't get away because this is a source of crack"? I don't, you know, it's just, I don't know all the details. From what I remember, is that it was all sketchy when it came to Rick James and that situation with that one girl and his girlfriend. I remember that evidently that they burned her with a cigarette lighter out of a damn car. But I don't know the fucking details about that. Did he just fucking go, bitch, like that? Or did he hold it on her and cook her with it? How you know, what was the deal? I mean, these people are fucking high all the time, you know, and fighting.
Tyler says, even if he wasn't a pedo, there was some clear weird mental stuff going on there. Oh, I agree.
With MJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he very obviously had some issues.
Yeah.
Understandably. He had like a really weird upbringing. So,
what was weird about MJ is that there was a lot about him back in the time that was kind of what back in those days would have been kind of goth friendly. He was ripping off the goth subculture quite a bit. A lot of the stuff he was wearing.
He was a tad.
Was stuff that he was getting from us. And he was not a normal guy. He was like something out of the damn underworld, you know what I mean? He was from a subculture. But he was the leader of his own little subculture. There wasn't a bigger part of it. He was constantly trying to take things that were happening, what he called on the street, and bringing that into the mainstream. And on the Bad album, he was trying to bring goth mainstream. The clothes that he's wearing is same clothes that the guys from Bauhaus were wearing.
Well, like a decade earlier.
Yeah, like a decade earlier. Yeah.
Holy Parish of Doom says, Underground Metal, Vitus Frost, Slayer, Venom.
Yeah.
Dead Kennedys and Cro-Mags. Yeah. 80s had fantastic underground music. It did, I agree.
Kennedys were punk, though, not metal.
Yeah. Man, I fucking love the Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, they were good.
I saw the Cro-Mags.
Opera.
Yeah. I saw the Cro-Mags live in Daytona Beach, of all fucking places.
A lot of people didn't know Giallo was gay. I didn't know that. He was gay.
Yeah. I don't know if he ever formally came out or anything like that, but it was just something that wasn't ever discussed, I guess. It wasn't like... I think that he thought that it wasn't really relevant.
I think it was relevant. He should have said something about it, but it was ahead of his time. He would have been ahead of his time.
Well, he said something about it later, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think that might have added something to it. I had that Plastic Surgery Disasters album. I fucking loved it. The fucking Riot.
I love all their shit.
Yeah, it was a great album.
Shit. I have that somewhere too.
Right. That's why one of the things is, you know, I have a lot of respect for Rob Halford, being a Judas Priest fan. Rob came out early. You just had to pay attention to the lyrics. He came out on the Sin After Sin album, on the fucking on the song fucking Raw Deal. We talk about going to Fire Island. He made the spike at 9:00 on a Saturday. All eyes were on him as he walked into the bar. That's right. They had all these steely and leather dudes with fucking cops, leather cops playing rough stuff. Yeah, hell yeah. He's telling you he's telling you that he was gay. I was listening to that as a kid. I was like, wait a minute, what? No, really? I was kind of like I couldn't, but I go, yeah, that's what it was. There was no coming out back in the very early 80s.
Well, I kind of feel like there wasn't a framework for it.
There wasn't a framework for it.
It's like you could talk about it, and like if you were kind of vague enough,
right,
then people who were gay that like realized that thing, they're like, holy shit, they're talking to me.
Yeah.
And like that was like really empowering. But if you weren't into it, then you were just kind of like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. You didn't like know what he was talking about. You didn't think about it.
Right.
So I kind of feel like there was a lot of that shit going on. But Jelly Biafra, I kind of feel like he maybe, I don't really know, but I kind of feel like he maybe thought that wasn't really their focus, like the band's focus. So maybe he thought it would be distracting. I don't really know. I don't know.
Yeah, T says we should have a show on infamous celebs, and Rick James wrote a book. I'm on Amazon right now. Put it in my basket. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's probably a good book.
I actually would like to read it.
Yeah.
Sure. Rebecca says, with all criminality, you can't judge a book by its cover, like Bill Cosby. Yeah, everyone's kind of surprised about that. Tyler says, party all the time is fucking hilarious. Yeah. Eddie Murphy trying to be Rick James. My girl wants to party all the time.
What about fucking put the boogie in your butt?
All the time. Oh, yeah, I remember
Put the boogie in your butt. That's what we're going to put a telephone on your butt.
It's like, what are you putting in my butt?
You put anything in your butt. That's what fucking Michael...
I mean, I'm not a verse. I'm just saying, what is it that you're putting in my butt?
Everything.
I have to...
Everything. According to that song, everything goes in your butt. That's... Eddie Murphy was fucking hilarious.
I'm putting an entire cake in your butt. I'm putting the Empire State Building in your butt. I'm putting like all of these things in your butt.
These fucking young folks, go look at Boogie in your butt. Okay, Boogie in your butt. Fucking, that was fucking Eddie Murphy talking about all the things he's gonna put in your ass. Okay, it's fucking funny, man. It's a funny song. Okay, it was good. The shit was on the radio. Eddie Murphy, a lot of people fucking don't understand, especially you young bitches. You don't understand. I'm going to say you bitches. You young bitches don't understand that Eddie Murphy was fucking huge when I was a kid.
Well, he was a cultural phenomenon.
You're talking about as big as Tom Cruise. That's how big he was. Okay. His movies started to suffer over time. Overexposure had a lot to do with it. Him trying to go mainstream family comedy didn't work. Eddie Murphy had to be fucking edgy.
Yeah, it didn't work. That.
It didn't work when he went mainstream. It's because he bought his own production company. He tried to do what that dude did with the fucking...
The Medea guy?
The Medea guy. Yeah. Which I like Medea movies. I got 2 of them fucking, and we've seen some of them in the theaters. But when I watch Medea...
We saw the Medea funeral movie.
Yeah. When I'm watching Medea, though, it's basically, I'm like, this is basically what Eddie Murphy
Tyler
was doing.
Perry.
Tyler Perry. When I was watching Tyler Perry, it's kind of like what Eddie was doing.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like I'm going to dress up in all these outrageous...
Yeah.
I'm going to put on a fat suit. I'm going to be in drag. I'm going to play like 5 different characters. Yeah. I mean, Eddie Murphy was doing that.
Eddie Murphy already did that.
Yeah, he already did.
But Tyler Perry was made a good fucking living. He got rich doing that on his own independently without anybody telling him what to do. So I respected that. But no, Medea fucking... And some people, when you watch that shit, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Tila says, oh God, Tyler Perry, I can't rock with that one.
Yeah. Well, I
saw the funeral one, and it was like parts of it were kind of funny, but like I've seen parts of some of his other movies, like in doctors' offices and whatnot. Well, like if they were playing the TV, and it's just like, I don't know.
It's kind of like the entertainment equivalent of going to get some chicken wings. It's like eating chicken wings. It's fucking the shit's available pretty much anywhere.
It's just it's low hanging fruit.
It's real low hanging fruit.
It's low hanging fruit.
But I still enjoyed it. You know what I mean? The idea is escapism when you're talking about entertainment. You just watch it and just laugh. You know.
Tila says Halloween Medea is all right, I guess, but no.
Okay, well, see, I've only seen a few of those movies. I could see that probably that might suffer from the same thing that happened to Eddie Murphy, is overexposure. Because I looked at the catalog, he's got a lot of that shit. Some of the shit's
well, Tyler Perry has his own production company. He's very, very into. And it's weird because I've only seen a couple of them, but it's like his whole thing is like we have to make this kind of like lowbrow humor, but also super Christian.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
Which the tone of it really is very jarring to me. Like I don't think those two things go together. I don't really like lowbrow humor generally. It can be done well. I'm not saying like I'm averse to it or anything, but a lot of it, like I said, it's very low-hanging fruit. It's very obvious. You can see like a lot of the jokes coming from like a long time away.
I had fun with it.
But yeah, they're fun.
I'm not reading into it too much.
Well, no, but I'm just saying that, yeah, but like people that know anything about comedy, it's like, yeah, I've already seen this joke done better like 30 years ago. You know, so there's that kind of thing. And the weird like Christian overlay that it has on it is just like really like sucks any of the humor that it has out for me. I don't know. It's just like a weird tonal. What's the opposite of synergy? It's just like a weird like tonal. I don't know. It's just like very very like I don't know what the word I'm trying to think of, but it's like really really fucking fucked up. Let me see. Tyler Perry was for Weird Racist Southwest. Yeah. And yeah, that's actually a good point. Mary Connolly says it's kind of a ripoff of Carol Burnett's Mama skits. Yeah, it's kind of that whole thing. I feel like that's maybe a little bit of a subculture, I guess. But yeah, like back in the day on the Carol Burnett show, or when she was doing Carol Burnett show and then they did Mama's Family later on, I kind of feel like there's a whole like weird subculture of people putting on... I'm going to put on, like, a fat suit and, like, old lady makeup, and that's going to be, like, funny. It's like, it was funny when Carol Burnett did it, and it was less funny when Eddie Murphy did it, but funnier than when Tyler Perry did it. So let's say that.
I only saw 2 or 3 of his movies, and I laughed through all 2 or 3 of them. That's, you know, I didn't read too much. I thought they were funny. But then again, what makes me laugh sometimes is, like, comfort humor, and to me it was just kind of comforting humor. I understood the humor and it was just just laughing, you know. Now there's some shit on there's a lot of them on Amazon. Some of them are like live productions on a stage. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen those. I've only seen like a couple of them.
Some of the movies I think started out as stage productions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I mean, like, props to him. He started like a whole fucking production company. He's made like $40 bajillion doing that shit, like carving his own niche, which is hard to do. He's
got his own characters and stuff, and people want to see him over and over again. So,
which, like I said, that's cool. I'm not shitting on it. It's just it's not for me.
Yeah.
Because like I said, a lot of the jokes in it are just very. I mean, to me, they seem very stale. It seemed like shit that my grandparents were laughing at. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I've seen like other comedians do that like 40 years ago and it was funnier, but that's kind of why it just seems very like old people.
Tila Santama's Medea movies fucking are sick. The ones that I saw were funny. I only saw 3 of them.
I did laugh a few times at that like funeral one, but like I like any kind of like dark humor that has to do with like making fun of like dead people. That like that's funny to me. I don't know why, but like So I did think that was funny. But some of the other ones, I can't remember the one that I saw. I was in like a fucking doctor's office one time, and inexplicably, they had a Medea movie. I don't know which one it was because there's a million. They had that playing in the waiting room. And so I was like watching that because I had to wait forever. And I was just kind of like watching it, and I was just kind of like, it wasn't kind of like the contact shame that I had when I was watching Cool as Ice. It wasn't that cringy, but I was cringing a little bit. Like nonetheless, I was just
we saw one at AMC on fucking
it was
AMC.
The funeral one.
The funeral one, and I laughed, dude. I thought it was funny. I was
parts of it were funny.
I thought it was funny.
But like I said, I think the reason that I thought that was funny was because it was all like death-centered humor, which I usually think is hilarious. Because I don't know. I like a lot of
cop pulled her over and she didn't want to fuck. Remember that? She didn't want to come quietly to the cop. She was going to pull over. It's looking funny.
Tyler says, I think Tyler Perry's a good guy, but as a director, he is so bad.
He's just making product.
It's working. Like I said, I'm not shitting on it because obviously, like, people want to see that.
Yeah.
So
he's got his own following.
Who am I to say that it's like not any good? If you want to see that, then that's
he's got his own following, and
I don't think a lot of it's funny, but
they want to see those characters over and over again.
If you think it's funny, then
it's enough for him to buy houses.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Like I said, who am I to say that's like? If you think that's funny, then watch it. Then watch it. I wouldn't like other people telling me like shit I think is funny is not funny. Yeah. So I'm not shitting on.
Look at this show.
I'm just like,
we're sitting here doing this show, you know.
That's what I'm saying. And like I said, I would never tell anybody, look, this show isn't for everybody.
Yeah.
Obviously. Because we only have less than 12,000 subscribers. Although I will say that I kind of feel bad about that sometimes. Because I kind of feel like, well, we should probably have more subscribers. But I will note that a lot of horror channels that I really like, have significantly less subscribers than we have. Well, particularly horror
because YouTube is kind of like favoring corporate sponsorship first. So
I mean, if you like horror shit, you're kind of like marginalized anyway.
Yeah, and what we're talking about, and then there's a lot of suppression going on in the algorithms.
Now, I will note, though, that there's a couple horror channels and a couple true crime channels that have way more subscribers than us.
Yeah.
But a lot of the ones that I like...
much better than us, though.
Well, I don't know. Like, not necessarily.
Yeah.
We do go off topic a lot. I will say that. But
we drink a lot on the show.
And we drink a lot.
Yeah.
But there's other ones like that, too.
Yeah.
That have... I don't know. Like, I don't really know... I don't know if there's an answer to it, really. Yeah. I was thinking about it earlier because I was watching... Honestly, one of my favorite horror channels on YouTube is Grumpy Andrew. Grumpy Andrew's Horror House, Gahh. Who's just like this British dude, and he talks about like fucking horror movies. And he loves old shit. Like, he loves Hammer movies, he loves Dario Argento, he loves all that stuff. And I love him, and he's like so cool. I think he only has... maybe 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers, maybe more, but he has, I think, less than us. But he's one of my favorite guys, and he just kind of like sits in front of it. He doesn't have he's very articulate, and he's very he knows a lot about horror movies, but he's not like super polished. It's not like super edited cool or anything like that. It's just like a dude that's really passionate about movies, like talking about movies. And I don't know, I kind of feel like it's kind of hit or miss, really. Like, what was that noise?
She opened the door.
Oh.
Cat could open the door.
I was like, what was that noise? She was like...
Man, I'll be fucking laying up in the fucking bedroom. Have to go up and fucking... Because I'm always listening. I always have fucking little earphone in. I have to get up and go take a leak. Come back into bed, put the earphone in, try to fall back asleep. And I hear that fucking cat opening the cupboards.
Yeah.
It's creepy when you think about it.
Well, it's not creepy to me because I know that that's what that is.
That cat can open the cupboard and slam the cupboards.
Yeah.
And then she'll open another one. And
she thinks something is cool in there. That's why.
Yeah. It's like
she doesn't like any closed door.
Yeah.
She thinks this is closed because there's something awesome back
here. So I got to open it. Right.
So I have to open it and make sure there might be like some meat sticks or brushes or something like that in there that I really need right now. And honestly, sometimes I'll be... yeah, we're talking about you.
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Sometimes I'm working in here and like I hear boom, 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 and then I look over and she's like got her little head stuck in that. She's got a little paw like that. Like, what's in here? There's nothing in there. It's coffee and like sweet and low. That's all
she'll
in that
reach in there and open up a fucking cupboard and open it up and then fucking slam it. Boom.
Nothing in there. Fuck that.
It's fucking hilarious. I'll be in bed going, man, what if that's a ghost?
Well, see, that's the thing. You don't have to worry. If you hear noises in the middle of the night,
probably that cat. Yeah.
It's not a ghost.
Yeah.
It's her. She's, for as small as she is, she's a tiny little cat. She weighs maybe 10 pounds. She can make more noise than a fucking full-size person.
Yeah.
I've never heard such a racket from such a tiny little being. She makes so much fucking noise.
Louie showed up. What's up, Louie?
Well, hey. Tila says, like I always say, I found Tom and Jenny looking for Blackula reviews, and theirs is the best one on YouTube.
Yeah.
I was talking to Trey earlier today, Trey Simmons, who's one of our regulars. I don't know if he's here tonight, but he messages me a lot. I talk to him a lot on YouTube. And I told him earlier, I was kind of like, look, I was like, I feel like we maybe put up too much content. Maybe. Because not only do we do 2 live streams a week, we record a movie review once a week. We do live matinee like movie reviews 3 or 4 times a week. And then I do 2 movie reviews a week and a book review every week. So I have something going up every week. And also I put up cat videos. And I was kind of like, I feel like, is that too much?
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't think it is, because he's like, I love you guys. And he's like, I just really like the idea that there's so much like content that I can like watch whenever I want. And it's like all this because honestly, this is fucked up. I was thinking today, because I had a message that like somebody recommended a movie to me, and I was just like, oh shit, I gotta get around to doing that. And so many people have recommended movies to me. I'm just like, man, I can't, doing 2 movie reviews and 1 book review, I can't keep up with all the shit. And then I was like looking through Shudder and Amazon Prime and Hulu and Tubi and everything, and I was seeing all these movies, and I'm like, oh shit, I haven't reviewed that one yet. Oh shit, I gotta watch that one again. And I was like, holy crap, I'm never gonna like live long enough to review all of these. And then I was just like, maybe I should just start doing like extra movie reviews and posting them just like whenever. And then I'm like, am I crazy? Yeah. Holy crap. I'm already like working how many hours a day?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
12 hours a day? Something like that. Well, I usually get up at like between 7 and 8 and start working. And then I usually stop about 6 or 7 at night. So about like, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 hours a day. And I'm already doing that like every day. And I was like, now I'm thinking maybe I should do more videos. Maybe it's not enough. But I don't know. I just feel like I'm behind. There's so many movies we haven't done that I feel like I should have done. I don't know, man. And then, like, there's new shit coming out, and everybody's like, look, I haven't even been to the theater. We haven't been to the theater to see the Batman. We haven't been to the theater to see X. I need to see that, the new Ty West movie. I haven't seen that yet. So, we're, like, behind. We're behind.
Yeah.
This is my life. I feel like I'm constantly behind.
It's going to be all right.
Is it?
This could be all right. Yeah, there's another good show you might want to look at. She was looking at, she found us through fucking watching Blackula videos. There's another Florida show that I watch a lot. And it's a couple. It's Brad and Lex. Brad and Lex do music. They're from Florida here. They're from Orlando also. They do music reactions. And they're good too. They're fucking funny. Especially if you know the music that they're reacting to, because they're young. And they don't really know the music. They try to understand. They try to figure out what the lyrics mean and everything. It's just funny. Funny show.
I can see why people like reaction videos because
it's young people that are totally not tied up with
that's
that
what I'm saying. And well, that's why. And we talked about this. I talked about this on the Goonies video that I put up earlier today.
Yeah.
Was that I was really into this dude who was my age, and he had 2 kids. And he had watched Goonies with his kids. And I was curious as to, like, what his kids who were 10 and, like, 7 and 8, I think 7 or 8, what they would think of that movie. Because I said, well, they don't have any, like, nostalgic baggage or anything like that. They weren't even remotely alive when this movie came out. And both of them loved it. They thought it was fantastic. So, because I'm very cognizant of the fact that sometimes a movie that you grew up with as a child, it's awesome, but like if somebody that's a kid like later sees it, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's really lame. It's like old people shit. So I don't know. I'm really cognizant of that distinction, but I'm interested in how that plays out.
Yeah. Okay, she added Brad and Lex. Yeah, Brad. I've talked to both Brad and Lex behind the scenes, and they live in Orlando. And I told them about Mannequins. They wanted to come up to Mannequins one day and fucking meet us. They've seen our show.
Oh shit, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Brad and Lex, they're fun. They're young though. They're young couple.
That's okay.
But they're like getting.
We know lots of people that are.
What's funny is that the shit remains true. They said no, that '80s music is better than music of today. They fucking love '80s music. And fucking Lex loves metal. She didn't.
Well, that's good because I don't want to feel like an old person.
No,
I never wanted to be like an old person.
Lex didn't know anything about metal, and then she really started getting into metal. And Brad is more into kind of like shit like Steely Dan and blues, and he likes that soft rock.
Nothing wrong with that.
Which is weird. I wouldn't think that he'd like metal. He's
too.
not big into that. He likes sensitive stuff, but sensitive. But
that's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
They live in this area in a 1950s style trailer park. Not a fucking redneck trailer park. A 1950s style.
Okay.
Like you have down, how you're down here by the little lake.
Well, like the Airstreams
with all those little fucking Airstreams and the fucking little windmills and shit. Fucking
nice.
that's and they're but man, I don't understand how long they're gonna be living in that because they're filthy rich now. They're making fucking shit ton of money. I've seen their live streams and they'll pull down fucking $600 on a live stream.
Nice.
Yeah. So they're fucking making big money. And then I'm fucking looking at Lex's fucking her damn schedule plan. She's got all those damn fucking chalkboards. Those it's not really a chalkboard anymore. It's where you use the pencil.
It's a whiteboard.
The whiteboards, yeah. Huge whiteboards. Right there. Yeah, she's sitting there scheduling.
I have the month on it.
Yeah, she has that too.
With all the movie reviews and the book.
Because you have to have schedules. Her whiteboard schedule.
Well, yeah, I have to know because I put up videos early for patrons, and so I have to know like when everything goes up. Yeah. And when everything has to be recorded and all that kind of stuff.
Lex's whiteboard schedule is the size of this fucking wall, because they have to fucking keep track of. They got 3 channels, and then the music channel they have to have fucking 5 or 6 songs a day, and then they live stream, and then they talk about fucking just regular shit. You know what I mean? They did a DNA test, and she came back 27% fucking European with Irish and German, and fucking Brad came back as about 25% fucking European, and she was like, I thought I was going to be a lot more European than him because she's a lot lighter skinned. And it was just funny, you know what I mean, to what they're talking about. And then I was like, well, in the comments, it was like, well, this explains why you like metal so much. But that's another Brad. Y'all need to follow Brad and Lex. That shit's a fucking great. Those 3 channels are great because they're kind of like reality channels, and every day they fucking come up with some new shit and they fucking tell their fucking stories. And it's in Florida. It's funny. They're funny. They're good people. Good people.
But that just goes to show, like, this is my March calendar. Yeah. Which, that's all the movie reviews I'm putting up. Right. That's all the book reviews I'm putting up. And then I fill in stuff as needed. Right. But, yeah, I think people don't realize, like, how much...
There's a lot of work in this.
Work that is.
Yeah. You gotta keep it all oriented.
Yeah, and it's, like... And it's hard for me because it's, like, I'm smart and everything, but, like, I get... I have, like, panic attacks if I have, like, too much stuff going on. So I'm just kind of like, holy shit. Like, what the fuck? So I have to do... So I don't only have that... I also have like a Word document that is a daily thing. Yeah. This is everything you have to do today. Put this up for Patreon, post this for public, upload this, do this, that, and the other. So I have like that whole thing. So it's like a lot to keep track of. Well, and it's not just the show. I also have graphic design shit I have to do. I have like book shit I have to do. I have like fucking other like fucking administrative shit I have to do, like credit card bills I have to pay and shit like that. So it's like I always put that on my daily shit.
Yeah, they're talking about back when I used to vape and shit in here. Yeah, and then fucking Dildo Swaggin said she just bought your book, Jenny.
Oh, thank you. And Tyler says I can't remember exactly when I found Tom and Jenny. All I remember is that Tom still had hair. Yeah. And the videos were about 5 frames per second. Yeah. Yeah, that was like the old.
All right, Schwaggin bought Mammoth Mountain. Mammoth Mountain happened, man. That's some real shit. The only thing that I don't know if it actually happened is shit that my cousin Wesley said that fucking when we re-interviewed him, he would kind of gave this weird story about he felt like there was something flying over him when he was trying to sleep. I don't know about that, but I know what he's talking about. There was a weird feeling of presence in the house. Now, my Aunt Lois said she actually saw a piece of fucking twist tie go. I think it's in the book, though. I said, no, that didn't happen. You did right.
I can't remember because...
I found it, and it was already written. It's just that a long time has passed by, and she's older now. She's almost pushing her 80s, probably, so...
And Red died.
And Red's died. He's dead now. Red remembered more of it than I remembered.
Because we talked to him on the phone.
Yeah. Some of that stuff that's in that book was stuff that I had totally forgotten about. And Red reminded me, and it was like, oh, man, I started to have, like, fucking flashbacks. About the knife flying out from that damn kitchen and almost hitting the fucking
yeah, that was the thing.
Door.
I didn't just, like, go by his story.
No.
We talked to Lois and Red, like, on the phone. Like, we had them on speakerphone.
Yeah.
And I recorded
it was like
them.
something out of a fucking horror movie, man. It was bad, man. It was, and looking back on it, at the time I thought it was some kind of fucking ghost, but looking back on it, it's something. It was paranormal, definitely, but it wasn't supernatural. It's something having to. Physics would be able to explain it eventually. It's something having to do with Stuart Hameroff's and Stuart Hameroff's fucking work with fucking consciousness. In some ways, in certain circumstances, the mind can change matter. It's the only way I can describe it. It's a mind over matter type situation, having to do with fucking stress. And it's not as rare. It's not as common as it used to. I mean, it used to. It was always rare, but it's not as common as it used to be. I think modern society has kind of nipped that in the bud. There was more of it happening in the medieval period, according to
nip it in the bud.
Yeah, Jenny wrote another book about all the old cases from the past called Unseen Hand. Mine isn't the only one. You want to get Unseen Hand also. She'll talk about all the other ones that happened. Some of them happened in Japan back in the 1700s. They were kind of like that. Didn't you put that? I think that one's in there too, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like the older ones, there wasn't a lot of info, obviously.
Right.
So.
Just stories about what people saw, but not. They're just stories.
I'm not falling down on either side of the shit.
Right.
I don't know what people say.
I saw it. She's seen some of it, but not as bad as it was.
Yeah. Delish Wagon says, it's not too much content, but I do wish the episodes with a topic were on topic. Yeah, me too. He also says, you guys come up with some banger topics that only get covered for like Shotgun Blast 30 minutes. Yeah. Louis says, extra movie reviews would be awesome, Jenny. I'm kind of thinking about it. I might do it. Don't like count on it, but today, for example, I was like scrolling through some shit because I was doing the poll for the next week for Patreon. And I was just kind of like, man, look at all these fucking movies. Man, oh, I need to watch that again. Oh, I need to watch that. Oh, I need to do that. And it's like, I need to do all these reviews. So I might just start doing like fucking movie and book reviews like whenever and just like putting them up whenever and not really having a schedule.
Swaggin is saying, yeah, he believes that weird shit happened to him when he was a kid. You talk about how weird that blood was on the napkin. Yeah, Lois still has that. If I remember correctly, she took a photograph of it. We put it in the book.
Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah. I haven't seen that in a long time. You know what's weird is that I for some reason, because I was younger when it happened, I can accept it a little bit better. Red, for all of his life, this shit scared the hell out of him. He would get real quiet and scared talking about this, just bringing it up. And he didn't talk about it much. He mostly talked about it to me when I'd call him. And when we did the book, he hadn't talked about it in a long time. He was affected, very much affected by that thing. He had a lot more of a supernatural view of it, though. He thought it was fucking a straight-up ghost or a demon. That's what he thought it was. That was the framework he was working from. I don't think that's what it was, though. RSPK, recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. That's what I think it was. From the subconscious mind. And somehow the mind or consciousness can alter the state reality, can seemingly move objects and do weird things quickly. It was weird, man. It was very weird. The only other account that was close to mine would have been the Enfield Poltergeist, which you can see stuff on YouTube for that. That happened too. Most of that happened. Some of that shit, the witnesses there were like, nah. People reported that, but we didn't see that. That probably didn't happen. Shit like her flying. Only one person saw that. The voices that she could make, I don't think that was the dead. I think that was their subconscious. She was just freaking out. Weird. Has to do with kids going through puberty with a whole bunch of fucking internal turmoil. And right place at the right time, around the right people, the right synergy, and it can happen. And you also have to have a religious background. You have to believe in the unseen. You have to be kind of a religious family for it to happen. And it doesn't really matter the religion. I think the same thing would happen in the Middle East. They would just call it jinn. Jinn. Each culture would call it something else. Good. I'm done.
Dillerschwagen says, I like your book reviews, Jenny. Thank you. Finding good books to read is a hassle for me. Yeah, me as well. I kind of try to go to other, book review channels that I'm into, and I kind of, but I use Amazon recommendations also. The one that I'm reading now, actually the one that I'm doing the review, I already recorded it, but it's going up the first week of April, was a short story compilation that was called The Wide Carnivorous Sky by John Langan. And somebody suggested that to me. I don't remember who it was, but that was excellent. Very Lovecraftian, if you're into that. Yeah. So I did a review of that. The book I'm reading now, I'm not done with it, but I'm really into it so far. It's really good. It's Adam Neville. He was the same guy that wrote No One Gets Out Alive, which I reviewed a while back. This one is called, what is it called? Cunning Folk. Yeah. And it's like a folk horror type of situation. And I'm really, really digging it so far. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if it's going to be good. I'm about 20% of the way into it. I'm late ebook. But yeah. Tila says, Jenny, y'all have to see X. It's Ty West best. Just go out and enjoy yourself.
See, honestly, best?
Ty West. He's
that?
A horror director.
Okay.
He made The Innkeepers. He made House of the Devil. He made a lot of good horror movies. He has a new movie out called X, which I told you I wanted to see.
Okay.
It's playing.
Yeah, we got to go see
the Batman.
The Batman too.
But like I said, I wanted to go see X, but we haven't seen it yet. So we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
I know. But yeah, I do want to see it. Yeah, but that's one thing that I want to say. Holy Parish of Doom says, I stumbled onto 13 O'Clock as a suggestion because I run a heavy metal channel, so I'm uploading every week. It came as a suggestion. Dig the channel name. We actually, we came upon that because I said, let's name it after that clock that's in the Haunted Mansion at Disney.
That's not how I remembered it.
Yeah, that's.
I remembered it naming it after the fucking clock that was in the labyrinth.
No.
Okay.
It was Haunted Mansion.
Okay.
It was Haunted Mansion.
All right.
I absolutely remember the conversation that we had about this.
Okay.
I said, you know how in the Haunted Mansion,
all right,
at Disney, they have that clock that goes to 13 when you go buy it in the car.
All right.
And I was like, let's call it that.
Josie says that what did he say about? Just looking at Carl Jung's The Shadow. If I remember correctly, it's the manifestation of the evil ones. Yeah, we did a show on Carl Jung, and I kind of agree with Carl Jung, and he's describing he's pretty much describing what I'm talking about. Yeah, Jungian stuff, but he's very It's not a very scientific description. It's more poetic and philosophical. But yeah, that'll fit. That'll fit. It's what it is, probably. I mean, I don't know for sure, even though it happened to me. But I'm just saying, it's something like that. It's the unconscious.
Hugo says, Jenny, have you guys considered doing movie reactions? We have thought about doing like movie like watch-alongs, but I don't know. I kind of feel like that might be a good idea because I have to say, sometimes when we watch a movie, especially if it's like a shitty one, we make some like super funny comments.
Yeah.
And sometimes
we got to do a rip track.
When we make super funny comments, I'm like, why wasn't that recorded? Because that shit was hilarious and everybody missed out on that shit.
A lot of shit's sexual, at least when I say. Talking people's booties.
That's okay.
Boobs.
I don't know. I kind of feel, yeah, we should
like,
do that.
Oh, you trying to give head? Just funny shit.
We should do that.
Yeah.
I do kind of feel like we will get into that at some point. We will get into this.
All right.
Dildo Schwagen says, I'm big into Lovecraft. It would be cool if you could recommend more of that genre. Honestly, like the book that I just read, Wide Carnivorous Sky, it's a short story collection. I don't want to say short story. It's mostly like novellas. There's only like 9 stories in there, and most of them are very long. But it does have a very Lovecraftian vibe to it. I was really into it.
I'll make a recommendation outside of Lovecraft, though. This is going to come. An upcoming show is going to be about this. I'm listening to the audio book right now. Years back, I read Gaston Leroux's Phantom of the Opera, the original, and it started off the prologue and everything. And I was convinced that he was talking about a real case. It turns out, I did some more research recently, because me and Jenny were talking about it, and I went and looked back into it. Gaston Leroux swore up and down that
might win for the next case. It's ahead. Right. I checked today, and it's ahead.
On his deathbed, Gaston Leroux swore that was a real case that he investigated, that the Phantom of the Opera did happen. When I was reading it, I was believing it. I read it in probably about 2005. And the reason why I believed it is because he's describing a serial killer long before profiling was around. And he's describing things that, if I remember correctly, I mean, I remember him describing the Phantom looking like a kid that I remember from school who had some kind of weird disease. But I'm going back into the audiobook this time, and I'm waiting for the description to come back up. I don't know if I remembered the description accurately or not. We'll see what he's described at, because he was described by one character as that he didn't have a nose, and I didn't remember that. Okay, if he didn't have a nose, they might be talking about leprosy. But some of the story, some of the details of that story sound fucking far-fetched. I was like, oh, that could never happen. It's got to be fucking false. But it turns out those are absolutely true. There was that theater did burn down on the date that it said. There was an underground lake underneath the theater that did have a fucking island on it. And on that island, evidently, the so-called Phantom had built basically a mansion on it. And he was an architect that had come from the Middle East. He was from France, but he was living in the Middle East as a torturer for some kind of sultan, and an architect for a sultan, making his battlements and making stuff for him. And became amazingly rich and moved back to France and bought this theater so he could stalk girls starring in the theater. And man, and then the way it's described in the book, I'm like, man, this is a serial killer. You're talking about fucking what was the dude that made the damn castle? What was the serial killer?
The murder cat, H.H. Holmes.
H.H. Holmes. Yeah, you're talking about like a H.H. Holmes type of guy. But evidently, according to Gaston, was a not only an architect and a genius, but also a musical genius who could sing and who could write music. Which there's nothing really. That's possible. That's possible. That's not impossible.
Well, I'm just gonna say, like, today I looked at the Patreon poll, and that topic is winning.
It's winning? Yeah, okay.
So we might do a whole topic. We might do a whole show about that.
I made it through the first hour of the audiobook. The real
story behind Phantom of the Opera.
There's several audiobooks.
If you want us to talk about that,
right,
go to Patreon and sign up.
Yeah.
And vote for it.
There's several audiobooks of the Phantom of the Opera. One of them is 9 hours long. And it's a girl, and she reads everything, including the prologue.
I mean, if that wins, I'm going to listen to that. Right. So,
another one is about 4 hours long, and it's got Christopher Lee writing it, reading it. And that one's pretty good. But it left out a lot of the details that I remember reading. The 9 hour one is just got a girl reading it. And she's just some girl reading it. What I did was I listened to the girl read the prologue, and then I went to go listen to the Christopher Lee one.
Well, if you have a chance to listen to Christopher Lee.
Right. Christopher Lee, he puts on a great show. You know. But I kind of like thinking maybe I ought to go back and just listen to the 9 hour one with the girls.
Well, just listen to the whole thing.
That way I get everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what I read.
Well, like I said, if that wins in the poll, I'll find out on Sunday. Then I will also listen to the whole thing.
I remember...
Or read it. I'll probably just read it.
I remember around 2005 walking away from Gaston Leroux's Phantom of the Opera book thinking... That's something that happened. That had to have happened. And then people assured me, no, that's fiction. This is before Wikipedia. You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't know, man. That sounds like something that happened. And now on Wikipedia it says that fucking Gaston Leroux assured people on his deathbed that really did happen. And in the prologue he talks about his investigation of it. He went there to investigate and what witnesses he collected and who told him and where they went and blah, blah, blah. So I think it did happen.
Well, we'll see.
I think it did happen.
It looks like that might win.
Yeah.
I kind of hope it does.
You're right.
I'm not, like, trying to... Like, if y'all are patrons, I'm not, like, trying to, like...
Yeah.
Influence your decision.
And here's the thing that's weird.
Because there's a lot of good topics in there that you can pick
Here's
from.
the weird thing about the Phantom of the Opera. Nowadays, if you were to tell some young girl we're going to do something about the Phantom of the Opera, she thinks it's a romance. That is not what the book was. In the book, the fucking Eric... who was the Phantom, was a straight-up fucking serial killer.
Yeah, it's not a romance.
He was a murderer.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. He had a torture rooms and all kinds of stuff.
It's like a weird stalker, and he was just...
He was a bad dude.
It was bad. It was a bad
situation. He wasn't some romantic, I love you. Yeah, I love you, but if you reject me, I'll fucking kill you. He was one of those.
Not fun.
Yeah. He had fucking torture rooms set up with fucking... razor sharp metallic trees that rotated and inside glass rooms that got it to 200 degrees that would dehydrate you.
He's like an incel motherfucker.
Yeah, he was like an incel, right.
Like, I'm all romantic until you don't love me back.
And then I kill you.
Oh, and then I'm going to
kill your boyfriend.
You. Right.
Yeah, he was one of those.
So it's that. Not so fun. Louis says, Jenny, what's your email again? I have two. Easiest one to remember, probably... is gravecake@gmail.com. I have another one, but it's harder to remember. So I just sent it to that. 13 O'Clock is used by Orwell in 1984. Yeah, I forgot about that. Honestly, we were thinking about it. He remembers it. I remember. We were talking about it, and I said, when we were talking about, we never even thought about doing a podcast. We were at a horror convention. Like, it wasn't even a convention. It was like a little bit of thing at a comic book store. We were selling our books. And what's his name? What's that horror writer? What's his name?
Which one?
The one that was at the comic store.
That wrote what?
He wrote all the zombie book. What's his fucking name? God damn it. Okay, so he was there. And he says to us, because we were selling some books and stuff, and he was like, you guys are really funny. You guys should do a podcast to, like, help sell your books. This was back in 2016. It was a while back. And we had never really thought about it. And we were just kind of like, maybe? I was just kind of like...
the guy that we went on his network for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what his name was.
Yeah. I'll remember it in a second.
Yeah.
He's a pretty well.
We had 50,000 people on his network, but no interaction.
That's true.
That's what he said.
So yeah, we did have like a lot of downloads, but
yeah.
So there was that. So I was just kind of like, I never thought about it, but I was just kind of like, that's a good idea. And Tom's funny. I was like, I'm kind of funny, and you know, we could be funny together. It'd be good. And so we started doing the show. We started doing like paranormal stuff. I kind of feel like that was like our in. And then we slowly got into doing, you know, more true crime stuff, which is more my thing. And then we started doing like horror movie reviews a little bit later, which again was more my thing. But that's kind of how it started. Like, we never even really thought about doing a podcast before.
Yeah.
Until somebody suggested it. Hey, you guys are funny. Yeah. Together. Like, the way you guys interact is funny.
That was in a time when a podcast and a YouTube show, they were fucking a new phenomenon. We really...
Yeah, that was like back in like early 2016.
Yeah. They were around, but they weren't. That wasn't considered a job.
And we were just like in, in real time. I still had a real job at that time, and it's like, and we were like at a convention, like selling books.
Yeah.
And Tom was like huckstering, like selling my books.
Huckstering.
Well, you know,
I wasn't huckstering. I was selling.
Yeah, he was selling my books.
Yeah.
And so
I was being like a fucking barker.
Right. The guy that set it up was like, he noticed, and he was just kind of like, hey, you guys are like really funny together, so you guys should do a show. And he had a network at the time, and he's like, you know, come on our show. And it's like, you know, for a while we were on their network. But that's kind of how we got started. We never really like thought about doing a podcast before that.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of feel like maybe that's more like your thing, because I don't really like... I got over it. I don't mind it now. Because you guys are all here, and you guys are lovely. When we first started doing the live shit, when we just started doing the live shit at, like, the 200th episode, I was terrified.
Yeah.
I was like, I do not want to do, like, a live show.
All right, Tyler, the guy, says, I know very little of the Phantom of the Opera, but you guys are getting me seriously interested in this. And he says they should make a Phantom of the Opera movie that's full-on horror movie. Well, they did.
They have, but they're kind of terrible.
Yeah, the very first one...
A lot of them were terrible.
The very first one was a full-on horror movie. But the original...
With Lon Chaney.
Lon Chaney. But the original copy doesn't exist, and there's about 5 different versions of that film. And none of them are really complete. Some of them are missing dialogue and all kinds of stuff. It's funny how they did that. What I recommend is to go on YouTube and listen to the audiobooks. That long one that just has the girl kind of reading it dry. That's the full book. The full book without the prologue and without the index, it's like 127 pages. It's really not that long. But for some reason the audio...
Shit, I could read that like in an hour.
Yeah, the audio book though, I think it was like 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't really know why. That one is more complete because it gives some of the background and the prologue. What's the guy's, the fucking British guy? Fucking shit.
Christopher Lee.
The Christopher Lee version is like 3 hours. That one's... I've listened to them both. That's the fun reading. But it leaves a lot of the details out that Gaston said. Gaston tells you how he investigated the case. It's a serial killer case. It's something like H.H. Holmes that happened. And evidently he assured people on his deathbed that it was a real murder. That he saw the letters and everything. It happened in the late 1800s. He did the investigation in the 1906, around that time. Or he wrote the book in 1906. But
was he doing some found footage shit? Because that was very popular.
People thought that. That
was very popular.
People thought that. But here's the thing. That theater did burn down on the given date. There is an underground lake underneath there with a fucking... underneath it. With an island on it. He says that there were bodies. They found the bodies. He took an expedition down there, and that they collected some skeletons, some bones. That's what he said.
Rebecca says, ever done a book review on the Flowers in the Attic book series? I haven't. I've read the first 2 or 3 of those. I have, like, the first movie. It's not great, but I have, like, a weird guilty pleasure thing about it. It's kind of terrible. Even though, like, fucking Louise Fletcher is in it. But, so there's that. I don't know. I might. There's a lot of books. I read the first 2 or 3. And they're very, they're good, but they're really, what's the word I'm looking for? They're a little, unsavory. Let's say that. There's a lot of, like, fucking weird, underage kind of stuff going on in it. But, you know, everybody liked them back in the day. Yeah, so Tyler's like, they should make a Phantom of the Opera movie. Okay, so they've made a lot of Phantom of the Opera movies. One of the more recent ones, well, it's not that recent, but Dario Argento made one with his daughter Asia in it. I think it was in the 90s or maybe the early 2000s. It was not that great. I kind of feel like
they tried to make that shit a romance, and that is not what the book was.
That's what I mean. I kind of feel like maybe don't do that.
No.
Because that's like really not what I feel like that wasn't really the original intention.
No.
Of the story.
Gaston is telling the audience that he did the investigation 20 years after it happened. That it was a difficult investigation because most of the people involved had moved away. So a lot of them had died. He was able to find a manager that managed the place during that time who remembered it and had some letters between the Phantom and the girl. And he assured him, Gaston, that it was real. And then later on, he ended up going into the underground lake that it was there. And they found bones on the fucking island that was there. And that he went down there with a bunch of other people, and that they had, and the authorities, and that they had evidently confirmed that, yeah, that this shit happened. And it happened 20 years prior to him going there, and that it did, that parts of the theater did burn down. Most of the people were gone involved in it. But he had heard a lot of it through the manager, and that's what made him write the book, based on what the manager had told him. And some other people. He tracked down a couple other ones. And he tried to put together what had happened. And what he's talking about is something kind of like H.H. Holmes, a serial killer.
But like I said, now I'm kind of hoping that wins, because if that wins, we could do a whole show about that.
Yeah.
And we could talk about that. And that'd be super cool.
I bought it. I know that they used to do found footage type shit. Dracula was a found footage type book.
Well, it was epistolary, meaning everything was like in letter or journal form.
The thing is that I'm reading the book.
They knew about found footage shit. They didn't have video back then, but it was the same thing where they were trying to make everything seem like it was real. Yeah. They were not. They knew what that concept was. We're trying to make everything seem real as possible.
I'm reading through the Phantom of the Opera, as I remember it back in like 2005 or 6, going, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. In the descriptions that are happening of the offender, I'm like, wait a minute, they didn't know that kind of stuff back then. They're perfectly describing a serial killer. Perfectly. And the fucking thinking and the background and, and this is long before profiling. So
the thing about profiling,
this is a serial killer is what they're talking about.
I mean, not to shit on profiling, but if you know about how fucked up people can be, it's kind of like common sense. You know what I mean? It just, you can figure it out from that. Is all I'm saying.
Well, okay, you're saying in mitigating circumstances is it was France. It was France, 1880s or at least 1906. That's when the book came out. Maybe in France, 1906, there's enough there to put together a credible serial killer story. Maybe. When was H.H. Holmes? I would
20s?
20s? Okay. I would compare...
Well, whenever the World's Fair in Chicago was.
I don't know when that was. I would compare what I remember...
I think it was early 1920s or late 1910s.
What I would remember of the Phantom of the Opera story, I would put that on par with H.H. Holmes. So, in terms of credibility and the things that he did, about like H.H. Holmes. Building buildings, having lots of money, making torture chambers, getting away with a bunch of shit.
Well, he says, 1882.
What's that?
Like earlier. Chicago World's Fair.
Okay, 1882.
Okay, so that was earlier than
Okay. So, could have been that they used
I thought it
H.H.
was early
Holmes.
20th century.
Maybe they used H.H. Maybe Gaston used fucking H.H. Holmes as a fucking template. This sounds like H.H. Holmes that who he's talking about in the Phantom of the Opera. Except he's horribly disfigured, but he's a genius, which makes it worse. Okay? That had he been a dumb motherfucker, he would have lived in obscurity and never...
Well, no one's interested in dumb
nobody, yes. But he would have lived in obscurity and he wouldn't have had the ambitions of a super fucking intelligent dude who felt that he was being denied greatness. A guy who could not... A man who could not grasp musical genius. And because of his physical fucking deformity, you know what I mean? It was this physical deformity that was holding him back from greatness, which fucking causes this more suffering and more fucking conflict within him that turns him into a monster. That's what the story said. I gotta see it again, though. This is all based on memory from a long time ago.
Mary Connolly said he was a doctor. Who? H.H. Holmes?
Or a quasi-doctor.
Sort of?
Sort of. A doctor didn't mean much in the 1800s.
I think he actually did, and please forgive me, it's been a long time since I've looked into this.
Did some courses.
Think he did graduate from medical school, but at the time, that doesn't mean the same thing that it would mean nowadays.
No, medical school didn't take long, and it wasn't really that big of a deal. Anybody with money and half a brains could graduate from medical school back then. Wasn't much to it.
I mean, and honestly, I have to say, I think a lot of the stuff about H.H. Holmes, I'm not saying that a lot of it didn't happen, but I think a lot of it was probably exaggerated. All the stuff about the secret passages and like the fucking room. Maybe he did do that stuff, but I don't know. I kind of feel like it might have been like exaggerated.
Holy Parish of Doom called it. He says, pull the strings. Pull the strings. That's exactly. Pull the strings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Louis said, would he be like a modern pharmacist? No.
I mean, well, yeah, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
Kinda.
Although I kind of feel like pharmacists nowadays would have more like education than maybe he had.
Maybe.
Because back in those days, like I said, I'm not saying anybody could go to medical school, but there was a lot less to learn back then.
Yeah.
A lot less.
It was a lot easier.
Much easier. And back in those days, if you fucked up in one state, you could just change your name and move to another state and you could start all over. Which you can't really do nowadays because of various other things. But yeah, you could do that back then. And honestly, like reading about shit back then, it's like, look, he just moved to another state. He changed his name. He like married other people.
Yeah.
Nobody knew about like the whole family he had back in the old, all the people he killed in this old state. It's like fucking holy crap.
I know. So what time is it, Jet? How long have we been streaming?
4 hours and
Time to go.
23 minutes.
Time to go. It's been a long.
It's 10:17 p.m.
Let's go ahead and shut it down. It's been a long show.
You make me some food.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some food. I'm making some food.
What are you gonna make?
I'll see what's. I got all kinds of stew down there. I got turkey stew still.
Ooh, can I have some turkey stew?
All right. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We'll eat some of that.
Yeah, rice. You guys. We had this whole turkey.
Yeah.
Which we bought at like before Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah.
We bought a whole bunch.
Froze it.
And we froze it, and then like the freezer
started to go bad.
Started fritzing out.
Yeah.
And so the turkey kind of thawed out.
Yeah.
So we had to cook it.
Yeah. I chopped it up into quarters and shit. And
so we cooked it, and it's like a couple times we had like a Thanksgiving kind of thing where it was like turkey and potatoes and stuff.
Yeah, that got old.
But then he's like, yeah, I'm sick of that. So last night, he's like, fuck it, I'm going to make cream of turkey soup.
Stew.
And stew. Like, he put like potatoes and celery.
And carrots.
Turkey. And it's like, it's carrots, and it's really, really good.
Yeah.
It's really
imagine turkey dinner, but in a stew.
Yeah, it's good.
Over rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to have.
Yeah, we'll have some of that. Okay, go ahead and shut it down.
Okay.
We're going to shut it down.
So, thank you, everybody, for dropping by. Thank you for spending your spending your Friday night with us this evening. And we will be back on Sunday talking about a movie. We don't know which one yet because we haven't watched it. But hopefully you guys will join us on Sunday evening or afternoon or what the fuck ever. And thanks everybody for coming by. We're gonna go eat now. And we will see you on Sunday. Bye.